All right. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. I'm just going to go right into starting the stream because I unintentionally started stream both here on Twitch and on YouTube and on Kick all at the same time. So I don't want to sit on a now starting screen for too long on my very first streams over there. Here's a VOD from last night and tell the person, like, did you know there's an Excel sheet for Elixir Effect? You being like, yes, I made it. Yeah, they like DM'd me, they like pinged me in the Sage channel, and I was like, yeah, what about it? And like, I thought they were pointing out a mistake. I thought they were pointing out an error. Am I reacting to the Q&A? I could with the Korean one. Da, da, da. Get my daily logins here. So we're now actually live on Milky and Andre. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see how many people have logged into my guild recently. Kelsera is currently online. Hi Vorg, by the way. Hi Viscabes. Hi Squelcher. How you guys doing? Hi Bladed Iris. Good to see you guys. I think the only person that had logged on the last season was Preston. And if Preston doesn't log in this season, we'll find somebody else to take his spot. Guilds are so ridiculously small in this game. Calcera Cooking. Preston has not logged in for 177 days. Is the guild open for people to join? No. Unfortunately, so the way the guilds work in this game is you have a very limited amount of spots, right? And the XP for the guild goes up very slowly as people check in. Like, I think you get 10 XP per check-in per day. And so in order to get, I think, 2 more guild slots, we would need to have 636 check-ins. We only have 46 members. So we would need every single person in the guild to remember to click for 2 weeks straight for 1 level up. So, yeah. Wow, it actually just worked. That's really crazy. I think I was messing up my YouTube and my Kick streams. I couldn't figure out how to do it, right? And apparently because my PC, I have it on like a big resolution, it was just making it really difficult. He's working on some Rosa 2 apparently. But yeah, so today I want to work on some more guides and stuff. I want to work on just updating some stuff in general. And yeah, we did the video yesterday where we talk about I'm just trying to make sure all my streams are going. It's a little bit weird having so much stuff going on. Where is the thing, by the way? The Sage breakdown is actually going pretty well here. Very surprising. So I don't see it here. Torchlight Q&A. Oh, here we go. It is on. Wait, why is it on both channels? What did Al Kaiser make here? Just the reaction video. So they did a 51-minute podcast with paid promotion. They get paid to do this? Dang, that's lucky. That is lucky for sure. Definitely kick Preston. We don't like him. You don't like him. I thought he was your buddy. Why did they not invite me? I think this is like a max roll thing, or maybe just like Milky and Palstrom push for this or something. I don't know, man. He's me and Kelcera's friend. We're memeing. Is he going to play this season? He's choosing OSRS over TLI. Where is he? I'll wait until the season starts. You already blacklisted? Wait, what is blacklist? Is this like when you block somebody? I mean, Kelcera, you're technically an officer, so you can kick people. I just don't want to have to deal with getting people in. Alright, so I do want to watch this. This is a very long video though. So I don't necessarily want to start with reaction maybe. There is some stuff that I want to get done. So we can save that as a little treat to work on here. I want to do a little presentation. Let's gonna tack this on the end of this, I think. Soon TM. I want to talk about the new stuff. The new renewed memory things, because I feel like this is a little bit confusing for a lot of people, and it's big confusing for me. Where is this thing? What are your guys' thoughts right now on the hero memory situation?
The Waxen weight, in fact, increases the values.
Is it going to be something that we actually get to mess with right away, or is it going to be something that is not right away? It'll be endgame stuff. Wonder if I get vidIQ to remake this. How many tokens do I have left on vidIQ? I have 867 credits. Easy one button builds explode. What's the best for the season of TLI? I mean, Sage, maybe? I don't know, man. I feel like that's just like not a good question. It tells me you don't have a good understanding of how builds work in this game, because one button is pretty much like every build eventually. Actually, like it's closer to 0 buttons on a lot of builds. I would say like Erica 3 and Rosa 2 are maybe like a definite you need to activate your attack. But yeah, it's like hands-free gaming a lot. Need a lot, but a lot need 5K to get started. So the thing is that like, if you like, that's not the question you asked me, right? An easy 0 button explode. Yeah, I mean, mind control doesn't really need anything to get started, but I don't think mind control is as good as it once was. 1 second. I'm gonna go grab some ibuprofen. My like fucking wrist is hurting. Which spell will you play with Sage? Do you believe Sage is better than something to mind control to start with and take the build in deep space? Take the build all the way to deep space. Holy. Could I answer you in Portuguese? No, I don't speak Portuguese. Yeah, I'm gonna just tell this guy I don't speak Portuguese. Bruh.
Eu não falo português. That has to be one of the more ridiculous questions I've been asked. Speak Chinese now? I've been considering taking some Chinese.
我不会说中文。
New memory is probably something most people won't touch yet. You can answer. I can translate to him if you want. Sure, Letitia. So I will have a guide for Sage coming out, and progressing to deep space is not something you always necessarily need to do. So I don't know, like being able to like say what's the best build to do that is kind of a foolish thing to do at this point. Hero memory revival. I think that's one of the tough things about the fact that YouTube now has like auto dubbing my videos, right? So if you guys don't know about this, you can go onto YouTube and like open up one of my videos here, right? I wonder if they'll do this to my fucking live streams. You can go to audio tracks, and there's a lot of audio tracks here, right?
皆さんこんにちは、ドンザクラウンです。今日はトーチライトインフィニットの最新ヒーロー、ルナリア星人について解説していきます。このキャラクターは本当にクールだと思うのですが、使い始めは感情のジェットコースターに乗っているような気分で。Russa de emoções enquanto a desenvolvíamos o item. Porque no começo eu pensei, nossa, isso parece bem legal. Mas cadê o dano? Ah, aqui está o dano. Peraí, esse dano é suficiente? Nossa, isso é muito dano. Poderia ser muito dano. E vamos deixar mais fácil. Sea más fácil para ti entender exactamente qué está pasando con esta heroína. Más o menos qué la hará tener éxito. Y creo que Posh, aunque
he might have a little bit of a rough. I spit bars in Portuguese, man. That's actually pretty crazy. Hello everyone, Dominic Brown here, and today we're going to be going over the brand new hero for Torchlight Infinite, Lunaria Sage. That's pretty wild. Brothers! Hey guys, it's about 2 days to go. 2 days to go. Are you guys hyped? What are you guys going to be doing for food? You don't know how to speak Chinese yet? It's true. I mean, I really have thought about learning some Chinese, though. I mean, we're playing a lot of Where Winds Meet, and I feel like it would have been really useful. Eating air, probably. But why? Yeah, I generally can only answer questions really in English. I could like maybe understand some French and petit peu, but besides that, might see about getting a Costco pizza. Ooh. Let's see what this person translated. Detect the language into English. He's going to make a guide for Sage. You always need to progress to deep space. So trying to predict a build that'll be able to reach that point is a bit tricky right now. Thank you. Clanker Don is a polyglot. Regular Don only speaks English. I only speak English and a language that Clanker Don doesn't speak, which is Torchlight Infinite. If you don't get tier 6 pets, how do you farm for any Giga build upgrades? Or is it just Jover? So you just gotta play the game. Right? To give you an idea, my favorite farms last season, the farms that I did for a whole bunch, didn't have any pack spears associated with them. Like, you could say, you know, the God's Chest strategy, the 3 God's Chest, you know, you could use Doro or whatever, but like, it was still a really good strategy, and it's probably still going to be fine this season. And then also, that's why I got nerfed, yeah. And then also, I really like going and doing, the beacon farming, and beacon farming is cheap too, typically. Seasonal heroes only expense. Think about that since it's very versatile. Yeah, so the thing about Sage specifically is that Sage is not like a normal. She's not a normal hero that we've had before. Just delete some of the stuff. So normally, if you have like offense, defense, utility, like a character will like excel at like one of these, typically offense, and it'll be offense in a flavor. So it'll be like cold damage, right? And then provides very little damage and then maybe some utility. And then some builds will have very little utility and some damage. And then other characters like may have little offense, big defense, big utility, like Rosa 1, for example, right? Well, Sage is basically just gives you a little bit of everything. And if anything, I think she's maybe a little bit weak on offense. So she kind of like gives you big defense and utility. But because her offense scaling is not really all that crazy, it's also not very specific towards anything. So it's pretty much like you have these elixirs, and elixirs give you crit, increased damage. We say utilities, movement speed. Yes. Movement speed is one of the most powerful things you're looking for. A build that has, you know, infinite damage and can't die, but no movement speed is a bad build, right? Likewise, a build that has infinite movement speed, infinite damage, and 0 defense is probably a bad build. And a build that has infinite movement speed, infinite defense, but can't kill anything is also a bad build. You need everything. At least a little bit. Now you can get by with less defense with offense some of the times. Yo, Texter, thank you much, man, for the Subarino. Appreciate that. I'm just gonna close this tab. I have too many tabs open right now. I just need to check something. Am I actually live on Kick right now? Let me see. Oh, it is actually working. I was a little bit weirded out because kick wasn't working before, and so now it is working. Very interesting. Did you know that nobody's ever typed in my kick chat? Just throwing that out there, chat. Is it true you started Tangle? In the future? BRB. Six portal defense? Yeah. Texter, thank you, man, for the sub. I do appreciate that. That's just what you have to give up to bring the things you're bad at. It's just what you have to give up, yeah. Do you think she's going to work out with Chromatic and Trinity? Chromatic and Trinity do not work together. Chromatic and Trinity fight each other, right? So Chromatic Shot takes all of your damage, everything. So that's like your fire damage, your cold damage, your lightning damage, your physical damage, your erosion damage, and it converts it, all of it, into either fire, cold, or lightning. And it's going to pick one of these three. But if you pick Trinity, the way Trinity works is that you are getting a huge chunk of all types of damage. Right? I don't know why this is not working. Hello? There we go. So Trinity says only one of these can pass, right? So on each hit, it's like you basically would have to double pass. And so it's a 1/3 chance to do damage. Hi, Nightfall. Hi, Funky. Hi. Funky's the first person ever talk in my my chat over in Kick. What a goat. Ban. Wait, what is this? Wait, you can mute people? What does this do? What does this button do? This is follow, gift a sub, mute, ban, timeout. Oh man. Yeah, so basically what's going to happen is, you know, Trinity is going to pick one of the three elements, and then your Chromatic Shot is also going to pick one of the three elements. And if they don't line up, the damage dies. So for the most part, you're going to be doing 0 damage, 100% damage. So this is very, very bad. You're going to play Split Shot on Erica 2. Erica 2 is just a vehicle for armor stacking. Yo, thanks for the follow, Funky. So yeah, I think it's really, really bad. It's the same as normal Trinity with an extra step. If you have a high hit rate, no, that is a moronic take. That is not how the math works. So basically, normal Trinity, you have all your damage. Here, if you
for you. New season hype.
When I say moronic, I just mean you don't understand how this works. So basically, only one thing gets through the Trinity. You don't have all your damage because it's already been converted. Yo, Gravo, thank you, man, for the 4 months. I do appreciate that, my dude. They're really worse because Trinity prioritizes stuff with lower conversion. Oh yeah, that's right. You would have maybe. Who knows? It's maybe even worse. That Trinity can't be converted. Chromatic Shot does. Now here's the thing, right? There is a non-zero chance that all of this is wrong because they didn't think about this interaction. From my experience of playing ARPGs, very frequently there will be a new thing that is added that has some sort of weird corner case interaction with something else. And even if it's something that's popular, it is something that can slip through the cracks. And a lot of times it can slip through the cracks on the this is not good for the player side, but many times it can slip through the cracks on the this is overpowered side. And that is sometimes the things that you see getting like mid-season nerfed in ARPGs. Like it very rarely happens, but I remember there's a thing in PoE where there was like aura stacking or something in Smoke League, wherever it is, where like every build that was running it got completely destroyed because it was just way too strong. Herald stacking. It was Herald stacking. But anyways, we're not here to talk about Trinity. I want to talk about Hero Memory Revival. So these are going to provide some buffs for you. So we get new special random affixes, increase the base stats of our current thing, and you can also get advances fixed affixes. So this sets it to tier 0 or up. It might not necessarily always go to tier 0. It does not go to tier 0 always. Split shot is still weak as its base. It's played because it feels good. Yeah, split shot is there because its coverage is really nice. Between Erica 2 split shot or Selena Howling Gale, but no speed map mostly, so you're not sure what to play. Why not Erica 2 Whirlwind? I know there was like an Erica 2 Whirlwind build last season. I think our boy Zanello was playing it. When does tier 2 gear drop again? I know I have a video about this. I just don't remember what the video is. New player tips. Hello everyone, Don the Crown here, and today I want to do a quick video to help out all the new and returning players to Torchlight. 61 at max, same with hat, boots, and then your chest armor can go up to 122. 104 from crafting up your gear. There's a lot of people that kind of like miss this step, and I personally even messed this up pretty much every single season, but there are multiple different tiers of same shirt, yeah, same shirt, absolutely same shirt. So what are the tiers again? Let's learn chat. I'm learning. And kind of the breakpoints for these are very easy to find actually, but if we go and we hit the little, we click an item, click the anvil, we can go and click on prefix or suffix to see the options to craft on here. And this is an item level 68 weapon. And this is the breakpoint at which tier 4 modifiers first coming about. So and each time you go up a tier on your gear in terms of the level of all of the modifiers, it's a pretty big increase, like 25 to 50% more damage depending on what you're looking at. And so if you like don't have a good piece of gear from the campaign, surely switching it out from all tier 4 is pretty big. Going up to tier 3, also pretty big. Tier 2 though is kind of like a nice watershed moment for a lot of builds. Getting like full tier 2 gear is going to help you out tremendously. Now when we look at the actual crafting cost tier 2, you'll notice that on this low tier gear we're going to be using fine embers and flame sand, one of each. And if we go to advanced affix, it's just pretty much triple the cost. If you are going to try to craft on something, especially like later in the game, Advanced affixes cost triple as much. So if you can like find a base that already has the advanced affix that you want, or both advanced affixes you want, because you can only have 2 on any given item, this will save you a little bit of money. But this tier is really quite good to craft on because it is so cheap. If we go up the next tier here, so I have this is 76, and we go and we click, we can see now we are using precious embers. And these are significantly more expensive to use, especially if you like need to trade for them.
Flame too.
And so like if you don't use your fine embers early on, they're going to be kind of wasted.
So this is also like an important thing. I'm pretty sure I'll talk about this in a second, but in the path of progression, there is always a thing that you need to do to use the fine embers. So what ends up happening to me a lot is I get stuck on that piece of path of progression, and then I cannot proceed without going and getting a low tier piece of gear and using the embers that are already sitting in my inventory. Worst ads time ever. Happens, man. I mean, you could be watching on Kick and there's no ads. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, no ads on YouTube, no ads on Kick. So yeah, just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there. Yo, Kinetics, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Where was I? I'm just gonna wait while these guys are cooking here. So yeah, this is kind of important to know, especially early on. Like this is something I need to like mentally think about. Kinetics though, thanks for the prime. I do appreciate that. I appreciate you giving me Jeff Bezos' money. The elixir calc too. There's an elixir calc? Why didn't anybody tell me? Hi Schmeeglies, how you doing, dude? Yeah, so these are basically the breakpoints here. So yeah, if you aren't crafting at least one piece of tier 4 gear, you're probably making a mistake. And so one of the things you want to be looking out for is like, what are the pieces of gear that you get from the campaign that suck that you can replace with high energy? And especially like if you don't get a chest armor that's really good from the campaign, you want something that has high energy. And what's high energy? If we go here, oh, like tier 3 actually. This is the power train. I like how I just leave slam on enemies and they die. Okay, so do you plan on farming creation engines? Yeah, I think creation engines are the new thing. So here, hi Spin Goal. So if we go here to gear empowerment, hi Itchy. We can see that this goes up to 68 energy, right? And what level is this? So this is like a level 70 chest. Maybe we should grab some other pieces there. Is that whole zone level 70? It was. I mean, I personally don't like Black Sail all that much in the first place, so yeah. I also feel like there's not really too much point of farming Black Sail early on if you're looking for like good memories for the mechanic, because well, they just kind of won't drop. I feel like the system could be better. So let's imagine like you drop a weapon or a chest armor that has 42 energy. Now, obviously this scales up. So it was like what, 68 on a level 70 and so on and so forth. The lunar resources for blind affects on hero memories creation engine only. That's not true. I don't know where you got that information. If this is Lunaria gameplay spin, you're spreading misinfo. The things that you get from the curation engine are going to be the elixirs. There's elixir cards and other stuff. So yeah, Lunaria gameplay. And like, if you stop and think about it for just 1 second, I mean, Andre did not really do a good job of explaining this in the thing, but I'm pretty sure he's just given a script that he has to translate. So it does make sense. But basically, I was told in the league reveal, the whole season is a moon-themed season, and this is a moon-themed crafting thing. We're the best mappers. Just play whatever build I'm going to play, and yeah, you'll have a great time. Can I explain what energy is and does? Have you played the game before? It's the things that like power your like support slots. Oh, if I fucking slept on my arm weird or something, it just kind of fucking hurts. Not since season 1. Gotcha. So basically, as you're finishing up the campaign, you're going to start finding gear that has energy on it, like this, for example. And when you equip it, it will increase your energy pool, which is behind the ARPG timeline thing up here. And the more energy you have, the more support slots you can buy on stuff. And some of these are going to require you to just have energy just to unlock them in the first place. I would highly recommend Taxes that you go and you just do a like couple hour run in the game currently, because you're going to get stuff from Path of Progression. You're going to get other stuff, and you kind of familiarize yourself with the game a little bit, because they have drastically changed crafting. But I'm probably not going to sit here and go through all of the changes since the start of the game. All right, anything else, Don? Because you're not going to be able to craft with them anyways later into the game, so might as well just blow them on some nice, tier 4 gear to like replace like maybe rings or upgrade your weapon as you're getting into just playing through the nether realm. Yeah, upgrading your weapons. And you notice that this is 1 and 5 here on the sand. If we go up to the next tier here, so this is 82, so this will be tier 2 modifiers. We're still at 1 and 5. So getting tier 3 gear is not really nearly as important as going and getting tier 2. It's pretty much going to be the same cost. And so you might just like, if you have something that is pretty okay, it is okay to kind of skip tier 3 gear and go for like all tier 2. Now, tier 1 gear is going to be significantly more expensive. They're actually cutting down the Ember price for this upcoming season by 50%, but it's still going to start costing you Flame Elementium. And Flame Elementium is the like core currency of the game. Practically everything is priced in Flame Elementium. And so having to use it to just craft and have a 3% chance of hitting a tier 1 mod that you're looking for is not really super great odds. So getting to tier 2 gear first is super important. I cannot stress this enough. This is one of the things I see so many people mess up is they try to go from like garbage campaign gear to tier 1 gear all in one go. And that's not really how the game works. You're going to have a much better experience if you are slowly progressing your gear up, like getting everything tier 2, and then like upgrading your weapon to tier. So yeah, do I talk about anything else here? More and more drops. We did talk about as you progress through the time marks, you start unlocking more and more drops and bonuses. But at time mark 5 is when Flame Elementium. Okay, I don't talk about this part. So what build do you play to prepare for the new season? I went and did a chromatic shot run yesterday on Theo 1 where I like shipped myself chromatic shot and all the supports I would use. Hopefully they'll rework Vorax. It probably won't happen. So time mark 1 is 58 to 62. Time mark 2 is 63 to 67. So do you guys know how to determine what level the map is going to be before you open it up? Ba, 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 da, 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 da. $76 to $78. Time mark 6 is 79 to 81. Time mark 7 is 82 to 83. Time mark 8 is 86. Profound. Oh, so it's 7, 8. Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, so these are basically the breakpoints here. So you can get tier 4 stuff starting in time mark 3, right? So really, as you start to kill stuff in time mark 3 is when you really want to like start considering crafting stuff. And then in time mark 5, you get tier 3 crafts. I probably wouldn't craft anything in time mark 3. Because like we said before, it costs us precious. And that's the same cost as tier 2, which you get in time mark 7. So I would only craft tier 3 stuff in a situation where it is very dire, like I'm suffering or something else. So these are really kind of the breakpoints for you. Time mark 3, keep an eye out for items, especially items that have big energy. And you know, sometimes it's okay just like replace your chest with a chest that has like perfect energy. And like it doesn't really have any other good mods per se, because that gives you the ability to like add more supports, maybe add more auras even. And yeah, it can be pretty impactful. And another thing to note is that you want to reach a 6 link as soon as possible. Like a 6 link skill here gives you 4% bonus experience. And so it's pretty big. And in order to do that, you need a total of 25, 75, 175 energy to put into this, taking all the other points out, right? You remember correctly, the best time to craft before 85 is 81. You're completely fucking wrong. Nope. You want to craft tier 2s. 81s can't be tier 2s. Cannot be. it costs 5 times the precious as on when you go to tier 1s in Time Mark 8. So it's 1 precious, 5 flames in for tier 3 and tier 2. They have the same cost. Yeah, I should probably talk about that in like a video or something. Maybe we'll do this video, then we'll do a tips video. We have been distracted, apparently. Constantly and infinitely always on a tangent. Where's the video? Here it is. A gear progression guide might not be the worst. Oh, yeah. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. So we can see that there's like this little resource here. I mean, I can't tell, like, so I'm assuming it's because this is red that it's always the same resource here. So we have the different types of dust. So we have crude dust. We have luminous dust. We have flawless dust. Give me tips on which mech is best early to late. Kind of depends on like how quickly you get through the season. Generally, early game, I think the most overpowered mechanic that you can do from, I think, whenever you unlock it, Time Mark 5, I think, is, it's going to surprise you, God of War. Putting 15 points into God of War is quite possibly one of the best things you can do for your progression early game that a lot of people skip for some reason. And the reason for that is because it just makes you way stronger, right? So you can see the stuff you unlock, right? So you unlock God of War at Time Mark 5. In God of War, I don't know if it tells you what this does. Granting skill area, movement speed, and projectile quantity, right? And so very frequently you can activate this and it cuts down your mapping time by a significant percentage. And one of the stats that you kind of like want to care about is your efficiency and your like profit per hour, if you would. And when you're going from like time mark 1 through 7, you're not really like making very much money from mechanics, right? This is kind of like a low efficiency time period. I'm like covering over this. Whee! Let's get myself some more blackboard to write on. So early game, the like, if you consider this as like your entire season, right? For the most part, your like time mark 1 through 7 time is probably going to be like that, right? Maybe for some people, a couple of hours. Maybe this is like a full day for some people. And the thing is that the faster you get to time mark 7, the faster you kind of start making okay money. Like in time mark 5, you might drop like 1 FE every couple of maps. In time mark 6, you might drop 1 FE like every 3rd map or something. In time mark 7, you're probably dropping 1 FE every map. And the difficulty between these maps is not very different. And so just it makes sense to try to get to this as fast as you possibly can. Even if you're like doing boss rushing and stuff like that, where you're like doing the shortest things, right? So maybe this is like 1 out of every 4. This is like 1 out of every 3. And this is like 1 out of every 1, right? And then when you get to time mark 8, that's where you really feel like you're actually making like more than like a couple of 1 or 2 FE. I skipped God of War last season until time mark 7 and regretted it. So it is really powerful, because what this does is it just eliminates time spent here. And if you're adding other mechanics, like every other mechanic that you can add on the void chart kind of extends the amount of time you're in there, unless you're going pure commodities. Like if you're adding Sandlord, this is adding time in which you're in the map. If you're adding Black Sail, this is adding time which you're in the map. If you're adding Cube, rolling the fucking slot machine is time you're in the map. Granted, it's not much time early on, but it is time. Goddess of Hunting makes the boss a little bit harder. This could make it significantly longer. Also, you're like interacting with the statue and like maybe like having to pick something. That's a few seconds there. And like, let's say adding 5 seconds a map for 20 maps. It's like 100 seconds. That's like a whole minute gone. Not really that big of a deal, right? But the cube stuff could be a lot longer. Sometimes adding the Black Sail, for example, I think early on is a really big bait, because sometimes those cube interactions, or not cube, the Black Sail interactions can take like 20 seconds a map. So yeah, I mean, I think Mistville is probably pretty safe. Dark Surge is a little bit less safe. And obviously, I don't think you really want to add any of these early on. I mean, Dream is okay, but it's only okay. And when you have to actually go and do the Nightmare, it's going to take up a bunch of time. Canvas, I think, is maybe also okay, because like these nodes here are kind of free, but like taking these before, you know, time mark 8 anyways doesn't really make any sense. So, and like Clockwork doesn't make any sense early. God of Might, like are you going to be surviving God of Might on day 1? Probably not. God of Machines don't make me laugh. These guys are maybe okay as well, but they're a little bit scary. Like the best thing is to actually get this guy on your map, and this guy will just be one-shotting you on day 1. So a little bit spooky. So I think the best thing you put your points into is doing this. Yo, Earl, English man, for the 4 months in a row. What a stud. What a stud. Cube is like 5 minutes per map. Just looking at the cube interface. For some people, yeah. When you think Sand Pirate Dream is worth doing, 8? Yeah, I mean, I would probably, like, although it does slow you down, put like 5 points maybe if you have extra points into this. So it's not showing up every map. Nice Denji shirt. Thanks. I got this when I went to the Blizzard HQ. When I worked at Blizzard, yeah, when I there was like this mall that had a shop that had like a whole bunch of anime shirts, and we just bought a whole bunch of stuff. But like putting the first 5 points in here because a lot of the Sandlord stuff does take time to cook. And if you don't have it, you're kind of like just waiting for it to proc. And so just kind of getting it started in the very beginning is kind of okay. I think very early on, Sandlord is not very bad. You kind of just need to be efficient at interacting with everything. But also, if you just wait to do Sandlord too until you're like Time Mark 8, you're probably gonna be fine. You're probably gonna be fine. At the chest of the android. Okay, so we got really distracted. Chat, no more distracting me, okay? No more distraction. Oh, I will be interested in seeing if new Vorax is worth doing early on. What's going on? I think Gemma 2 in upcoming league. I don't think she's any better than like Thea. Hi Paul, you cup, how you doing? New Vorax? I mean, new Vorax should maybe be good. I think it really just kind of depends on what's left with Vorax. Because aren't Sully's sutures getting basically removed? They're not going to really be in the game anymore. What's the name of this resource? What were the organs thing called? Yeah, so we don't know if the tier 2 organ stuff will stick around. I will probably set up one of my trees to do Vorax just to see how it feels early on in Time Mark 7. And actually one of the nice things about how we've gotten distracted again, by the way, chat. The way we'll see if it works. So put the Vorax on, right? Oh. I missed this line. 100%. Oh, higher. I thought it was 100% chance. I didn't see the higher. So double scavenger odds. I thought that was 100%. I was like, every fucking zone, bruh. Wait, do I need to take both sides? It's a syringe. It is. Why is it this node? 10% chance for groups of Vorax, and this says 20% chance for one group. You thought it was a dagger for some reason? Yeah, so I'm just go bing, 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 and then just have that on for like a few maps in Time Mark 7. See how quickly we can fill it up, because there are some things that are incredibly strong early on. Is Vorax infected different? And they both say Borax infected. And what would be some good stuff for us? All right, I'm not going to get distracted with that. We're going to come back to that. Let's talk about that later. Okay, so crude lunar dust has no information on it. Luminous lunar dust is consumed performing a half moon revival on an epic hero memory. This says rare hero memory. So we're probably not actually going to be getting this stuff until time mark 7, right?
Hello there.
Yo, Jeff, what's going on, man? I really do kind of wonder how multi-streaming is going to work out. I do kind of wonder. I think that you'll see a lot of TLI content creators, by the way, multi-streaming on YouTube this season. The automation for the season mechanic will start dropping from time mark 1. Nice. I guess we need the dot pets for dot play. You don't need any pack spirits to really play almost any build. I would say Iris 2 is maybe one of the builds where you kind of like need a pack spirit, which oddly enough didn't even come out with her. But for the most part, you can play any build without having any of the legendary pack spirits. In fact, most of the time, like before last year's season, I never really swiped on battle pack spirits. Why is that? Because they don't give you like a mechanic. Reap source, though. I mean, there's other sources of reap. That's like saying additional damage source. There's other sources of additional damage in the game. You don't need to have legendary pack spirits to, you know, play the game. So I'm going to guess that this is probably time mark 7. And you're not going to get this until profound. Because, like, do you even get red memories in time mark 8? Is there no way to sort by item level? Like 86 is the lowest we see, which if we recall is time mark 8. So you can get these in time mark 8. So I guess that maybe it would make more sense though if it was broken up like this. I don't know, Greedy. I don't really play damage over time. The build will be fine. Damage over time, very, very strong. They added new stuff for you. Maybe from Pirate Boss? Yeah, maybe from the boss, yeah. If I need to... Hold on. I'm going to close some tabs here real quick. All right, that's 5 tabs closed there. How many tabs is this here, chat? I'm going to close this one. We got another 5 tabs here. Another 5er right there. Oh, another 5er over here. We're gonna keep that open and that open. I paid for 64 gigabytes of RAM. Technically, I got this computer for free, so I did not pay for this. It was a gift from a very generous human being. Here's another 4. It was pretty funny. I was talking to them. I was like, so we only have SSDs on this, but I've heard that SSDs are not a really good thing to put your like recorded video on, which could be pretty bad. And he was just like, well, if you have any issues, we'll just get you more drives. I was like, bruh, so based. Blue fence for You can re-roll. I think you can only re-roll this one time. One time. One opportunity. One moment. Oh, so I see what Lunar Ring does. So what Lunar Ring does is it adds new special random affixes, but I don't think this actually adds them. Yeah, so you can see unlock special random. So I'm gonna bet you can re-roll it. Can it run GTA 6? I don't know. It's not 2023, not 2030 yet, right? When's GTA actually coming out? Is it 2030? 2032, right? 2034. Guys, what if the reason GTA 6 keeps getting delayed is because of time travelers? They keep coming back in time because GTA 6 wasn't good. And they keep getting it pushed back. They're like, yo, so we're just here to like help out a little bit. There's some stuff we need to fix and add. I don't know where I can see this. Docs. Stats. Okay, so surprisingly, we're only using 2% of our CPU on OBS. That is wild. Stream information? That's also not what we're looking for. Twitch stats? Does this have my ads? Twitch activity feed. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Filter. I'm gonna turn off followers here. Nice. They're adding political memes every time a new one presents, but nowadays they appear so often the devs are not fast enough. Did you guys hear that the Onion laid off a ton of writers because they weren't able to make anything as weird as what's going on? They're like, welp. You're just not cutting it. Yeah, they almost came into a real site. I forget what it was. I saw something where it was like, I think it was The Boys or something. They were like, we wrote something into our script that we thought was really ridiculous, and it had already happened before the show went live. It was like, well, fuck. At some point, you just wake up, you're not a satirical journalist, you're just a regular journalist. It's like that that one movie where the guy can like wave his hand and like whatever happens, they're like, is this what's happening? Okay, so I think that these are going to be pretty important. Bruce Almighty. No, there's like some British movie. I always see clips of it. Movie where guy waves hand and stuff happens. Absolutely anything is what it's called. Simon Pegg, yeah. Okay, so I think these are going to be important because I think when you go and you use the moon thing, this is like the first thing you kind of unlock. And so the crafting method for this might be normally when you're looking at hero memories, what is the process, right? So you get the hero memory and it has like 2 stats on it that are good and the main stat that you want, right? So it has main stat and then fixed stat and then a second fixed stat. And so you typically will craft on it if at least the main stat is good early on, and then later on, like you want, good fixed stats as well, right? And so you level it up and then you start rolling everything, right? But what's going to happen now in the new moon system is you're going to find something that has main stat, fixed stat also good, and then you're going to moon it, right? Are people memeing or most people going to rush armor stack on the new character? Let's find out. It is decidedly so. There we go, man. So yeah, you're gonna have this, right? And before you level this up, I think that you're probably gonna smack it with this thing, right? Because did they show the lowest level of this? I can't remember. I know they showed the highest level. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that here on the purple ones, you're just going to immediately smack it. You use the moon. And then it'll give you random rolls for stuff that you might want. And some of these mods are actually pretty good, but you might not care about all of these. But you're going to get stuff like penetration. This is more damage. Armor penetration, also more damage. Max res, this is, more defense. Aura effect, this is more damage. Sealed mana comp, maybe not really good for some builds. Block ratio, not very good. Additional evasion on spell damage, probably not very good for most people. Armor effective rate, probably not very good for most people. Warcry effect, probably not good for most people. Converts incoming damage to other stuff, that could be good for defenses. Chance to inflict damaging ailments, Berry absorption, Magi, Command, Elixir skill effect, Frostbite, Mind over Matter, and Injury buffer. So I think unless you're looking for like Elixir effect, you're probably, oh, these are gonna have crafting order now, aren't they? Yeah. If you're looking for any of those things that are on the list, you're going to moon before leveling. Otherwise, if you don't want any of this, which is crazy to think because, you know, these have, what are the weights on this? You know, these have actual like more damage done. Just gonna refresh this page. Like pretty much for every build, for the most part, this is more damage on one of your hero mods. So you're probably going to moon before you craft them up, so you have a chance to get these. Does that make sense? Yeah, hey new, have you gone to the in-game shop where it's like this thing? Pack Spirit shop, and then right underneath where I am, there's an insignia exchange. It'll redeem all of your extra insignias for Insight Essence. What do you think, Itchy, if I have level 6 of the main Pack Spirit? He's so cute. Yeah, so for to understand, this won't bind it to you. This won't bind it to you. Only Flawless will bind it to you. Didn't I have 6 shell? I have like 6 of everything. What is weight? This means how likely is that to happen? Yeah, hero members are going to be more expensive. We're hoping that they drop more. God damn it. I hate how they just make noise nonstop. I need a lock. Or where's the bind symbol? If anything that is bound to me. I'm probably gonna watch through the interview later. Okay, so I think that these will, this is pretty much how it's going to work. You're going to have, see if there's enough space here. Okay, I'm not able to sit here. I put it like here instead. Hi, Relic. What's going on, my dude? Yo, Rena. What's going on? You can talk. It's kind of crazy having 3 different chats going at the same time. We got YouTube chat, we got Twitch chat, we have a few people over on Kick. Should you get each memory type of each rarity? Lord knows people are stupid. Should you get each memory type of each rarity? So I think early on you're gonna definitely have blue memories, right? And then very frequently I'll go to purple. I prefer multi-stream for season views. I've been meaning to multi-stream on all the platforms for a while. Maybe not YouTube as much, because YouTube is a little bit more of a pain. But from what I understand, Kick actually pays pretty darn well. And, you know, it'd be nice to, like, you know, pay the bills. I don't know, where, like, I do not like mind control. I'm not really a good person to talk to about that. We could talk to Shady Broker. You know, maybe get healthcare and, like, new glasses this year. That'd be nice. Have on each chair, so that most people realize that each one's usable for each rarity. That's just us. I'll say that. I don't need to have a visual for that. Yeah, I don't like mind control characters. I really don't like the damage over time stuff in this game. It's not really my bag. It's not my bag, baby. Is the tier list actual? Actual what? Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people chroma shotting, but I think there's a lot of people who are gonna drop off of chroma shotting as well. Yeah, I probably shouldn't show that. I don't know if I can show that on YouTube actually. Don't get me in trouble, chat. Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to like pop out of my presentation to show these. No, you will be able to automate the stuff. You know what you're gonna play? Just follow my guide. We're gonna play Sage. I mean, I don't think mind control got really nerfed except for repurification, so you can try doing a run without repurification and see how it feels. Yeah, so basically how this works is I think when you get to a orange memory, you're just gonna take the memory and you're gonna smack it, and if it doesn't hit wax and wane, you're probably just gonna get rid of it. Smack that on the floor, smack that. Give me some more. So your hero is a risk. Don't be a pussy. So New Moon is definitely a lunar ring, and then wax and wane. So my question is, does Half Moon Revival give you both of these? I did a stream with this yesterday, Rena, on Twitch. Go just in my VOD. You can see what I did. I understand that it's like really stressful to pick stuff and stuff out. New player, watch your guys' videos help me a lot. No problem, Relic. Any video in particular that helped you out? So one of my thoughts here is you can kind of see that Rising Moon has a different color. Armor stack is pretty dead now without that 25% damage defense to shield. Alright. No offense, Gooba, but did you play Armor Stacker? It's still here, too. What are you talking about? Bad Gooba, spreading misinfo. Also, you probably shouldn't say builds are dead if you haven't played them. Once you revive a hero memory, it's just done. Test on your old character, lowest roll 3% and still fine. If only Sage had a source of flat armor. Yeah, if only Sage had some flat armor, chat. Anybody have any clue how much flat armor you can get? You know, just the equivalent of the entirety of the shield. I swear to God, Magikarp, if you say that you dropped another angelic or an unholy, I'll be very impressed. They bricked your build? What'd they do? Classic Elias. Yeah, I mean, I see it's still here. So the thing that they could nerf is if they made this limit 1. And I honestly think there should be more legendary nodes that are like limit 4 or limit 3 or limit 2. It shouldn't be like you can stack 10 or you can have, you know, 1. That's a really big thing. Full defense got nerfed. Yeah, that's not what the patch notes say. That's not what this says it is. TLIDB does not agree. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Armor Stack could afford to hit a 50% nerf and probably would still survive. But yeah, I did not realize that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Ungroup. Armor Stack still fine. The fuck is this? Maybe rebuilding this in a different thing would have been smart. And somehow Armor Stack persisted. Delete erosion res stacking. Yeah. You can expect full defense from your tree right now and replace it with nothing, still be over 100 trillion. So yeah. They clocked mana stack needing a big nerf, but armor got nothing. They're both absurd. So I think that they view armor stacking as more of a, this is a premium build archetype for lots of characters, where mana stacking is basically just Rosa 2, right? Passion says nerf, TLIDB says it's not. Who do we believe? Don't know. Yeah, so armor stack is basic. So it's very similar. So back in the day, PoE used to have this thing where energy shield was supposed to be like the premium build archetype that you would like aspire to play on characters. And so for a very long time, that's kind of how ES was. But then it became easier and easier and easier to craft energy shield gear, and people became more efficient at the economy of making that stuff until like day one, you're switching to CI and just being a fucking god. And then what happened was the energy shield apocalypse, where they just nerfed like everything to do with energy shield in one season. And like nobody played energy shield builds in Harbinger League for the most part. It was very much more of a like tippity top thing. And so armor stacking very much follows into this type of category where you have a build that can be enjoyed by many different builds. It's like a true build archetype section. And so that's why I think it hasn't eaten as many nerfs, because it also like empowers you to play it with different flavors, with different characters. Ooh, I can try it with Erica 2, maybe we can try it with Erica 3, can try it on Moto over here. It allows you to play different stuff. Whereas when Rosa 2 can just like waltz into Supreme Showdown 21 and nobody else can do the mana stacking stuff, it just makes just Rosa 2 super strong. And when they made Rosa 2, they basically deleted this mana stacking thing that already existed. Like there were people who were playing mana stacking before Rosa 2, and they changed all of the legendaries around the archetype to fit shoehorn into Rosa 2's build to make her a god. And now they're like slowly dialing back the power level on that. And we even see that now Sage can mana stack. And I'm considering doing mana stacking Sage because she can do some builds that Rosa 2 can't do. And she can do some more interesting stuff, but it's a lot harder to do consume on Sage. So yeah. I read one, never get my specters drop because they're only profound or just don't drop at all. You need that, you need the profound node. So you need After Traveler 7. So it'll be, you know, Time Arc 8 probably. We on that life stacker type shit in PoE now. Yeah. Mana stacking spell casting will be interesting to see. I mean, you don't have to do spell casting though either. Would Moonstrike be okay? Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, Moonstrike, you need to automate it probably with the, what you call it, spell burst. Yeah, let's try to stay on topic here. So, Dust, the Time Mark 7 stuff pretty much just adds more mods to be rolled on the bottom here. And that's pretty much it. So I don't think these are going to bind. You can only have one of these. And then disco metal. I love this song, man. Will you play anything on stage and it'll work out in some way? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Okay, so we're not really sure exactly what this is going to do just yet. I really wish they had clicked through all of these. No, Relic is not removed. Relic moved over from YouTube. It's a very pretty skill. What are you gonna do? Doing stage without some semblance of plan can be bad time. Oh yeah, definitely. Also a Twitch fan. Let's go. Yeah, melee sage should be really good because she gets a lot of flat crit. A box. I need a box. A square. A square? A square. Need that. And I think this part is a maybe. Any idea what Carino 2 builds be good in the new season? No idea. With anything that's not Tango Chromatic Shot? Yeah, didn't you lose the shotgunning? Main launcher for... Sorry, if you're a Java programmer and this song gives you PTSD. I wonder if you have to level them up to revive them. Will Burning Shot Yuga 2 be okay without repurification? I would go talk to any of the people who have played that build. I know I featured it, but I did not play it myself. I think the real problem with Burning Shot is going to be the fact that, well, you need to basically completely rework a huge section of the build now because you can't Vorax Torturous Touch. Because that is removed from the pool. It's programmed in Java, now Claude Code does it for you. I wonder what happens if you put the lyrics of this song into Claude Code. The song's called Hello World.java, and the entire thing is like coding up a program. And it ends with null pointer exception. How long people play season? 3 to 5 weeks. Depends on the season. Ability and portability. I believe we're gonna get even more armor from our hero memory. Did elixir effect calc with Claude just to see if anything changed. It's still so bad. What Claude Code? Semicolon close brackets. I don't think I can ban you from this chat stream, Moto, but yeah. Moto Gooba. Which bandit? I'm probably gonna help Lord Flood. I think Lord Flood's probably the best bandit to help. I'm not positive though. I think that's gonna duplicate this. So you even have one game to play, no need to Netflix and chill. I mean, Hero Siege was pretty fun as well. Hero Siege was pretty good. How are they selecting this? Is it because they're putting this dropped in here and they can see how many they have? You try Hero Season level progression felt so bad. You shouldn't even follow a good build. We were playing TLI a while ago. The UX doesn't jive with you. It feels gacha and mobile-esque. Has improved at all. Yes. The UI is getting better every season. So this is going to be the last season. The passive tree looks like this. It has like a new thing that comes in. You can set up your inventory to look like this in screen settings. So if you do style 1, it looks like this, right? But if you do style 2, which is the one I prefer, it looks, you know, more like a traditional PC thing. The character selector also got an upgrade. The auction house got an upgrade. The end game stuff here got an upgrade in terms of appearance. The test run I2 and low reminds you how bad starting Iris to Erica 4 was, or Erica 3. You did something wrong there, man. Iris 2 is like super free. Made to endgame and negative desire to play the endgame. Using Claude right now to translate an entire build spreadsheet by cross-referencing CN TLIDB. Good lord. I can't wait till like next year, man, where like half the questions I field are because some AI gaming tool has been developed to help you with like every game that you play, and it's just completely fucking bricking people's builds. what's this game's closest in comparison to other ARPGs? This is PoE, but if PoE didn't decide to take half their dev team and shove it on PoE 2 so they can make a completely different game than what they promised, and they continue to aggressively add quality of life and focused on having a game where you're having fun as opposed to managing your like equipment and managing your, it's like PoE 1 light, and the light part isn't in the like build diversity or other stuff. It's in the amount of mental and physical labor you need to do in order to actually like play the game. So to give you an idea, like I go and I run a map just like I do in PoE. I come out of my portal, and the next step for me when I leave the map is to open another map, which is just going to it, clicking next, and then, oh, I haven't had the modifiers on here. We, click the modifiers on, it rolls the next like 4 maps for me here. And if I don't like the affixes, I can re-roll it easily. And then I just keep going. Whereas if I leave the map in PoE, it's like, okay, time to identify everything. Let's go to the identity merchant real quick. All right, click him. All right, now time to go to the merchant. Let's sell all our shit. Okay, now to hit stash tab, click all the fucking items again that I already had to click to pick up in the first place. All right, do I have a map ready to go in the next thing? Oh, fuck, I gotta craft a map real fast. Ooh, I don't have any maps of the tier I want. Let's go over to the merchant guy, buy some off of him. Other stuff. Okay. Oh, I don't have any chisels either. Gotta buy some chisels. All right, cool. Crafting up the maps. All right, ready to go. I have 10 maps. Meanwhile, in TLI, I've like finished 3 maps. Give you an idea, this stash right here, most people don't know this exists. Most people do not know that they have a box in town to interact with to store things. And I barely ever use this because you don't have to store stuff, because you have a huge item inventory. You have an inventory for your skills, so you don't necessarily need to take up the same spot. You have an inventory for your commodities, like your currencies all go in here. And only this little fucking prick, flame sand, makes it difficult because you get way too much of this eventually, but you can convert that down. And then you have a tab for all of your maps and other resources and divination cards and boxes and stuff. And so you don't need to touch your stash. Like, this is the only stash I touch most of the time, So yeah. And I honestly think, so here's the deal. When I first started playing TLI, the UI sucked. I did not like the UI. I think it sucks. The best thing you can do is you go here to graphics, you go to screen settings, set it to style 2, and then you go all the way to the bottom here, and you're going to scroll overall screen scaling all the way to the left. Because if it's on the right, everything looks a lot bigger. It feels a lot more mobile, right? So we're going to go here to screen settings. We just scroll out. Like, if it's even in the middle, I feel like for the most part, for me, it feels very big and mobile-y, right? So I'm just going to go all the way to the left, and it looks a lot more PC. But even if you don't like the UI, if you even don't like the story, even if you don't like the stuff, if you are an actual ARPG fan, like PoE, TLI, Last Epoch, Hero Siege, you really need to like play this game a little bit so that you can see some of the quality of life stuff and some of the like smoothness stuff that's in this game, so that you can advocate for that in the game that you are the like your number one game. And there's been plenty of people who have been like, I do not like the game, ew, it's kind of gross, and then after playing it are like, oh, okay, actually it's worth dealing with the shit UI. It's worth. Oh no, Magikarp. Get tuned in, find out. Lord of Destruction, Reaper of Souls. This other song I really like with these guys. This one and this one. That's what I said. I mean, I said it might have to do that. I don't want to have to do that. I like playing the new character very frequently. It just feels fun. No, Laser, we do not. She sounded super weak. I mean, early on, she sounded super weak. Then we did the math. I'm sure. Sold to you. Yeah, I mean, she might still be a little weak, but she gets really, 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 really strong. Like, I don't know, man. The idea that, like, if I actually go full to the hilt here, and let's say I'm armor stacker, right? Like, if I'm armor stacker with this setup, you might not, like, if I'm armor stacker, I really only care about one elixir, right? So, and that's my armor elixir. So I'm going to go like base trait level 5. I'm going to go and get like all of the stuff here that I possibly can. I'm going to re-roll my hero memory. This is actually probably a little bit easier than I thought it was going to be. I might not wear golden touch gloves, but you know, I probably would have the purple mods a little bit on my things as well. So I'd have the base existence, a pack spirit level 6, talents. Probably would use my inverse image here as well. Like try to get a god one if I could. Phantasm and Warlock I think will be relatively easy. Tailored Remedy, Legendary Slate, 4 there. Omni Belt all the way hooked up. Golden Touch gloves. This might be like on my Vorax. Golden Touch off. Vorax Witch Doctor off. Hero Memory, you know, rolled up. Trait, and level trait. We have a 17 times multiplier. We're getting 103%. 130,000 armor. That's crazy. Level 5 traits gonna get expensive, aspirational. How do you feel about that? It's definitely gonna be that. Offensive power has a lot of opportunity cost. I mean, this is the part that makes her feel like she's weak early. I mean, so I think if Thirst Tonic didn't exist, that she would be really doomed. But then on top of that, you can go and do Thirst Tonic here with any skill. So with this same setup, Thirst Tonic gives you crit cap and 949% multiplier. So you basically have the equivalent of like my entire character's basically increase. I love Hero Siege, but the HL grind, HL, is that always up? Yeah, you can have both of those potions up probably all the time. Stallone 667 67. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Was your name before 67 or after 67? Before? Are you gonna change your name? Or are you gonna keep it? Thank you much, man. Appreciate the Sabrina, especially with Prime. How do you automate the second elixir if it's automated with the gloves? Well, we have these things called activation mediums that allow you to automate a lot of stuff. And so we could go and use potentially like life, maybe energy shield, depending on like what we're doing here. Like if we're doing armor stacking, we can just do life and just reserve a shit ton of our life. It'd be pretty easy to do. We could also just do activation medium, perpetual motion. Perpetual motion could potentially be really, really good. Or like Demolisher, or Multi-Strike, or Spell Burst. Yo, Pressing Pickle, thank you for clicking that subscribe button and using your Twitch Prime on me. You gave me Jeff Bezos's money. I will buy pizza with it. Thank you. Depends on your pace, compare the market progression and what you're competing with. You'd kiss my forehead, Donnie. You'd kiss my forehead. Sure. My forehead is very smooth today, just like my brain. Yeah, so there's a lot of options. So yeah, you keep both of those up, right? Now, if I'm not playing Armor Stacker, I might not necessarily want to go and super duper sweat as much. But still 13% multi. Yo! Minion, thank you much, man, for the prime as well. The output ended up being super well done. GG AI. Yeah. Yeah, also remember, so hold up, backing up real quick, right? So with all of this stacking, so let's say that only elixirs we're running are thirst, and we're getting 130 armor, right? And mind you, this is level 20. So this could easily be like 6,500 potentially if there's higher levels to this, right? No, I think that Rosa 2 was probably more busted on launch. Rosa 2, I went up like 1,000 times damage in, 12 hours or something stupid. So you have Thirst, you have Crit Cap, you have like an entire build and then some increased damage amount. And then you also have 207% damage on crit or Diffuse Spore 241. And you are injury buffer capped. Or you're 100% fizz to random element. And I think a lot of people skip over this thing because, like, if you're running multiple elixirs, like you're running 4 of them, for example, right? So we're going to go take off Tailored Remedy. We're probably going to take off this and this. We're still at 8 times multiplier, right? Which is giving us way more than max res. Way more than max res, right? And we also are getting like a ton of fizz to element from this as well. It's pretty good. How do you manage recovering defense with double offensive elixir? If you're playing armor stacker, you don't need recovery. If you're playing armor stacker, you don't need defense. And if you're playing armor stacker, you can just play attack speed. Karina 3 Blazing Bullet is probably a viable starter. A lot of people did that before with Diego. You have 2 tonics? No, incorrect. You have 2 special tonics. You can have anywhere from 0 to 5, but really 4. It's if you're using Tailored Remedy that you're stuck in there. So you could literally have like, I could have Life Tonic cooking all times, just recuperating my life nonstop. I could have max res. I could have, physical damage converted to element almost entirely covered here as well. I could also have 8 projectiles with 165% movement speed in area. There's a lot of options. You need to like really stop thinking that you can only have 2. You need to start thinking outside the box. There's gonna be a lot of stuff. And this is like, if you haven't watched my whole like breakdown video about this, I would recommend it. Dora will not be here next season. It'll be Kong, and he won't be there until the 23rd. Unless there's a brand new one. Laser brother, you're being a little annoying. I know you're not trying to be, but I'm trying to tell you, you need to think outside the box. And yes, there are trade-offs. The Terry point of progression, you probably still just gonna have 2. Yeah, I think that, cause you basically have a 1 in 5 chance of getting these. I'm just gonna put a screenshot of them these. Yeah, you definitely knock out the spam flasks. All right, so hi everybody, Don the Crown here. I want to talk about the new league mechanic for Lunaria season, which is Hero Memory Revival. Yes, I have seen some people talking about that this is associated with the Curation engine stuff, but that is incorrect. The new Lunaria season mechanic for crafting is Hero Memory Revival. And while this works is basically you're going to be able to craft on your hero memories. You'll be able to have one moon empowered hero memory is what we'll call it, I guess, here, or revived hero memory. And these can have a whole bunch of different effects, from adding more affixes for you to roll on the random affixes, increasing the base stats of the hero memory. You know, they have at the top, like your life, energy shield, stuff like that, giving you advancing the level of your advanced fixed affixes, like your projectile speed, maybe critical strike chance and damage, and then adding brand new like implicit modifiers on these as well, which look really, really insane. Now, hopping right into it, there's going to be quite a bit of different things that you can do. I'm going to actually click through those there. Now, you notice that on the right-hand side of this UI, that there are chances for this to happen, and there are 3 different kind of like rarities to this. And so in the end game, this is probably going to be a very resource intensive crafting thing, as you are definitely not always going to get the thing that you want. And in fact, hitting like a god memory will be probably like a 2% chance where you get all 4 things activate. And I kind of hope that that number is not correct. That would be kind of rare, but it'll be very, very interesting to see like how people are crafting these for sale as well. I'm really hoping that there's just more hero memories dropping, maybe even from the mechanic, or just buffed up a little bit as well. This could be the type of thing that I expect to see maybe them to do like a early season patch where they increase hero memory drops. And so yeah, just kind of talk about this real quick. The main resource you're going to be using for the mechanic is this lunar dust, and lunar dust is basically used to craft on these, and depending on which tier hero memory you're trying to do determines which dust you're going to use, and it's also going to determine which options you can roll on there. So starting in time mark 7, you're going to start getting the crude lunar dust, which is basically for the purple memories. This can be for the memory origin, discipline, progress, all 3 types. It's just, I just did this visually so you can kind of see the different memories are all available. It's for all 3 types. And then this pretty much will just give you the very tippity top lineup here, which is giving you new modifiers for you to roll as your random modifiers. And this might not sound very great. Oh boy, I have the chance to go get something else. But some of these are like just straight up more damage or more defenses. So like elemental erosion resistance penetration or armor damage penetration. And yes, if you're playing an elemental or a non-physical build, armor still does reduce the damage that you do, and you do need armor damage mitigation penetration in a good build to min-max your damage. Aura effect is also very good. Sealed mana comp pretty much carried my build last season, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was good again. Block ratio, additional damage, additional evasion on spell damage. There's a whole host of these things, including even actually elixir effect. At the tippity top tier 0, you get 35% increased elixir effect, which is pretty big for the new Sage hero. So I can see that being a very common role to get. Unfortunately, you probably can't get the 2 of the same roles, but maybe you could get 2 moon mods at the same time, which would be pretty nice. Next up, for the orange tier kind of stuff, you're going to be able to get yourself some additional things here. Now, it's not really clear from what they've previewed all of the things that they can possibly get from this tier, but you can go and increase the base stats of your hero memory by 30%, which is really good. And then it's also potential chance that you'll be able to increase the rank of your fixed attributes by 1 rank, And these can now even go up to tier 0. Can oranges go to tier 1? So even on the orange ones, you could potentially maybe even go up to tier 0, which would be some additional damage or just additional stats as well, which is pretty nice. And this is definitely like a maybe thing. This is maybe something that's for the ultimate mods. But, you know, getting 30% more of like your main stat or of your energy shield or of your life or even movement speed is probably going to be pretty popular. Then for the final tier of this, you'll be able to, you know, also increase 30% of the base, add a special revived affix, which we'll talk about in a second, and then also upgrade the, you know, fixed and add the random mods. And these revived affixes are pretty much going to be super crazy. They are definitely build and gameplay impactful, and there's kind of 2 different versions of this. I didn't add this slide. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are going to be a little upset about how random this is. It kind of feels like they're reintroducing randomness into their crafting. I wonder if these become bound if you don't use the resource. Like, do they only become bound if you use the resource? That would make them a lot better. Yeah, China, there's just so many people in China that are playing the game compared to NA. NA or EU. Hello, corporate. Last week, town hall, positive, huge growth, great things to come. Today, email advising layoff of 3,000 employees. Dude, fuck that shit, dude. I used to work for I used to work for a staffing company that starts with a Rand, if you know who I'm talking about. And we worked for this investment company that started with Van, if you know who I'm talking about. And they like sat us down. They're like, you guys are doing great. Absolutely incredible. We're loving it. We're considering, you know, extending the contract to all of you guys to be permanent and to like go and hire everybody. And then they fired half of us the very next day. The very next day, they fired half of the fucking team. I remember getting a fucking call while I was like out with a friend, and they were like, hi Don, how's it going? Well, thank you much for picking up. Just, I don't want to interrupt your weekend. I just want to let you know that you don't need to come in on Monday because we're canceling your contract. And what we're going to need for you to get all of the resources, all of the stuff that you left on your workstation, we will mail that to you after you mail us your key and your badge and everything else. And I was like, bro, why not just fire me in person so I can collect my own stuff and I can also like give you the shit? Why do I have to pay to mail you my shit? And I was like, look, I'm not mailing you anything. I'll come down to the office and I'll grab the box of whatever I have. But I'm not mailing you anything. How's the rest of my weekend? It was all right. It was annoying. I was pretty pissed. It was a horrible job though, so I wasn't overly tore up. I basically had to like drive on like the worst stretch of highway in Pennsylvania in order to make it to work, and like I'm talking like bumper to bumper traffic at 65 to 80 miles per hour, where like the amount of distance between you and the next car is not enough if anything happens. Very, very stressful part of highway. And it was the type of job where like you had to get there like way early so that you could make sure that your computer and your phone and stuff were all logged in. It's really annoying. You just like wear a suit and tie every single day, even though we never saw any clients. I can't remember. Wrestling Pickle. What would be a good build for free to play? I don't know. Maybe Erica 1. BM Legolas's Erica 1. Pretty popular build. There's a lot of builds though that can potentially be good. Okay, and so the other part here for the revived affix that we can get is we can get some special modifiers. Now these aren't the entire list of these, but there are quite a few. So stuff like elixir skills gain charging progress and elixir skill effect if there is at least one empty active slots. And you can also get aura effect if you have empty passive slots, which is pretty crazy. You can go and get, I'm gonna put this in the middle. You could also potentially get like Origin of Spirit Magus effect there. Holy. Yo, Nephilim, thanks for the gifty subs, my dude. Yakuzi, Sabra, Midnight, Big Rungi, Pudry, Chirag Destodes, Kuso Trevor, Danielle Hell, Donale, QB1 Junkie. Thank you much, man. Really appreciate that. Gemma 2 would be good, free to play. Tessa No Pestis League starter. She's pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, Gemma 2 is okay. I think that Theo 1 is better. Mind Control is really good build as well. Bald tag. 1 second, checking thing here. Glorp not L dodged. Let's go. He's using it. He's not losing it. So that's pretty much the dust thing there. And we can kind of see from this particular screenshot that there's 3 different types of crafting for these. So we don't necessarily know like what the actual breakpoint or cost for these are, but we can kind of see that there's like dust and hero resources. And this hero resource thing, basically how it works is that if you put one in, you have a 20% chance to hit it, at least from the preview here. And these can give you some really powerful modifiers per hero. And so obviously it's just not going to be random. You have to like target blast your own hero's thing, which is very nice because it'd be pretty annoying to like be crafting something for Sage and then to get like Rayhan 1 your modifier, but I think these are going to be very game breaking. You can see all of these on the patch notes. Stuff for like Sage that I'm kind of looking forward to is the fact that you make it so your scent bottles apply the effects of unselected ingredients, and then the selected ingredients don't take effect. So instead of getting one option out of 3, you're getting 2 options out of 3, which is very powerful. Or you can get 150% increased effect of the ingredients applied by the basic scent bottle. I don't really feel like this is super good in the end game, because this is probably going to create a situation where you're over capping the defense side for sure. Because like even with league starting kind of defensive level, you're already at like 35% injury buffer or 35% damage to mana before life. And so I think like pushing that over is probably going to be really crazy. But of course that would give you way more damage, which is pretty nice. I don't know, Okor, ask me in like a week. And that's pretty much how this thing works. In order to drop all of these resources is 100% going to be farming. How many of this is here? Is going to be farming the new season mechanic, which is, just something you're probably going to see right off the bat. Like all of these are specific to the classes, right? See, the problem with these is that I feel like unless these are super fucking rare, that these are going to be worth nothing. Right? Because the number of hero memories you're going to want to use them on is the limiting factor. Yo, Nephilim, thank you much, my dude. Appreciate ya. Because you need to use a hero memory and the... He's getting sponsored. Hyper Train. Fresh meat. Your only friend. Thank you much, my dude. Appreciate ya. Thanks for the prime. I do appreciate that. So you need the lunar phase material, right? To make an attempt at this. And so I have a feeling that this is going to be a lot easier to farm compared to hero memories that you actually want to use it on. Because like, it's going to be very specific, like red memories with a stat I want. But this is actually a buff for Chromatic Shot, because Chromatic Shot has 3 times as many origin memories as most other builds, because instead of just doing strength or dexterity, you're also doing potentially intelligence. What the heck is a hype train? It's a Twitch thing. And you get unlockable emotes for anybody who takes part in it. It's the thing at the top here. So like the more people sub, the more the hype train goes, the more unlockable emotes are potential there. I can't believe this is still an emote, not gonna lie. Should I celebrate? Neuro Jam, Evil Jam. Wait, are these all Neuro Senpai on the top? Damn, she they did some crazy work up there. Some crazy work. Which made absolutely insane. I mean, yeah, stacking stats is nice, but it's not in truth isn't all stats, right? Truth is just one random stat. It does mean that, you can take any truth, which is very powerful. But, I mean, I guess levels are still fine. Auction house looks so good. I think something auction house looks good. This looks bad. Like, I feel like truth here feels like it's behind a smoke screen. It doesn't sit on top of it. Yeah, stats are just a bucket at the end of the day. I do think that Void Embankment will probably be a very powerful early game item, though. It'll be back to being like desired. This last season was like 1 FE. Were all the characters' looks improved? No, just Thea 1 and Erica 1 supposedly got improved, but people are hating on it. Is FE a common drop? It's the primary. It's the primary trade resource. It's like Chaos Orbs and PoE, I guess. Hmm. Any scenario where you don't cap elixir when you want more than 2 elixirs? Okay, so crafting order. I think I'm just going to leave this as a thing and just talk about it. Hyper Chesto. I got a new emote chat. Show me your emotes if you got one. Thank you for the hyper train. Hey, what does that emote work? The other emotes don't work. I think Elixir would be standard 4th active ability. No. There'll probably be a lot of people who don't have Elixir. I don't think the Elixirs are really all that good unless you're actually scaling them. Probably rather have an empowered defense mod. Or curse. Hmm. What carries over to a season as far as earned currencies? There's a lot of things that carry over, but not your flame elementium. Not anything you find in your currency tab. it's a buff to traveler farming. It kind of is. Time for Mike One Up to make more videos about AFKing it. We don't have a league starter guide yet. That's something I'm working on. All right, let's make a little video here. Kind of a little cold. Hello everyone, Don the Crown here, and today I want to talk about the new crafting that is going to be happening in the upcoming Lunaria season, because I've seen a lot of weird information floating around about this, but it's been called Hero Memory Revival, and this is just a really interesting kind of crafting system. You're basically going to be able to take one of your hero memories to the next level and just really bump it up a whole bunch. Now, we don't necessarily know everything there is to know about this particular... Okay, I need to redo that. Need water first. Need water. I love how, like, when I start doing YouTube, I use like a different part of my voice, I guess. I like talk a little more serious and all that stuff. And so I just like mess up my voice sometimes. Hello everyone, Don the Crown here, and today I want to talk about the new crafting that's going to be happening in the upcoming Lunaria season, and that is what is called Hero Memory Revival. I wanted to make a video talking about this because I do feel like there's a lot of like weird information floating around, and I'm just very excited for this because I think it has a lot of potential to really crack open the game. It might be a little bit annoying too, but it might cause some market opportunities for people to farm stuff like Black Sail a whole bunch, which should be kind of good. So starting off right off the bat, we don't necessarily know everything about this, but it does have the ability to do a couple different interesting things. But it looks like you'll be able to like do some sort of crafting with this. This will probably either be added to NPC or by just like right clicking on the resource that you get from the seasonal mechanic in your inventory. This panel will probably pop up to do renewed memory crafting. It's also potential that like when you craft on a memory, you'll be able to go into this menu as well from there. But we can see the kind of different stuff that we can get. There's like new special random affixes. You can increase the base stat of your values. You can go increase the advanced fixed affixes, or you can get a special young moon mod. We're going to talk about all of these real quick. So you can kind of just see like some of the UI here. And one of the things right off the bat that you want to talk about is the fact that on the left side here, there's new moon, half moon, and full moon revival. So there are 3 different tiers to this in terms of the resources you're going to need and what you can craft on. And the resources we're going to be using here are what's called dust. So this is crude lunar dust, luminous lunar dust, and flawless lunar dust. And if you can't tell, this is all moon related, and that is because this is coming from Lunaria gameplay exclusives. This is not from the new creation engine or really anything else. I've seen some people talking about this. This is specifically from the new season, the moon related mechanic. So yeah. And if we read these here, we can see that these are used at different tiers. So the crude dust here is used to perform memory revival on a hero memory and is consumed when performing new moon revival on a rare hero memory. And then luminous here says that it's used to create hero memory, a memory revival on a hero memory as well. It's also consumed when performing half moon revival on an epic hero memory. And if we go back here real quick, we can see new moon, half moon, full moon. So this means that the purple is for the new moon, orange for the half moon, and then the red here is for full moon revival on an ultimate hero memory. Now I'll put a little lock symbol here because this one they did say that this has a chance to lock it to your character, so you wouldn't be able to trade it. So this is like very much like super end game crafting kind of stuff. But pretty much you'll be able to get some special effects from doing all of these different crafting. Starting off here in Time Mark 7 with the Crude Lunar Dust, you're going to be able to add additional affixes onto the memory that can be rolled. Now, whether or not you can put this in before leveling it up and then level it up to get these mods, or you have to already have it level up, I don't really know exactly how that's going to work, but you are going to be able to get some really, really powerful random mods. And these are the mods that are on the bottom part of the hero memory, the ones you have to roll around with the threads. And so some of these here, like elemental and erosion penetration, it's more damage. Armor damage penetration or armor damage mitigation penetration is also more damage. You're playing a hit build that is not physical. You do also still need like 30% armor penetration in order to kind of like max out your damage there. You can obviously get more and it's still good. Max res is also good. Aura effect is good. Sealed mana comp. There's a whole host of these things on TLIDB. I'm not going to go through all of them, but some of them are really, really good. There's even elixir effect, and that goes up to 35%. If you watched my Sage video, 35% elixir effect is going to be pretty big, and it does seem like it'll be relatively like easy maybe to kind of get it compared to what I originally thought. And I'm kind of hoping that when you hit this, it adds all of these mods to the potential pool and not just like some of them at a random assortment. That would be rather annoying to have to go and see. But I kind of doubt that that's how it would work. I'm just going to add a whole bunch of mods to the pool for this particular memory. Now you can only have one of these memories active at a time, so you're not going to be able to stack up a whole bunch of penetration or a whole bunch of aura effect on all three of your memories. But this makes it a lot better for sure, and makes this more of a piece of gear that you like replace a little bit later on, as opposed to being something you like just hold on for like an hour or something early on in the game and then replace as soon as you can get any orange memory. Then next up here, oh, I don't know what that does. What did I just press? What did I do? What? Get the heck out of here, Brett. Okay, I muted it off. So moving on to the next thing here with the orange memory, there are a couple of things that we could get here. The thing we know for sure is that you're definitely going to be able to increase the base stats of your hero memory. Granted, there is a chance for this to succeed, and maybe not a 100%, but you're basically be able to get like more juice from your hero memory, which is always good. Like more life, more main stat, more energy shield, all kind of good stuff to do. And possibility that this tier will be the tier where you can level up the fixed traits. So as you can see here, we have like tier 0 mods on this red hero memory. The orange hero memories can also have tier 1 mods. So you can potentially have very, very powerful fixed attributes here, which would be very, very good. And then lastly, in Profound, and these are probably going to drop in Time Mark 8, because that's about the time hero memories start dropping for that. And you can even drop some red hero memories in Time Mark 8 as well. But I kind of feel like the flawless lunar dust won't start dropping until you're actually in Profound. And what this is going to do is going to, give you the same random stats that you can roll. It's also going to have a chance to increase the base affixes. It's going to have a chance to upgrade the fixed affixes. And it's going to give you the option to get a revived affix. And a lot of these are really ridiculous. And this is like where the, randomness and power is really going to come from. Because when you're doing this crafting, from what they've said, it is a one and done. You have one shot with this, and then you cannot revive it again, which I don't really like. I would prefer to be able to re-roll these, because it kind of feels like you're going to be able to blast through these a lot. But some of these revived affixes are really quite powerful, but it kind of just feels like if you don't get the one for your build, you're probably just going to need to craft something else or sell it to somebody else, or you'd be buying these from somebody who's crafting these up, which is not something I'd like to do in this game. So there are some big options here. I just grabbed some of them. So like elixir skills gain 4 charging progress every second. So that's all of your elixir skills, and you get up to 80% elixir skill effect if there's one empty active slot, and you can get up to 75% aura effect if there's 2 empty passive skill slots. And so this is kind of like anti-lich passive tree type of setup. If you don't have, 4 or 3 auras, that's pretty good. The one thing I kind of annoyed about with this is the fact that, well, if you have empty passive skill slots, the game constantly reminds you about this fact. Because you'll go, oh, there's empty slots. So I'm going to complain about this if I end up using this to the devs, because I won't complain anyways, because it's very annoying if you have open slots and it just keeps telling you that they're open. It's like, yes, I know. You don't need to keep telling me. I don't have the mana to reserve anything else. I can't put anything in there. Stop telling me about it. So it would be really nice if this helped turn off that notification. Likewise, you could also get up to 225 Origin of Spirit Magus if you have 2 empty passive skill slots, which is pretty crazy. I know a lot of people who are doing like Magus stacking or getting it's like 900 Origin effect. Maybe this is something people would do with, like, they just leave 2 spots open. Probably wouldn't, because you like want to have all your Maguses, but you never know. Negative percentage all stats, but get a whole ton of flat stats. I really don't understand why this is a negative here. This seems very big deal, because I'm pretty sure this negative here would probably affect this. So realistically, you're getting like only 120 all stats on the cap here. That's not really equal to the same impact as what we see other places. But maybe this is maybe this is supposed to be a plus. You get 40 all stats, then it would be really insane. You also can get like additional damage if you've crit recently, but your crits don't do any damage. More minion damage if your life or energy shield is above 50%, but you lose life and energy shield every second. That can be pretty good. Torment gives an additional effect with additional reaping recovery speed, and you restore missing life and energy shield whenever you gain torment with an interval. This could be like very powerful for some builds to get like some, survivability, getting spell critical strike rating for every 1 intelligence. And this stacks up to 430%. A lot of times spell builds can kind of struggle to hit crit cap because it's just a lot easier to get flat crit for attack builds because you can just get it right on your weapon. And so just getting more increased critical strike rating is very, very nice. And then lastly, you can have base traits now have a base trait slot, and this can be socketed with epic or lower origin memories. I think there are ones here that can do ultimate as well. This is the one I grabbed. And then the base stats and random affixes of the memory installed are also reduced. I noticed this doesn't include the fixed stats for that. Some of the fixed stats are the same. So basically what this does, it gives you an extra slot to put another memory in, and you could potentially do like a +2 to level up your base stat. And if you get it all the way up to level 5, and I believe it starts at level 1, so I think an orange +2 should potentially get you all the way up to 5. And then that would just, that'd be a lot of damage for your base stat. If it scales up well, it also gets a level 5 bonus. And I think that all of these are going to be really, really impactful. The additional slot here is probably going to be like super duper end game type of thing. I wouldn't really expect to get this, but the odds, like you can kind of see the weighting on the side here, like are all like 1,000. So very likely you're gonna be able to get your hands on this kind of stuff pretty early on if you something you want to mess around with. And then just looking once again at the UI here, we can see as they've select full moon revival here, kind of the different odds that we've seen here. So that like 100% lunar ring, which is the giving you the special random affixes. And then we have like 40 and 30% chance for increasing your base stat values by like the 30%, or increasing the rank of your fixed stats. And then 20% chance if you put a resource in here to target focus on your hero specific like modifier. So while there are these particular modifiers here, you can also get a specific one that enhances your specific hero, but you can only get them if you use the resource. Now, what they said in the preview was that if you use this resource and you don't hit the 20%, that it becomes bound to you. Now, whether or not that is, if you don't use the resource, it always becomes bound to you, remains to be seen. I really hope that's not the case. And in fact, I don't even like the fact that it becomes bound to you in the first place at all. But you know, that is pretty much how it is. But these things here, I think, are going to be relatively common compared to good hero memories. I'm sure there's going to be some of these hero tokens that are going to be like 1 FE, and then some of them are probably going to be like, you know, multiple thousand FE or something like that, because they give you some very powerful effects. All of these can be found on the patch notes. The ones for Sage, there are two different options. There's Omni Elixir Side Effect, which makes it so scent bottles apply the effects of the unselected ingredients, and then selected ingredients no longer take effect. So instead of getting a 1 out of 3 option, you basically are getting 2 out of the 3, which can be very powerful. You can get like double damage basically, and then get like injury buffer or physical damage taken as an element. Probably going to be the most popular ones for sure. And then the second one is like additional effect of the base scent bottle ingredients. So more damage from that, like double damage again, and even more like injury buffer or whatever you need. I think that this one is a little bit bad because you're not going to get as much from the defensive side on it, because you're probably, if you're stacking elixir effect, like capping out all the effects that are on the defense side. You can check my Sage video if you have any questions about that. Then some of them like just change how the character is played. So like Rayhan 1 here has the ability to change burst to burst blast that works with spell burst activation. And then all conditions for, basically generating, things with attacks are now just changed to be on hit. And you can just generate rage from, using skills in general. So you turn Rayhan into like Mr. Burst attacker to spell burster. He's a real spell burster, which is kind of crazy. And Burst Blast like has a pretty good, damage base, 1458 to 2430. I think that is pretty decent. The damage effectiveness is 360%, and then you get 10% multiplicative for each skill level, and it has spell, physical, trigger, area, strength, and dex stats, all things that can scale it, kind of like regular Rayhan, which is pretty cool. So this allows you to play a completely different version of Anger Rayhan, and it could be pretty neat. Rayhan also has one that just like gives him easier time bursting. So anytime he crits with attacks, he triggers burst once and has a cooldown, and this basically is kind of like doubles his damage because he's able to burst more frequently, and that is pretty neat as well. I think that this is going to be a very interesting mechanic. We'll see like kind of what builds people can cook. And this is basically the part where people are going to be cooking tons of builds to take advantage of this different stuff, because if some of these are really cheap, then the availability of the build becomes better, and then it becomes like a more effective thing. One of the things that happens very frequently, people are like, what's the cheapest build to make it to deep space? Well, as soon as people know what the cheapest build is to make it to deep space, it no longer is the cheapest build to make it to deep space because everybody's piling on it. Well, this is going to add a whole bunch of new builds that could potentially be the cheapest build to make it to deep space, which would be pretty cool. Now, a couple things to note is that where hero memories drop primarily is from the Black Sail season mechanic. And so I think Black Sail is going to be a lot more popular to farm, especially the Black Sail boss. And so farming both Black Sail just generally and farming the boss tickets is going to be probably a very good idea this season. There's really no other good way to get hero memories right now, which does kind of suck. And you're just probably going to want to do that. You're also maybe want to go and craft your hero memories a little bit different order. So instead of like leveling up your hero memory the second you get it and then rolling the mods on it, you might actually want to do your moon mechanic on it and see if you get the lower mods that you actually want. Because like it's kind of doesn't make sense to roll it around if you're not going to hit the like wax and wane or rising moon. Like, why even bother if you're not hitting this? It's not special anymore. But this also does mean that like people are probably gonna be tearing through a lot more hero memories. So kind of keep an eye on like the red ones that are good for your build. It might be a good idea to pick them up a little bit earlier than normal. Normally this can be very expensive. I'm expecting hero memories to be very expensive this season as people start to figure out the crafting stuff. And especially early on, people are going to be burning hero memories and absolutely bricking them and like making mistakes with them probably, or just like not crafting them in the optimal way until we actually figure out better ways to interact with this mechanic. And so, yeah, like these are probably gonna be pretty expensive. So I wouldn't be surprised to be sitting on orange hero memories for a while before moving up to the reds. But also keep an eye out for your actual hero trait thing. Like potentially there's a lot of power you can just pick up by just slapping one of these in. Like if you're Rayhan 1, just maybe double your damage for having one in, or so many different options there. There's so much going on. Definitely want to like keep an eye out for that. Hopefully this video helped you out a little bit. I'm very excited about the hero mechanic here. We'll definitely do a follow-up video talking about how to craft these if you learn some more information. But you can always come by the live stream. I'll be live streaming from the very beginning, doing a special cosplay, some giveaways at the start of the stream, and hopefully you guys will come join us. See you soon. Thank you very much. Ooh. I have several stats. Maybe you're split too thin that the -40 is in place first, unless you say. I don't know about that mohair. Wondering how good you think Black Sale will be. Probably pretty good. Probably pretty good. Dream Sale it is again, yeah. What do you think, guys? Good video? Bad video? Can I expect hero memory prices to not adjust too much except for really, really good ones? I mean, there's gonna be like several breakpoints in crafting, but like the Giga Whales are probably gonna be like going right for the best ones. The problem is that normally when somebody like, if Marty, you're like way ahead, right? And you're like, I'm gonna buy a double block hero memory for my character, and then you go to craft it and you miss. He's like, well, now I gotta buy a fucking another one, which is not normally the case. You forgot you were watching the stream? Me too, man. Me too. I was expecting only the Spy Moans is so big. Yeah. I mean, we'll probably, but like, how to describe it? So if like this is all of the hero memories, right? You might have like this section here that is like good. And I think that this section here is going to be like criminally expensive. And so the ones that are like, have 1 out of 2 good mods is probably going to be price way up. And then like the ones that don't have any mods will probably be like where a lot of people are sitting. Yeah, my question is, if I revive it and scrap it, do I get all the stuff back? Yeah, exactly, Marty. How do copies of Outlaw Pet work? It just levels it up. So it goes from 50% to 100%. Yeah, you can triple. Yeah, like getting increased damage is not very great versus crit damage. You posted mine with a guide of how to edit it. I do have an early filter from last season. After 3 hits or more, sand cannon, sure. Grabbing the failed one, getting nothing. Like not getting any of your resources back, like threads and stuff, yeah. We might have to do another cringe can we 5 to 1 them? That's not a thing in this game. That is not a thing. Yeah, I mean the reroll stuff doesn't ever get refunded. It'll just be the like leveling stuff. But there is a chance that it'll be like, oh, I leveled this up and it didn't give me anything. Oh, it's pasting onto the actual backboard here, isn't it? Just buy a plus X regardless of their stats for early advantage. Yeah, I mean +2 is really very powerful, especially on red. Like for a lot of people, I mean if you think about it, right? So like a red +2 with X is still really good for a lot of builds. Yeah, I mean like 1500 here for a +2. There's a 100 here with reaping recovery. What the hell? A 50 minion damage. $850 with max life. 800 with max life. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I think early on that you can get that are going to be cheaper than normal. Like on day one, I always am trying to buy my precise auras, right? Because precise auras on like day one will be like 20 FE. On day two, they'll be 80. I normally don't buy good hero memories very early though. But I think that there's definitely gonna be a situation where you're sitting on orange memories a lot. Maybe boarding the sage train. She seems sweet. Could be good. Train sage. GS sage. Ruinous armor stacker. I don't know if ruinous armor stacker really works. What's your Vorax there? All right, I want to do one that looks like this. Do I have any oh, this might work. This one might work. This phase real crazy. Even crazier facial expression. Somebody commented on my video. They were like, please don't do that phase. If I use block trait, bro, please stop overtaking. Whoa. Sandstorm sold me a bit on Sage Armor Stack. Who is Sandstorm? Is it over 500 is kind of wasted. Plays pretty giga characters. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, you get movement speed other ways, right? But like with armor stacker, I think if you're armor stacking, you're going like super one focus. Like you're just trying to push like having your armor flask be the giga. Do you start having to stop to load mobs? Yeah, you do. I'm pretty sure like at 400 you're having issues sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could, like, in a different universe, if there was no limit on the legendary slate here, and instead of doing just one, you're doing 10, even then, you're still probably doing shield stacking, right? Like 130,000. But I mean, the thing here that makes it so that you take some of the true damage of the it's like a percentage of the mitigated damage when you block, and you're not taking 100% damage. You're taking you're mitigating 30% of it or 60% of it, and taking like 6% of 30% is not very much damage. Most of the flasks are just pure bait. I mean, I kind of agree with you. Like, I think you have all these tonics and most of them are just kind of bad. Thirst, I think, is pretty good. I think you could potentially do stuff with like life or mana. Projectiles, I think, could be really insane. Movement speed's insane. Armor stacking is insane. What was that thing? Hold up. Somebody sent me something insane as I was going to bed last night. Called Sever? Yeah, so minions summoned by the supported skill are immune to damage. Negative 99% additional damage for minions. So this is a new support, I'm pretty sure. Supports modularization minion skills. Can only be installed in the 5th support skill. So this doesn't take damage anymore, right? So then you go and you use Saltpeter, and you make it so that 100% of your damage is going to the minion that can't take damage. And at League Start, you could have 52% damage going to that minion. Can immortal minions absorb damage? I mean, it says it can't take damage. They're immune to damage. There's no cap on damage transfer? I don't know, man. I'm just telling you. I'm fucking spilling the tea here. I'm spilling the tea. Yeah, even if it's 80% DR is pretty good. %90 cap. Okay, there you go. It's 90% DR. So yeah, that flask is very viable with that support. And you also have to remember that there's not really a lot of supports for elixirs, so you're gonna have a lot of energy if you hey. Who's egging the stream? Nah, I'm not listening to that song. You can have another song, Magikarp. Storming Immortal Minions. Do any of the summons give auras? Yes. You are the one. So some of them have skills that give you stuff. But you can have like increases the damage of the skill. I'm not really sure what this one does or that one does. But there is like a one that gives you a haste aura. There's a projectile protocol. I think there are protocols are the ones that give you auras. Yeah, so lightning protocol, lightning infiltration, deterioration chance, 10% max life. So like Rayhan armor stacking here could potentially use that. Oh, I'm like blocking this. We'll hide this since nobody reads it anyways. 10% additional ES, 20% movement speed, 90% projectile, 60% skill area. Like 60% skill area is not bad. 10%, sorry, 30%, 10% resistance, 12% ailment damage. Their minions always block. Minion inflicts paralysis. Paralysis is going to be harder to get this season because you can't get it on weapon amplification anymore. Life regen. Like, this is going to be pretty good for Iris too, right? More life regen sources. 30% attack and cast speed to you and your allies. And I'm assuming this is like more elemental damage. And then I'm pretty sure there's some of these guys that have skills that do debuffs. Maybe I need to do a video on this part too. Ooh. Yeah, I probably need to do a video about that thing we just talked about. So gains a buff when casting this skill. Negative 25% additional damage dealt by enemies within 10 meters for 5 seconds. And has a 10-second cooldown. So, you know, that's some survivability for you. Not permanent uptime, but you could probably get the cooldown on that down. Gains a buff when casting the skill. 50% additional damage taken by enemies within 10 meters. Lasts for 5 seconds. So there you go. Like, huge Ember Automaton. Could be pretty good. You somehow get his cooldown down and you put 90% of your incoming damage onto him. You just don't die. And he don't die. You almost done die trying. Read upside down. Are there any other ones that have good debuffs here, chat? I really don't want to go through all of these. Especially because I guess some of these seem to be duplicates. Never mind, it's not as bad. Gravel shot. Gravel. All right, this should be the last one. Okay, so I think it was the huge Ember Automaton. Yeah. So are there maps that have the Ember Automaton? They deleted blurry steps so getting acceptable movement speed. Swiftness elixir? Swiftness elixir? So how did I not see that this was a new support? When there are one or more minions summoned by the support skill, 4 to 4.5% of damage taken is transferred to a minion. I wonder if you can have multiple instances of transfer. You'll find out, Fuchsia. We'll find out. I don't know, did Milky and Palsteron ask about it? Burb, burb, burb.
Ladies and
Burb
gentlemen,
is the
we've got
word. I said a
ourselves a
burb,
special
burb, burb.
announcement.
Burb is the word.
A huge shout out to your
Have
Burb
you
and their
fucking
wonderful community for
heard?
joining us in this
His name is
adventure
Burb,
tonight.
Burb, burb.
Let's
Burb
give
is
them
the
a
word.
warm welcome, folks.
Tell me more about the burb. Hi, ya burb. How was your stream, my dude? Can we get a shout out for ya burb? Can have 2 tabs of audio going. How dare you? I mean, you could open up my stream on Kick or YouTube, you know. Thank you much, man. Thank you. You could stroke me. Strumming, any strummers? You guys know your burb, he's a great dude. Do you think the new hero lacked damage early on? I think sure you'd be fine. You get a lot of increased damage, you get crit, you get other stuff that's gonna make up for that. Check my video if you have some concerns about it though. Dude. Do you think the new does the existence of your burb indicate someone is not your burb? Yeah. Thank you much, Burb. If you guys know Burb is a great dude, go give him a follow, please, right now. Do it. Do it now. Give him a follow. Drop a tier 3 sub. If you're already subscribed here and you have your Twitch Prime available, go slap it on him. Or else. Oh. Yeah, so superconductivity here gives you 100% additional cooldown recovery speed for minions summoned by the supported skill, right? So that means that you could have 100% uptime on 50% increased damage taken. Just swapping tabs pauses it here. Oh, on kick? I have no idea. No idea, Unagi. Filth slot. Yeah, the filth slot. Would it end up every build rocking aura debuff Spectre? Die, minions die. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Yeah, I have Itchy. I'm consulting on it. Yeah, you can't add in the third slot on that one slate. Can't add on any. That's a you issue. Marty started a Tangia dungeon. Holy. Hmm. What is the map that is... I don't know how to describe it. There's a map that's like... Cloud Walls, but instead of being like one long thing where you hook around and you fight the big Trog boss, it's a shorter version of that, and then you take a teleporter down, and then you go around, and then you fight the automaton boss. Zargothrax, master of night, keeper of celestial flames. Is it Wall of the Last Breath? There he is. Dropped a mirror. Damn. Oh, fuck. It's murdering me. All right, let's finish our thumbnails for this. All right, chat. 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. 3, 3, 3. Are we not feeling the like weird kind of background thing here? Is that what's going on here? One, only if I put a shine on the dome. Maybe slightly better. Yeah, I don't feel like I can get that to be better. You gotta lean into being bald. Shine. Burb's like, oh, so this is how you make thumbnails. The stupidest, just said the stupidest ever thing. You ever heard of that one? I am. Okay. I mean, I don't really care about making perfect thumbnails for everything. Oh, I'm getting very hungry. Might be time to go microwave something. Where's the video? Get some paella. Hold on, let me find where I actually uploaded this. Here it is. Paella is your #1 all-time food. I don't know if I've ever had. Nope, don't think I've ever had. Traditional Spanish rice dish from Valencia, known for its saffron-infused rice and variety of ingredients like chicken, rabbit, seafood, vegetables, cooked in a wide, shallow pan. I used to have a boss whose last name was very similar to how that word looks, so maybe that has made me not pick that in the past. The boss was like, at the same time, very annoying, but also very decent at the same time. He was like the most like penny pitching manager I've ever had. I remember like finding out that the company like gave the store like hundreds of dollars to like order pizzas and other stuff for the staff in case there's like a bad day or raining or something like that. And like very frequently he just like would not use fucking any of it. And I remember like one day there was like a giant fucking rainstorm and nobody was gonna come in, and he ordered pizzas for us. I was like, how did you like you ordered pizzas like out of your pocket? He's like, oh no, the store is a fund. I'm like, why don't we ever get pizzas any other time? He's like, I was like, bro, give me some pizzas. He was really sad when I left. So this is like at a suit shop where you're really gonna like the way you look, if you know what I mean. But I was really, really, really good at making the tie like rack look really good. I had this like system to make it look incredible, just absolutely incredible. And I remember like on my last day, because I like, you know, got a different job, him being like, so could I like pay you to come by like once a month to like touch up the ties? I was like, I don't think so. I mean, like, how much you were thinking? He's like, I don't know, like $10 or something. I was like, no, get the heck out of here, man. I'm not gonna come do that. Okay, what should we call this? Everything you need to know about Hero Memory Revival in Torchlight Infinite. I said Vorax Lunaria. Yo, what's up, Richter Gaming? What's going on, dude? SS12 hype overload. Yeah, buddy. Should I put the Black Sail buff since they do Dream Sail for League Start? Tell me about Dream Sail. Is that really good? Here's something funny? Sure. You're fuck it. You should get Black Side 1 before season start. You got a chalk instead. You Shepherd 6. Yeah, me too. We did like 4 10s and finally hit. I skipped on the pack once. You skipped on the pack once. I hit the Black Sail pet and out comes chalk. So you got a chalk as well. I love how I knew where the story was going. So the double legendary. Oh, so you like you click through until it was Black Sail, and then you got a second legendary and it was chalk. That was mine, man. It should have been me. You'll see TLI monetization and ads. Raid Shadow Legends advertisement. Never saw a double legendary. I see them all the time. Every season you'll see people post them on my Discord. W Discord plug. Hey chat, did you know that if you join my Discord, you can keep up to date with all the stuff, but importantly, if you don't want any notifications, you don't need to turn on any notifications, and you won't get pinged by me from like going live and other stuff. I don't use at all or at everyone when I'm announcing stuff. I announce things to my YouTube or Twitch alerts. So if that's stuff that you're interested in being, you know, notified about, you'll be notified about it. Also, you can have, you know, access to like the events and stuff where we are going to be, you know, the times and stuff for when the season actually starts. So you don't like actually sleep through and miss it or something. And, you know, you can chat with other people who are interested in Torchlight and stuff and post pictures of your cats. I did not yet spicy ramen. Yeah, I like Andre. New season nearly here, and the new crafting mechanic provides even more power for every hero. You can't join Discord without turning every possible notification off. I mean, you can join mine, and you wouldn't have to turn any notifications off. Your cast included with the Discord invite? Maybe. Still turn them all off? Damn. How it needs to be done? Why is this giving me a 33 on this? No keywords in the first 200 characters. Of Torchlight? Wow. What other keywords should we use? This guide explains the new crafting mechanic, which provides even more damage. Here we go. Let's open up this part. New season of Torchlight, Infinite Lunaria. Today is April the 15th. How's it already the 15th? That would actually be anti-good there, Nephilim. Publish. More of the YouTubes. 1756 on this. So it's a little bit funky. They changed how the system works, right? Like I'm already 42% of the way to the old max rewards, but I'm only 33% of the way to the new max rewards. Ugh. What's the event on the 16th? We're doing some giveaways and stuff. Some giveaways. Tune in, find out, laugh at my my cosplay. All right, I'm gonna go throw something in the microwave. I'll be right back. Gonna see something new. You make video editing look simple. That wasn't editing. There was no editing in there. I did not edit it. No editing. All right, I'm back. Let's watch the. Oh, I forgot about this guy. Let's watch the interview or podcast. Marty has built a filter video. It was on Palestron's channel. Palestron and Milky Beaky. All right, we're in reaction to this. I'm eating some food as well. I'll put a link to this in the Twitch chat at least. You watch the podcast and you gotta say Andre had intense media training. Interesting.
Hey guys, and welcome to a special episode. We're gonna do a podcast with a special guest today, related to Torchlight Infinite. First, we got my co-host Milky BK. What's up, dude?
Hey, excited for it.
Hell yeah! And then we have the Torchlight Infinite community manager Andre with us today, who's gonna talk a little bit about the new season and some of the questions the community and us have. What's up, Andre?
Happy to be here. Thank you so guys for having me on.
I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get a new Andre meme this season. Maybe there's still more to give. Yogurt, what's up, dude?
So I want to start with the new league mechanic in Lunaria. So we have this kind of mechanic where you're going to a map and you have all these statues. You have to free them, you have to open them, and after that you beat them and then you get their loot, right? Pretty straightforward. You have a strum where you activate it, you break open all the mobs, and then you fight them. So it's meant as sort of a map-centric mechanic that is seamlessly in your map, so to speak. Now, the only concern I had when I watched the reveal was, is there going to be a lot of button presses? Because it seemed like you have to press the button over and over to kind of free all the mobs. There was an item called Celestial River that made it to auto break open the mobs, but can you elaborate a little bit about when that's going to happen? Is that...
Yeah, that's definitely one of my big concerns as well, because the reason Legion's pretty cool is because you just like click the pillar twice and this pops open. And I'm pretty sure you have to like click it like Essence or something you had to click multiple times in the past as well. And they like reduce the number of clicks. So the idea that you're supposed to be like running through the map, activating it a whole bunch, and then like waiting for them to come out seems like kind of slow. I don't know, Metal Air. I don't really play Mind Control.
A chase item, is that hard to get, or will that happen pretty quickly?
There's definitely going to be a certain degree of interaction with mechanics inside the map. Because, you know, even though we really like leaning into like all the zoomy, extremely fast mapping, you know, TLI experience, we do want players to have to kind of think and interact with some of the mechanics inside maps. Having said that, Lunaria was designed as a return to some of those more in-map mechanics that offer some of that more really direct, intense feedback kind of gameplay loop, and we try to remove the friction as much as possible, and all the items related to automation are gonna start dropping very early on. So at the time that I'm having this interview with you guys, so like from what I've seen so far in the test client, it starts dropping as early as time mark 1, so you know, as soon as you get 2 maps.
Wow.
So you're gonna be able to start automizing things very early on.
Awesome.
Sounds great.
I was not expecting that, but that does sound really good. I don't know if we'll get the automation easily at time mark 1, but yeah, we'll see. I should ask if it was tradable.
Yeah, building on Lunaria, it does something that I've been waiting for for a long time, where it builds on an existing system already with hero memories. Because one thing is, obviously we've got more and more mechanics coming in. The itemization systems, there's plenty of them. We've got like, we used to have like 20 items that we had to min-max and that was it. And now we've got like 30. We've got gear, slates, hero memories, belt blends, sequences, memories, prisms, activation mediums, canvas spores, Vorax gear. It goes on, right? And this has made it quite confusing for new people. Whilst being a very interesting thing for building, it makes very unique combinations. Do you think we're reaching a critical mass of things in the game?
Nah.
Because yeah, it's getting quite overwhelming. There are a lot of boxes to check now to make sure your build's up to par.
It's definitely been a
I don't really know like what you would take out is the real thing, because like they took out candles recently, right? I think Vorax is kind of a little bit weird because it's very easy for you to not even experience Vorax unless you have that specific mechanic. But you can argue the same thing with Dream. Like I can see Dream getting taken out eventually soon.
concern for us. So, for example, in the past, we did have to remove certain mechanics, like we removed candles in the past. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that going forward we might also have to, remove certain legacy mechanics, or at least move on to more of a cycle sort of development scheme where, maybe we aim for a total target number of itemization mechanics that we want to keep inside a season to, keep the palatability of how much you need to interact, like how much knowledge is required of you to actually get anywhere inside the game. We do like giving players, that space and opportunity for min-maxing and interacting with a lot of mechanics, but we also don't want to force players to basically no life their way to just, even make it to profound or, even much more than that. So, excessive gameplay complexity is a concern for us. It's something that we're continuously observing. The main way that we try to address it so far is by reducing the friction to actually learn the game. So we've tried to make it as easy as possible for players to not only learn mechanics, but actually, just almost directly copy entire player builds, by moving so much of that data.
Yeah, the fact that like you basically can just look at somebody's build in the hero rankings or in the build stuff and just like apply it to your build is really, really good. I think they could use a little bit more UI elements for like teaching about what the different league mechanics do. Like we have the help stuff that like helps you with like all the combat stuff, but that could also have league mechanics in there as well.
Inside the game, we like the pro builds feature, all the other rankings features, but game bloat is always going to be a concern, and it's definitely something on our mind.
Yeah, I personally think that with the path of progression, you could kind of force people a bit more to actually get each of these individual systems that they might miss otherwise. I think that's something that could also be kind of like encouraged. Because then if someone didn't know about Dreamcrafts, that's a way for them to be like, oh, let me look into this, right?
I think so, yeah. The path of progression definitely is a good idea. Actual implementation could be made better, in my own personal opinion, because, like you clear half of the path of progression without actually doing anything, without even like really thinking about it. And then for, quite often you're like, being bricked by, kind of unreasonable requests where, some of that energy could maybe be forward towards something that's more instructive and, actually getting players to interact with more of the mechanics. So yeah, I do agree.
I feel like the first steps in path of progression are pretty good. There's like this section in the middle where you're not really getting too many rewards, but you are just completing tons of stuff. And so you're like clicking on path of progression. It's like, you did 12 things. You're like, oh, I don't even know what I did. All right, next page. You did the entire thing almost, except for this one thing. It's like, okay, I'll do that. Like you're kind of like not getting like these individual moments. And so some of those could probably get culled back a little bit. And then it's like, buy a level 21 skill. And you're like, the heck? How do you do that? So yeah, I think that some of those could be adjusted for sure.
In that sense, and there's more room for improvement in the path of progression, Yeah,
it could definitely double up as like a tutorial or guide. That'd be cool.
Equip
that was kind of
skill.
The original intent, but room for improvement is always there.
Sweet.
Pretty cool.
The level 21 skill was like, they never moved it when they changed how you get level 21 skills.
About one of those mechanics that we just touched on, hero memories. We've seen that there's new modifiers in Lunaria that relate to hero memories where you can make them a lot stronger. And one of the issues I have looking at it is last league, ultimate memories got made a lot rarer, and I mean a lot rarer.
Yeah.
I got mine early, and then later I realized how rare they were. I resold them for like 12,000 a fee or something, and I was like, yeah, the market is completely empty. And this league, we have this new system where 4 out of 5 hero memories will brick. With the new mechanic, will be character bound, basically, which for the economy might as well be bricked. Do you have any idea? Is there going to be a drop rate increase? Will there be new ways to get ultimate memories? Or is this just something that we're going to have to live with this patch?
So, first of all, we don't really, want hero memories to end up in a kind of state where players kind of plan out their builds, but then they realistically never have access to them. That is definitely not our goal. But
I was a little bit worried about what he was about to say. He's like that they're not going to be worth anything, and I was just like, "Don't worry, they're worth."
Time. The whole intent behind introducing this whole binding mechanic is that we did want the high return outcomes to feel more tied to player choice and investment, and to feel like something more significative. Is that an English word?
Significant?
Significant, yes. To feel like something much more significant rather than just being tied to market liquidity, so to say. Having said that, yes, availability is a concern. It's something that's on the back of our mind, and it's something that we're going to be following very closely after the season launch.
I guess the reason I want to push back on that even a little bit more is because you guys even made new modifiers for the level 5 hero trait. I forgot how they're called, but when you have the base trait at level 5, you get another little effect that you can plan around. And for that, you not only need an ultimate memory, you will need a +2 hero trait ultimate memory, which is like, I mean, that's with the new mechanic is going to be a little bit rough. So I'm just wondering, is there maybe something?
But the thing is, the +2 doesn't need to be crafted on with the new hero things. You're not worried about bricking the thing that you're putting inside your base trait, so it's a little bit smoother. The problem is that it can't be one that's been crafted on, which might be a problem because you might be able to buy like bricked moon ones, and you can't use more than one of them. It'd be nice if you could like remove the moon effect from it.
So you don't really know about anything that has been done in terms of drop rates for the memories?
As far as I know, there have been no significant adjustments so far, and it's something that's going to be very closely monitored at the launch of the season. And I can be very transparent about this. The way that the team usually approaches any changes like this is that it errs on the side of caution, because if something is undertuned, it can very easily be buffed, but if it's the other way around, it can very easily break a season altogether. So usually the way that the team likes approaching these things is kind of like erring on the side of caution and then just going over the live player data as soon as the season goes live.
That's fair.
That's fair enough.
I think that builds quite nicely into the next one that I was going to ask, where
I think that that's like a better approach than if you're not going to have like some sort of beta or something like Diablo 4 has, that we're going to have like a large player test base. It's better to, I don't know, kind of have access to it. That said, one of my philosophies for seasons is the season mechanic and the season crafting thing should always be very strong, and it should be strong to the level where you're like, dude, this season is nuts because of new season thing. If you don't play it, you're gonna feel like you missed out. Like your Vorax stuff is crazy. If you don't play Vorax this season, you might not ever be able to do this again. And so if we're limited based on hero memory drops for the ability to do that stuff, I think that that is gonna feel really bad. Like hero memories, I feel like should be relatively common this season, especially, and be able to just like craft them and do all the stuff and like do all the different builds. Because like, for example, in Sandlord last year, some of those hero things were completely not usable by a lot of people because, you know, some of them were more expensive than 2 or 3 eternities. buying an eternity to put an enchant on it that costs 4 more eternities. This thing is stupid. I'm a FOMO feed. Yeah, a little bit. You're glad it came into Vorax. FOMO stonks. Yeah. Yeah, sequences also a pretty big mess on this.
Alongside the memories, not only do you have to get your memory, but then you also have to find these materials to actually craft on these like really end game modifiers. And we've had examples in the past with like Sandlord, you wanted a belt blend in that season. First you had to wait until you had your eternity. So you have to farm the eternity, then the blend, and they were obviously, because they were just so heavily priced that it didn't make sense to put them on a worse belt. Same going with Carjack and sequencers. Looking at the new one, the Lunar mods are very build defining in a lot of cases. Can players realistically plan around getting them, or are they like...
It'd be maybe more interesting if instead of like you're crafting on the hero memory, if there was like a slot, like you got a memory frame, and the frame enhanced it, and you could have one frame in one of your hero memory slots, and instead of like bricking hero memories, there's just a whole bunch of frames that you can use, and the frame like attaches to a memory to do stuff. That maybe have been a different implementation.
A really end game thing for a second build, or like a week 2 thing.
Oh yeah, because
I would say that it's very important to keep expectations realistic here, and this type of mods are not going to be like baseline items at all. They're like, they've been purposely designed to be like more end game chase kind of items, and that's where they sit right now. Yeah.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. I was also wondering because I think you talked in the reveal like 3 to 4 minutes about them as if they're like a feature. And I just wonder if 99% of people will never be able to interact with them. And that's kind of a shame with those really cool effects, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I would say 99% because, even...
We'll see, right? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that is the case for all endgame content. A lot of players are going to get filtered by the time you get there. But yeah, I would say 99% is a bit of a cynical outlook.
All right.
We don't expect it to be that heavily gated, no.
Okay, that's good.
That's good. All right.
Why do you want your seasonal thing to be chase? So if it's not chase, then everybody just kind of has it. Then it kind of just becomes this expectation in the following season that you're just gonna have it super duper easily, which is maybe not a good thing. Also, just gives people like stuff to like work towards. That's new, a new goal to work towards that could potentially be pretty cool. But yeah, the +2 members are like 10k FE. Yeah, but you don't necessarily need that.
Next, I would like to talk about
seasons. Will be played next season. I mean, on builds that automate their main slot, absolutely.
Something I really like
it's really good,
in ARPGs is the clean slate.
You're talking about Erica 3? Kitty 3? Kitty 3. I can't recommend Erica 3 next season.
Everything is wiped, and you get to start from new, and you can leverage all the knowledge, everything you learned. One of the things that does exist in Torchlight Infinite that I think has maybe held it back in some ways for new players to break into it is there's sort of a meta progression with pets. Even if you're not paying and you're playing free to play for seasons, if you're playing for 10 seasons, you're going to have a vast advantage over somebody who's just starting out. And you guys have done a lot over the years to kind of counteract that, some catch-up mechanics, give people extra pets and whatnot. But there's still a pretty big gap. And for new players, at least to the people that I talk to, and I've there's a lot of people from my PoE community that converted to Torchlight and have it now in their roster. There's a lot of people who feel like the first 1 to 2 seasons, you're basically just kind of playing catch up, and then you can kind of start playing the game. I
think really only like super giga min maxers probably feel that way. The people who expect to be like farming tier 16, 17, tier 17 maps in PoE like their very first season type of thing. That's kind of the opinion. The problem is that those particular players are very, very loud. Most people don't even really make it to profound. So it's just like that's like a really PoE angled type of thing. And like right now the entire monetization really sits on the pack spirits, and they've been like loosening it up a little bit, and it is very dangerous to like change the bedrock of your monetization because they don't have really anything else. Like they have the battle pass. The battle pass, I'm sure, makes the money and maybe like keeps the lights on. But if we want awesome seasons and stuff like that, like the pack spirit monetization is really, really important for them. And yeah, the talk of like just giving new players tons of pets. There's also this like whole idea that you need like level 6 legendary pets to, have combat pets that are really good. I think the level 6 or even like level 3 purple battle pets are pretty good. Now the farming stuff, definitely, like if you want to go farm cube, like the difference between having your pack spirit or not is a very big difference. But there's, I don't know, a little bit of an opinion that you can't do anything if you don't have pack spirits. Kind of bad.
I'm wondering, do you guys ever think about that? And it's only getting worse league by league because there's more and more mechanics getting added on top of each other. Is that something you guys are at all thinking about?
Yeah, we definitely think it's a real issue, and it's something that we've been paying attention to, and that's on our mind. First of all, we agree with everything you said. We do think that, a fresh season start where ideally the only thing or the main thing getting carried over from season to season is just that intrinsic knowledge that players actually have about the game and the game's mechanics. But at the same time, packed spirits are an integral part of Torchlight Infinite, and they're a meaningful investment for veteran players.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we have to value and respect their investment, so we have to balance both sides carefully.
Yeah, if they removed pack spirits, the game would go under for multiple reasons. People would expect refunds. It would just be absolutely crazy. When people like just get rid of the pack spirits, make them exist, that's just like
said that gap and its possible widening is definitely something that we take seriously. And that's also...
That's not been out of shape about battle pets ever since Arcana Fates. Drop pets hurt when you want to run things. Yeah, I mean, they do. You can definitely run stuff without the pets like level 6. Just making less profit margin. And like that profit margin does hurt. But yeah.
A great part of the reason that we've been implementing more and more catch-up mechanics. Now, the feedback itself to the additional and progressive implementation of these feedback mechanics has been extremely positive, and it's definitely something that we intend to continue doing. Whether that is in the regard in the sense that
you can't farm some content without a minimum level 4. Oh yeah, I mean there are some stuff that like the profit margin becomes so thin that it just doesn't make any sense, but there is still stuff you can do, and you can eventually earn the pets, but it does suck. Like I don't like the pack spirits. I wish pack spirits weren't a thing. If this game didn't have pack spirits, didn't have the pay to win, it would be like easily the best ARPG, but it does have it.
It's more like activity-based events or like co-op events or like completion-based objectives.
The problem is the brand new players, they come in, they have nothing unless they pay. If you worry, like, new players will leave for any reason. New players will leave because another game comes out. New players will leave because the build they were playing, they didn't enjoy. Like, there's a lot of reasons why people leave. And yes, it's unfortunate. There are reasons that are like part of the monetization that cause people to leave. But you're not going to be able to ever create a game where every single person who downloads it puts 10,000 hours into it. That's just not a realistic expectation to have. And there's like other things that they could do to like make the new player experience better. Like, I don't know, make the campaign a little bit like smoother, make the UI a lot better. Like the UI is something that a lot of people complains about, and it's stuff that they're working on. But they really can't change the monetization. Like, you either gotta like realize what the monetization is and be okay with it, or you need to like, move on to something else. I've never met someone who left because of the monetization. Generally don't install because of monetization. Yeah, there's a lot of people who just don't play it. Also using resources to push SS20 faster, but that makes your account much worse long term if you plan to stay free to play. Yeah, definitely.
Or anything like that.
Yeah, new players really shouldn't spend money either because they don't know which builds or mechanics to play.
It's definitely something that we're long-term planning to expand, but at the same time we just have to be very careful about doing it because we don't want to devalue content that is already owned by veteran players. So yeah. So to summarize the question,
and while I understand that from my perspective, there's also this thing where the later you do it, the worse it's gonna get because people buy in more and more, and then as you say, it devalues.
Yeah, they can't do it. I feel like I don't understand. Like, you legally cannot change, like, it would just be like financially not possible in TLI, but they now own Torchlight. When I say they own Torchlight, XD Games or whatever purchased the rights for all of Torchlight. So if they wanted to develop, like, let's say for example, a Torchlight Infinite 2 or a new Torchlight title, they can do that now. I wonder why they would spend millions of dollars to acquire. So yeah, that's just my thoughts there.
People who already invested so much time and maybe money into the game. So just as something that should be implemented probably sooner rather than later. But for me,
this is just bargaining. This is like the stages of grief and just like stuck in bargaining.
The main issue is just that game knowledge is already such a big deal in this game because everything is a multiplier. It's just multiplier upon multiplier upon multiplier. I see new players have 1 billion damage, and I see endgame players have 10 trillion damage, right? Like with kind of the progression is very far off. So not knowing stuff is already, but
that's literally every ARPG. Every ARPG. Don't think they've implemented any legal barriers on themselves. I mean, if they got rid of, or maybe not legally, like financially, it'd be ruinous to get rid of the pack spirits because they would have to refund stuff or find some other ways to make people happy, and it would just be a lot, right? But it's just like, yeah, like this is you just can't do it, right? And like, I understand that people like want to like for the free to play, but so like knowledge is impactful in every ARPG. This is a knowledge genre. And like, that's why our jobs exist as guide creators and guide writers. Like Maxroll, used to write guides for Torchlight, writes guides for like PoE. There's a reason why people go to these sites is because they want to enhance their knowledge with somebody else's knowledge. But yeah. Well, also to what end? In what way? It's also very hard to remove pets after people pay for them. That's exactly what I'm saying. People paid, like, if you just gave everybody all of the pets, then the people who paid for them are like, what the heck, man? I spent, thousands of dollars on this stuff. Like, that's pretty bad. I feel like the on-ramp could be improved with one-time non-renewing rewards locked to the accounts, like the ones they've been giving. They give you one-time rewards when you kill Traveler 8. And they actually renewed the non-renewing rewards. Make drastically less money just to appease the user base that says they would play if pets were gone. Yeah, they're like, why like ruin your game to try to attract the people who probably be like, oh, Torchlight's trash anyways. Even though they got rid of the pay to win, it's still a trash game. They had to. The game was so bad that they had to get rid of their pay to win in order to try to get other people to play. Like, people just make up another reason to not play it, right? So
knowing stuff is already pretty rough, and then having that extra,
because then they'll make more money in the long term. That's like armchair economist. You're armchair economisting stuff. This is the thing where people are like, D4 would make so much more money if the cosmetics were $5. I would definitely buy so many more cosmetics if they, instead of being $20, they were $5. It's like, yeah, would you buy 5 times as many? I don't think you would. And they have literal people. They have teams of people whose entire job is to price these things at certain points. They use straw way to say that Pal is saying to get rid of the pack spirits. It is a little bit. Pal's not necessarily saying to get rid of it, but he's saying to like close the gap between the two. but the gap is a natural part of. Yeah. Anyways, I'll get to that. Basically, there's teams of people who price these things and figure out how the monetization should be, and we, even as gamers, don't have that type of information. We don't know how much they actually sell. They don't do all the stuff and so yeah, I think that realistically the gap between things is a little bit harder, but they've been giving so many more free pets. Like when I first started, we didn't get any free pets. I didn't get like any free pet until they added the Supreme Showdown stuff. So like it has been getting better. They have been improving it, and to say that like they haven't implemented anything yet is really bullshit. So yeah, I'm curious what percentage of new players beat Traveler 8 in their first league. Yeah, we don't have that information.
The multiplier of pets on top kind of makes it worse. Yeah.
It's definitely true. It's definitely a concern on our mind, and it's definitely something that we have internal plans to address. There have been multiple plans for additional catch-up mechanics to be implemented over the coming seasons, over the following year or so. And it's just a matter of being reasonable and careful about it, in order to not disrespect and devalue the investment previously made by veteran players.
Yeah. Totally understand.
And like when I say you get a lot of free stuff, I want to point out one more thing here, right? So at the very start of this season, what I did is I pulled kitty delivery to max, right? And so this 105 battle pack spirits up here are from like the events and stuff and path of progression and everything else. Like this is not me paid for this, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I bought any of the packs here for battle pack spirits. I bought the encounter one and that's it. So they do give a lot. I don't know if it's because the gaming streamers started to talk to streamers for promotion or something like that. It feels like a lot of consumers forget that at the end of the day, people make they make video games to make money. These aren't just garage passion projects. They're a company. They have investors. They have like a board of directors, and they are there to make the most money they can. Yep, definitely. Can be asked to kill TRA Traveler your free pet chest. It's very hard to take their complaints seriously. Yeah. They won't kill Traveler 8. If they don't kill Traveler 8, they don't need pets. Maybe they catch up just for free pets that have been given out. I mean, maybe. Logging every day gives you a bunch of free primos every day, and a lot of people not do that. Yeah, I do that every day for the most part.
I guess let's pivot to something else. If we talk,
I do that every day, and I get tons of primo from making creator program as well, right? And you also need knowledge you kind of need knowledge to get free pets. Not always. Like a lot of times it's a login. So,
but end game farming, also pet related, but in another way. I've now, and I've experienced this myself, where in endgame you invest into one pet. So the pets are, if you go wide on pets, they're just not that strong, right? Like if you have every level 1 legendary pet, it's probably not going to do as much as if you just concentrate on one legendary pet and level it to 6. Then you're going to have a huge market advantage, and that's how most people play the game. Free-to-play players as well, they focus everything on one mechanic they enjoy. But the problem is patch notes come along, and then sometimes the tide changes, and now the mechanic they enjoyed might have changed a little bit, or it might have been nerfed directly or indirectly, and all of a sudden the pet that you have does not give you an economic advantage anymore. One solution I've thought about a lot is how Hearthstone approaches their cards, where if a card gets nerfed, you can dust it and then make a new card with that for a week or something, like for a small time frame, to kind of give people this adjustment period. Did you guys ever think about some kind of swap mechanic? I know you guys did this with the City of Eternal when you changed.
I was like, they did do this when they changed City of Eterna?
That Is that something you're thinking about maybe moving forward?
I was actually about to bring up a tournament. That was our first time exploring a mechanic like that. Because, it was also the first time that we, did such massive changes to a mechanic or, even entirely removing a mechanic like that. And, the feedback was quite positive from it. So it's definitely something that's under discussion. Like the possibility of like swap windows or compensations if major changes are, occur to a certain mechanic.
As a free-to-play player, I think I have an opinion on this. They do give 1 or 2 pets a league, 1 or 2 more if you play and do a lot of things in the league. So I say 2 to 4. The problem is I have the 4 pets, 2 are basically 100% random, and 2 may target some degree. I feel incredibly punished for trying a new hero every season, especially if I don't like and decide to change to a new one mid-league. I mean, the new hero is always going to be more difficult than everything else.
Mechanic. Yeah, because like you said, the way that the whole farming system works, or the way that the pack spirit system works right now, is that it incentivizes like ultra focused, ultra directional investment into a certain mechanic. That of course,
that's my advice to people always. Just get one pet. Do you like?
But of course,
as Milky talked like this entire time, having Milky interject there was like, oh yeah.
the problem with putting all your eggs into one basket is you're like a lot more exposed to like volatility, to any changes in the meta. So, yeah, currently under discussion. I cannot. I would love to give you guys a guarantee, like, yeah, going forward, like if we have changes that go beyond.
Let Pal argue about pets for a bit. Oh, gotcha. Are you gonna talk later, Milky?
XYZ parameters, everyone is entitled to like exchanging their drop pack for like another mechanic spec or something like that. Fortunately, it's not something that's set in stone right now, but it's definitely under discussions.
Yeah,
that's great. I think it would actually have 2 more advantages. One advantage would be people who just are tired of one mechanic and just want to try out something new, maybe get to experience that in a lot of ways. And the other thing is, I'm sure you guys think about this when balancing stuff. Like, you don't want to step on people's toes, and that would give you a lot more freedom to maybe implement changes that you haven't done in a while because you don't want to step on toes, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And, I agree because, in a certain sense where every time we do develop a new season, we are in a certain sense also quite limited because of, so many legacy mechanics that are piling up, and, we can't step on the toes of like so many seasons, so many years of like.
Yeah, a lot of times monetization in a game will cause limitations. And we've seen this like both in TLI and PoE, where it's like, hey, I bought a divination card for this. And because this exists, it creates like limitations for the devs to move stuff around, and like removing items that have divination cards in the past has been very difficult. And I remember when the currency switched from exalts to divs, there was like, yeah, brother's gift. There was a big uproar because the guy paid money for a divination card to commemorate his brother who passed away. And then it's like, now this card's going to be trash. And it's just like, Charon the Eternal Headache. He's the guy who did the sword, right? So, yeah, like pretty much anytime you allow players to add something, it becomes a problem. And when you allow players to like invest into something, it becomes a problem. So it's just like, really sad card for this guy's dog. Now it's worth 1C.
Very directional investment into a certain thing. So yeah, definitely something worth looking into.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously there's the other side to that as well, because one thing I see pop up a lot is people that maybe have the pets for them older mechanics that they feel now aren't.
Wait, who's this guy?
Performing as well as they'd like. You've got mechanics like Outlaw and Overrealm that were just throwing out loot, obviously, if you had the pets for, but then you've got all things, maybe things like Dream or Canvas. There's others to mention as well, and they do have those big spiky items, but when you're farming it, it can be very peaks and troughs and few and far between for those things. One thing I've personally found interesting is that Dream doesn't have any additional compasses, for example.
I've complained about this repeatedly. I've asked Andre about this specifically. I think that I got a Crow's Quarter question about this as well. I was like, why doesn't Dream have compasses to make it have cool stuff? Like, what the heck is going on? It's one of the only season mechanics that just has a blue. Like,
and I'm just wondering, what can players expect those mechanics to be brought up, or would it be that more like rotation system in the future?
As long as the mechanic is inside the game, meaning that we don't have any plans to remove it, we will get to it as soon as development man hours allow. So to put it very bluntly, when we're developing a new season, the majority of manpower, the development of the majority of work hours are, of course, directed to the development of new content. And unfortunately, what that inevitably can lead to is some of the legacy content, falling in disfavor from the current meta. And that is definitely not done on purpose. It's more of, butterfly.
It's like a consequence of focusing on all the other stuff you do, right? Like
all the other stuff moving the meta in a different direction. Having said that, we do try as much as possible within the development of each given new season to allot a certain percentage of all our efforts and time into bringing some of that older content more in line with the new season. And that might be older mechanics suddenly finding themselves more useful. That also might be in regards to hero traits themselves, or like older skills, anything like that.
It's kind of a good point here too with the hero trait stuff, because you used to have to buy your hero traits. I'm pretty sure the only free hero traits were like Rayhan, Yuga. Did you get Erica 1 as a free hero trait? Moto. And I'm pretty sure that if you wanted to play Theo 1, you had to buy Theo 1. And so they used to have this problem like even more in the game, where it was like, if we nerf a character that somebody just spent money on last season,
we do hope that while we're adding so much stuff onto the game, whether that be mechanics, itemization, so on and so forth, we do hope that there is an incentive for players to interact with everything and not just be like, oh.
You can't get over how different Andre sounds here compared to the real TLI stream. Yeah, it's like a different setup, a different team. I don't really understand. Like, so this is his home mic, and it looks like he's using a Shure SMB 750. And so he probably has like a real good setup here. I don't understand like why his audio is always bad in the preview.
Okay, the new things are good and the old things are break. There's
definitely auxiliary things as well, right? You've got the new mechanic that, by existing, increases the desire for people to farm black sale.
Yeah,
so there is that. You can kind of go back with those kind of things. And
that is a really good point. But like black sale, for the most part, has not been something I've ever really been interested in farming past like maybe Soul Self-Found or something to get scraps. But now this season, it might be a thing, might be a big thing, might actually just sit in Pirate Boss for a couple of days, just farming that out.
I bet we can expect more of that as well.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future.
I will say that you guys have been extremely consistent over the years with the league releases. I mean, that's probably the hardest thing for RPGs.
Right? Not missed one.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Yeah, with the 2 beta seasons and then we have the 12 real seasons. Absolutely insane. I'm not surprised that you guys don't get time to really look up on those. Maybe an interesting idea would be in 4 to 5 leagues, take one league where you like rework older stuff, call it like Legacy, something kind of like PoE sorta did. That would be.
Yeah, I mean, if PoE doesn't do this, I mean, I'd be kind of surprised if other games do. But if you guys don't understand what Powell is talking about here with their consistency, I made a post actually about this. But like Dark Surge came out October 12th, 2022. Dark Sale or Black Sale came out January 12th. And then these are like the beta seasons. And then from that point, we're basically in the like super season, which is those regular seasons. It was like May 9th. And so like these all like fell in pretty good timing here. And in fact, in this post here, which was before they announced it, because of how consistent they were, I was able to call the season start to the hour. I knew exactly when the season would start based off the data that we already had. That is how consistent they are. Very crazy. I was like, it's been April 18th, April 17th. It's going to be April 16th. And it's going to be at 7 p.m. Pacific, even though like it's kind of felt like the time has been a little bit weird. But it's been 7 p.m. Pacific, except for in January, which is 6 p.m. So yeah, pretty wild.
That would maybe be interesting. But yeah.
I mean, ever since I've joined the team, it's been 2 years as of now. We've only ever had one longer season interval.
Clockwork, I think, right?
We don't officially commit to like a 3-month season cycle. That's actually a very informal thing because we don't want to like be legally or officially tied down to that, just in case. But
yeah, makes sense.
Gives you freedom to dodge other games as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Informally, it is a 3-month cycle, and we've only avoided that once, and that was also because like if I remember correctly, it was for the Frozen Canvas, which is like one of our biggest reworks at the time.
Yeah, I mean, so City of Eterna, Cube was actually 121 days. City of Eterna, Nightmare, and Clockwork Ballet were all 112 days. And Canvas was actually the shortest season that they had with 77 days. And so Canvas was really, really short.
And for operational reasons, sticking to the 3-month cycle is very important to us, and it's also been a very successful formula. Breaking out from that mold did work that time, but it was also kind of done out of necessity. You know, also because we felt like we really needed to implement so many changes that we really had to bite the bullet and, really prolong that.
And like the difference between the season before Frozen Canvas and Frozen Canvas was really big. Like the end game massively changed. The like amount of time you had to put in the game. Like there's a lot of people who played Clockwork Ballet or Whispering Mist, and when Frozen Canvas came along, there was a lot of people who were veteran TLI players that quit because they changed it to be the current, like there's like a step at Time Arc 7 that you kind of have to like work your way through. There's a step at Time Arc 8 that you have to work your way through. There's another step at Profound that you have to work your way through. And then Deep Space, I think that season was garbage. And I felt like that was a really good change, but yeah, it was very different because like in Clockwork Ballet, I got through, I think I was to Time Arc 8, and then I rerolled a new character and I was like damage capped, killing the full screen on the hardest difficulty in less than 24 hours. So yeah.
Which is why we would rather make the the upgrade, like the rebalancing progress to legacy content, be something more progressive that comes through each season rather than having this like very spread apart gap where then we introduce a ton of changes. But that also introduces a lot more operational risk for us.
So another topic I'd like to discuss is ailments.
Yeah, before we go to the next topic here, also like changing too much stuff with too many things in the seasons definitely like shakes up the end game a lot, but also like introduces a lot of is my favorite method now nerfed type of concerns. So yeah.
Even before this leak in Vorax, there was a huge ailment rework. And basically what happened, a TLDR kind of is, ailments do not work with damage effectiveness on skills anymore. That means that a big hit to an ailment is the same as a small hit. And the only thing that really makes it different is outside multipliers. So you had this weird situation where people were looking for, because you guys updated all the skills to say hit damage multipliers, but then there were a few outliers and people were looking for those. So for example, we had burning shot, or we had channel multipliers, which were not only hit, and those were used mostly for dots. And ailments in general feel you guys said last patch you wanted to be a little bit broader and more accessible, but I feel like it kind of did the opposite and restrained it to those few skills that just perform better. Because you can't just go, I mean, before you would, for example, go Ground Shaker or Big Hit for Trauma and Ignite, and then very fast hit for Poison. Wilt. But now that's capped, and everything just feels kind of samey, at least from a build maker perspective, I guess. And this system, you've doubled down this league on this in a lot of ways. Do you guys like where it's at and where the meta is at in terms of ailments? Or do you think there still needs to be some more iterations before this can work out?
Realistically, like, basically they didn't change anything. They just, like, changed the paint color. It's like, oh, everybody's using Ground Shaker for some things because it hits the hardest. Now it's just like, now nobody does that. So, yeah.
So first of all, like you mentioned, you know, the philosophy behind kind of decoupling elements from damage effectiveness was to effectively lower the sort of barrier of entry so that, you know, more skills could participate in this ecosystem rather than just having a very small narrow pool of like naturally compatible options. And, you know, in that sense, we do think that the overall direction is still valid, but at the same time, you know, we have also seen that the system can kind of, you know, just end up concentrating and focusing on a very few select small number high return options. And our goal going forward is probably to, you know, keep the system more broadly usable while also hopefully restoring some stronger skill identity and, you know, introducing some more distinct growth paths. So, you know, more skills can actually use elements and still feel, you know, kind of different from each other. So to put it like very chill out to read, we do think that the initial intent was good. Where the outcome sits right now is not ideal, but we're gonna double down on the overall direction.
Okay. I think that's totally fine. I think that's I feel like they've always kind of done ailments a little bit different than other games where you like need to have base trauma, need to have base ignite and stuff. And so kind of like continuing to have like their own unique spin on ailments is fine. I just kind of feel like it's not super great at the moment.
Interesting. I guess on that topic, another...
That said, I don't really like ailment gameplay in the first place, so I'm maybe a little bit like, yeah.
A huge change this patch was the, not really removal of repurification, but you shifted it to a hero memory mod now,
yeah, it's a
which has a lot more opportunity cost.
I just not understand the new Evil Heart armor. It seems like wearing it brings the base damage relevance back. So the problem is that skill effect, not base damage, Marty. So, like, there's no reason to use Ground Shaker to apply your ignite versus another, like a tiny hit. Like, you want, like, before Ground Shaker would be a big hit and your ignite would be based off that big hit. And then now it's just like, oh, you can get that with Whirlwind or get that with anything else. It doesn't really matter what the size of the hit is anymore. They changed Evil Heart again. Yeah, this is basically turning like flat damage from like armor stacking or strength stacking and stuff into ailments.
Than just simply doing a talent, and it's a lot more delayed. And repurification, especially on the League Start meta, had a huge impact before. And you had Terra-based builds that were, I don't want to say abusing it, but using it in a clever way, I guess. You had Mind Control, or just ailment builds in general, you had like Burning Shot and whatnot. And that raw power is now kind of gated behind more endgame items. Do you feel like the introduction of Ill Omen and in general just breaking this reap scaling, and I feel like this will break open the dot meta a lot more than maybe some people realize. Was that your intention going in, or did you feel like reap purification was maybe a little bit too overwhelming and too strong? And what's the future there? Do you think Ill Omen will kind of replace it there?
Well, first of all, it's not so much about thinking that, repurification was too strong, but it was more due to the fact that it was almost mandatory for like any build to get up and running. In the last couple of seasons, it was like, just you saw it on pretty much every single build. It was like, okay, you got started. This is what you're gonna do. You're going to get repurification when you get there. And it like compressed the variety of available, or not available, but like viable builds so much, or not even just viable, but it compressed the span of builds that we were actually seeing actual live game.
Me and Don can't work together. Yeah, Milky just talks too much, man. Can't do it. He's just constantly talking with that British accent of his, and I just get so distracted.
And play so much that we felt like it was just crushing game diversity, and it was better to move it away from being like this kind of like baseline thing, and turning into something.
Although it's kind of odd because the new repurification is still really, really good.
Thing that's actually more worth flashing out and like actually becomes more identity defining when you move on to a later progression.
I remember people actually taking points out their first tree just to get repurification faster. That's been a matter for a while.
And
I didn't know that.
Sorry, what was the part about Ill Omen?
Ill Omen, because obviously when you take away the power of repurification, you don't wanna add something in its place, and it almost feels like that's Ill Omen. I mean, the talent literally is now an Ill Omen talent that's still called repurification, right? So I guess my question is, do you think that will, because a lot of people are very.
I'm shocked that they didn't change repurification to be some sort of tangle mechanic. I'm actually shocked. Do you know why? Because Tangle has just been like spoon-fed so hard that like they changed the combo thing to basically be a Tangle thing. Repurification, I'm sure, surprises like when a Tangle causes a Reap, it does like triple damage. Like I'm shocked. It's not how it works.
Very doubtful on how Ill Omen will compare it to what repurification was. So I guess the problem might be that maybe for one league, those archetypes will be screwed in a lot of ways. Was that something you guys, discussed?
I mean,
and by the way, I'm only bringing this up because it was a huge part of the meta. I'm not just like singling out an archetype that I like. It's just it was such a vast part of
it
League Start
definitely
meta,
was. It definitely was, yes, and that is also obviously part of the reason why it had to. I wouldn't call it be phased out because it's still going to be extremely viable, but like push to a different point in the natural build progression. I wouldn't say Ill Omen was like introduces a replacement or something like that, but of course it's going to be interacting with a lot of the same similar mechanics. It's obviously also going to be very, very important for dot builds, but I wouldn't think of it as like the team thinking, oh, like we thought there was repurification was like overpowered, so like now we're gonna absolutely break this for a season or two and like introduce this whole new thing. No, it was just about ensuring that build diversity, especially for certain archetypes, can expand back into a more healthy range or spectrum.
Yeah, I will give you guys credit because you also, not only did you add it in the later progression, you also even buffed it. So now you can get to 35% repurification later on, if I remember correctly. Crazy. So I guess there is like a valid point to that. I'm wondering how it's going to shake out, but I guess that's just gaming, right?
I'm also kind of wondering if the new repurification where Ill Omen effect becomes enemies take true damage equal to 4% of their max life when getting a stack of Ill Omen. Does this replace it? Does this replace what Ill Omen does? So right now, Ill Omen is if a boss gets 10 stacks of Ill Omens, it takes 20% of its health. So instead, it's going to take 40%? And that's max health, right? Oh, it says becomes, so I'm assuming it's replace. So that's really powerful, especially if that true damage goes through the I mean, TLIDB is way more accurate when it comes to numbers. And so if that goes through the damage cap, because I think a lot of times the true damage does, it's pretty wild. Yeah, you do lose a curse for it, but it's pretty wild. Like, one of the big problems, one of the reasons the curse meta is what it is because damage over time had the ability to have like 3 curses, and now we're right back to where we fucking started, man.
Said the goal of beacon modifiers changes was to shift the focus from damage to survivability. I was quite excited about this, but then it was ended up being reserved explicitly for the kind of deep space resonance. And in those parts of the game, obviously the damage threshold are already insanely high because of compasses and probes. And when multiple,
it's a little bit concerned to see like, oh, I'm already gonna have like the monsters taking 10% health, and then I have another 50% less damage taken.
Modifiers stack with these new mods, it's looking like maybe 2, 4, even 8 times more damage required to clear the map. So what's the intent behind pushing that constraint even further in this particular mode, rather than making it you wanted to address the kind of defensive requirements rather than making that more of a global thing? Why?
Well, let me answer for Audrey here, Milky. We wanted to find content for armor stackers to do, and only armor stackers to do. We really just kind of felt that armor stackers didn't have enough content in the end game. We heard your guys' concerns of the armor stacker community, and so we really just figured we'd make a whole section of the game that like just really just kind of like is for the armor stackers to kind of like go and play and have fun. And that's going to be the deep space. So yeah.
Why reserve it for specifically deep space?
Well, first of all, from a design standpoint,
also we're adding in a new pack spirit that gives you 40% more armor.
Deep space has really been like that utmost, high investment, high return, high risk, high return kind of mechanic. And when the team is approaching any changes to deep space, that's basically how it thinks of it. Like, how can the ceiling...
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a special announcement. A huge shout out to Aaron Action RPG and their wonderful community for joining us in this adventure tonight. Let's give them a warm welcome,
Hi,
folks.
Aaron. We're watching the Palsteron, Milky BK, and Andre from TLI interview. How you guys doing? Hi, Ashes. How's it going? What are you guys up to? How was last EPOG? If you guys don't know Aaron, he's a great dude. Go give him a follow. Can we get a shout out, please? And he is Mr. Last Epoch. If you need any content, any info, go over there. What do you think about Lethal Flash or Moto 1 Spectre? So the Moto 1 Spectre thing, I think, has a lot of potential. I'm probably gonna do a video talking about this, but there are special supports for modules that I don't think were in the patch notes. And yeah, some of them are pretty strong. You can like make it so that it has half of the cooldown on its skills. So you could have specters that are like increasing the damage enemies take by 50%. You can make them do less damage. There's just like tons of buffs and stuff. So I think Moto has a lot of potential. You can make it so that the specters are taking a huge chunk of damage for you. I would not be surprised if my Sage character rocks a one of the modular characters. Doing good, sir. It was unbelievable. Thank you much for the raid, my dude. Hi, Yar. I think Lethal Flash also has a lot of potential too. I think Lethal Flash is maybe going to be... I don't know, a lot of people are talking about going Chromatic Shot. I think Chromatic Shot's going to be very meta this season. So I'm kind of interested in maybe like doing some builds that are not projectile Mahaps. Look, it's Aaron. It's Aaron. AARPG. Karina. Yeah, I mean, but then you have Karina. She's really hot, so you know. Karina is good. But yeah, I'm doing a video probably after this about the crazy stuff we found in modules today. I think that Sage has the ability to offload like 90% of her damage taken to an enemy, to a minion that might not be able to die. Which is pretty easy. Pretty silly, I think. Pretty relatively silly. And like on day one, you could be potentially offloading 52%. Oh, and you also get like free explode from having that. So yeah, pretty good defensive layer, I think. And then that minion also gets to do stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to this is the Lunaria SS12 talk. Where's reactant?
Be pushed even higher. Like, how can the challenge be
Servers
squeezed
go offline
even more?
Like
Having
basically 24 hours before the season starts.
said that, the changes so far and also going forward, they're not just about, you know, actually increasing survivability requirements, but they're also about basically increasing kill efficiency. So it's not just about like, you know, being as tanky as possible, you know, being able to face tank as you're going for deep
I said stanky
space, but also about having a very efficient build. That being said, we do think that there is a limit. And again, if the time to clear or if the time to kill become either disproportionately punishing, or at the same time, if the range of viable archetypes, you know, narrows down way too much, which honestly is always one of our biggest concerns approaching any mechanic or any season, then it might call for some further tuning and adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, specifically with like probes and compasses and these new things, I think we will. I personally think we will see that where it is quite limiting on what builds can do it. At least
I totally agree. I think that there's too much DR
initially, because obviously
there's too much DR. Like the numbers on the DR are too big. Like the fact, don't the probes give like, hold up, where is these? Compass. Like 50% less damage taken, 60% less damage done type of stuff. Like monsters having 70% more life is okay. Where's like the Carjack one? The Carjack is extra HP as well. Is it the probes that do big DR? Yeah, like negative 40%. I remember like looking at doing the God of Might one. I was like, I don't really want to do God of Might where it has 4 times the health in deep space. It's a little bit scary. Yeah, like the Outlaw one here, 75%. And then you have new mods that are going to also be DR. It's kind of scary. Granted, it does mean that your build can scale up higher. Like you can have like 200 trillion DPS and like do something. But it's a little bit funny that we're like pushing past the damage cap even harder now.
We're getting some power from the memories, but we also lost a lot of power from the Vorax. So we're going to have things like Armor Stacker and Major Stacker, I imagine. Because those things get, like Cage and stuff, that stuff gets very, very, very tanky in deep space already. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Just
I guess another approach could be to leave the changes to map modifiers and approach it from compasses. You can nerf the requirements of compasses as well. So I guess you're if you see a decrease of builds that can actually run it, then same thing kind of, right? Maybe even easier to balance it that way. So next up, I want to ask a few questions from the community and in general. Things that are interesting, but don't really have its own header, right? Like just quick fire questions, I guess. Can we automate elixirs?
Yes.
Fully without having to use the gloves? Sorry.
Yes. Basically, you can trigger them automatically through activation mediums. Yes.
Nice.
Perfect. How rare are those drop only elixirs?
So I think one of the things that people just don't realize that the POB or TLIDB is messed up right now for activation mediums.
Serious. Can, for example, people who start with Sage plan around them, or are they chase items?
They're definitely gonna be more of, I wouldn't call them like pure chase items, but they're definitely gonna be like part of your like mid to late progression plans.
Okay.
And basically not just a baseline component that you can reliably get at the season start.
So it's probably just be closer to like precise auras and stuff.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And how about the...
I especially think that some of the like more niche ones that people don't realize are potentially good, like, I don't know, Saltpeter one, for example, could potentially just be free. Or was it Putrid Toad? It's Saltpeter.
boss modulation for Minion players? Can they plan around some of those new modules, or how's that?
Positioning wise, it's also going to be a little bit similar. It's also going to be like that kind of like mid to late, like pre-chase item, whatever you want to call it. And the actual farming difficulty is going to depend on their drop source, basically.
Okay. That makes sense, yeah.
So does that mean that those modules actually drop from the boss that they're named? Like, is this Pokemon where if I want a large Ember Automaton, I need to go boss rush large Ember Automaton? Because that's going to maybe be a little bit of a pain in the ass. I don't know where that boss is on all the spots besides that one map we ran earlier.
Can we have a level all button for skills so we don't have to press
Please.
so often during leveling? Please.
Passing forward the feedback, yes, I would love it too. Now, not only that, just like being able to like add or remove talents more effortlessly. Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Yeah, we actually had that one. Single click talent activation.
Oh, we got it
We'd
now?
like that too. Yeah, we'd like that too. No,
Oh.
we're gonna ask about that. We'd love that one.
I was confused for a second. Jesus.
No, I wish.
Then we have the Carino 2 got a rework, and there's a new talent at the end that says projectiles can jump off the ground. Can you maybe explain a little bit about how that's going to work with shotgun and shotgun coefficient, or will it even be able to shotgun? How's that going to work?
It's going to function like basically the same way as icicle. So it's not shotgun coefficient, and it's not going to be hitting the same target again.
Okay.
All right, now one for me, and I'm praying on this one. In the patch notes, it says, fixed an issue where the damage effectiveness of the burst triggered by Berserker Rayhan's anger was incorrect. What does that mean?
Oh, I can feel the disappointment coming down the road. Can you guys feel it? Can you feel the disappointment coming?
It basically means that the actual behavior previously observed in past live builds did not match the description, and this has now been corrected.
What does that mean?
And
Could you
Go on.
Pal's face.
Go on. Keep going. Yeah.
actually,
Positive, negative?
yeah, actually, to be clear, it's more of a downward correction.
Ah!
So the added flat damage before was actually higher than it should have been according to the description.
So is that for everything, or was the weapon damage getting scaled more, do you know, or was it stuff like strength stacking? Are we clear on that?
I'll clarify later. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it does not affect the coefficient for the flat damage gain from weapons.
I knew it, bro. Dude, it's been 2 years. I knew it.
Yeah, because everybody was running strength
All right.
stacker, and just didn't really make sense why it was so much better than everything else. And that makes so much sense if it was just working that way.
Yeah, auto craft on hero memories to select a modifier and just let it go.
I believe it is being worked on, but it will most likely not be ready for Lunaria. So
yeah, I'd be surprised.
The earliest possible ETA would be the season after Lunaria.
Okay.
What season is that?
The filter sounds, whenever you're using them from someone from a different server, you have to, it's really weird getting the files from them. Can we maybe have that just be accessible in game?
We want to address it as much as possible.
So 75% damage nerf? Yeah. I mean, I heard Milky killed SS20 in a week with trains, so we nerfed it. This is all your fault.
This is a more complicated issue than it sounds, because it sounds like, like a very technical issue. And it's
yeah, that was on purpose, right? It's probably just a
What is train? It's like effectively Rayhan 1.
limitation of the way it's the system.
No, this is like a legal problem. They don't want you uploading loot filter sounds that are anti-CCP.
It's more due to the limitations of the China server. Let's just put it like that.
Right.
Yes, because the China server is subject to a lot more content restrictions that we are not to, and the team is not concerned about filters, flowing from the China server abroad, but it's more concerned about the type of filter sounds, that would be flowing from the other servers into China, and whether any of the content would be sensitive or not, and not adhering to existing compliance and regulation. And yeah. So
then US to EU exclude China. I mean, so we have 3 servers that aren't the Chinese server. I can't even log on to the Chinese server. Just it doesn't make any sense.
That is the main hurdle behind unifying stuff like that.
Okay.
That's also the reason why we have stuff like streamer mode right now, where certain mechanics get certain models.
Oh yeah.
Covered. If you don't know, Arcana gets a shirt, basically. That emote there in Twitch chat, that she gets like a shirt that covers up the flesh part there, because yeah. That's what streamer mode is, because people were getting banned off of Billy. I think they were getting temporary or maybe permanently banned because they were
they were playing the Arcana incident.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this one has been bothering me for maybe 14 seasons now. Can we please get a button to end the God of War encounter at the end of the map?
You mean like a hotkey?
It's been it's kind of been considered as part of that modernization of older mechanics, and something very worth implementing.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I kind of have to go off of script here. This can be in, but let's try to not make it sound mean or condescending.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hit us with it.
There is an issue which is prevalent across the vast majority of Chinese developed games, and obviously Torchlight Infinite is a consequence, which is that for cultural reasons, the majority of Chinese people in our age bracket did not grow up playing console and PC games. Their first widespread exposure to gaming was via smartphones,
right?
And smartphone gaming. So the first way that they tend to approach control schemes, graphic design, to a very great extent stems from that. So a great difficulty that Torchlight has been struggling with so far, but that we're slowly, step by step surmounting, or at least trying to, is very gradually abandon that, mobile first
Andre is so smooth, man.
Kind of design language, design interface, and moving towards something that's more in line with what the industry standard is, what what a normal PC RPG is. And every time you ask a question like, why do I have to click on so much stuff? Like, why are there so many red buttons and red warnings? Like, why is this UI so big? Like, why is it not displaying enough information? Like, it all stems from that common issue, which is...
Yeah, patrons, there's maps, though, where you kill the boss in the middle.
At its core, a vast cultural difference between, like, these two sides of the world that grew up with a very different gaming culture, but it's also something that the team and the lead designer themselves are very aware of, and it's a core part of our upcoming development pipeline for the coming year or two, like just really move away from this language and hopefully towards something that's more industry standard.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Because as needy as we are asking for all these things, of course, there has been a lot of progress made in these things already. So
yeah.
I just brought that up because,
like, you can just click it, but yeah, it'd be nice to have hotkeys for everything.
A lot of these things, they seem like separate issues. Like, like, why can't we level this up? Just with one click, or like, why can't we just like add talents with one click, or like, why cannot I just activate or close this mechanic like this? It all stems from like the same core issue, which is like a very different design language at its core.
It's like an underlying philosophy that you had in the beginning, right? That's
exactly. Yeah,
changing a bit now.
Yeah. I do think we're getting there though, like step by.
Yeah, Torchlight from like the very first look compared to now is crazy. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen what Torchlight used to look like. Let me even find it real quick. I find my old video here where I like showed off the game, and it was wild to me how different the UI and everything felt. Like 2 years ago. I'm scrolling down. But like the game really has changed, and they really have done a pretty good job of just changing how this works and how this looks. Okay, there's Mistville. Wow, my old thumbnail style was very different. I actually did have a whole bunch of thumbnails where I was big in it. Where the fuck is my Torchlight video, man? Here it is. I was just about to give up.
Hello everyone, I'm Don the Crown.
Yeah, look at this guy from 3 years ago. Doesn't he look very different from me? Insane. So like the talent system still looks very similar.
Sub branches from one major branch and one additional branch.
Still looks very, very similar, right? The like
Damage
everything was just
or a
way
whole
bigger. I
host
don't
of
think you
other
can make it
things.
smaller.
You have up to 5 active skills at a time, but you also have 3 slots for
And like the end game, like
one
interacting
of
with
several
maps.
available
Looks very,
instant
very different
stages.
too.
Clearing a stage advances a meter, which eventually lets you fight the area boss for big fat.
Big fat loot. How's it look now? It's very different. So like they're gonna be updating. So like this is what the end game map kind of looks like now with like different stuff. So things are like way more modern looking and really more clean. The the UI stuff looks better. This is still the exact same. This has been updated to look way more modern. Even age look exactly the same. Yeah.
By step.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Nice. Final question on the quickfire. Are we going to get a TorchCon potentially in EU or NA?
So, I don't know if you guys saw it, but we actually held our first non-China TorchCon this year.
Korea.
Yeah, Korea. Earlier this year. And I can also be very clear that the West, or global, whatever you want to call it, is an extremely important market for Torchlight as of now. So it's definitely something that we hope to do, and it's definitely something under discussion right now. The main reason we haven't done it already, because from a market standpoint, we are at that point, where if we can do it for Korea, we can also do it for the West. The main reason is like
what is this?
像这个寒冰传送直接剖巴哈，就
How's
就
this
会在
beginning
那边
used
底
to look?
下在留言说啊，不就教人怎么花钱？
Sunglasses build?
然后说啊，装备那么贵，那我还不如去买两把冰冰。
What is he even playing? Bruh.
operational complexity. So the West
Double
is
for
not as
transmission.
concentrated as Korea is, so it's operationally more difficult to decide like, hey, should we do this in London or Frankfurt or California or Australia or whatever it is. So yeah, securing something that makes sense from a logistics standpoint is going to be the first difficulty to tackle and address. And then maybe we can, test a small scale event. I'm not sure if it will be necessarily called TorchCon in its first form. Like maybe we'll test the waters with something smaller. Until then, we can progress to a full-on, blown out TorchCon in wherever that may be. But yeah.
Fly me out to TorchCon. Me and Milky can hang out. Palsteron. All the lads.
Definitely in the
Sweet.
definitely in the
Burb.
plans. Yeah.
Awesome.
All the other streamers.
Sounds good. I guess to round out this whole interview, you guys have pushed out a ton of content over the last 3+ years.
Oh, I didn't do anything with my passport.
Since me and Milky started it. I mean, we're right there from like beta on. And I gotta say, like, the game has grown a lot and improved massively. But if you think about like the next 10 seasons or so, you guys seem very future oriented already. Where do you see the game in, let's say, 10, 12 seasons from now?
Well,
man, I'm so excited that I just got a quadruple corrode on my revived, enhanced, awakened memory. Unfortunately, my my Vorax hero memory framed is not the right color, so I'm looking forward to recrangling it in the decranglifier. Unfortunately, like the memory ocean drops have just been really bad this season, so hopefully they buff that. But Marty told me that Outlaw is really good to farm this season, so I really should just do that.
first of all, we do have this long-term content development pipeline, which stems from the concept that now, in this period in time, April 2026, we have an idealized version of what we believe Torchlight Infinite should be. So we have these goalposts that we hope to achieve like 6 seasons, 8 seasons, 10 seasons from now. But like philosophically speaking, or from a game development standpoint, the point is not to achieve those goalposts, but more to just double down on the Torchlight identity. So what that means for us right now is that we're really doubling down on what makes Torchlight so different from our competitors. So, that might be all the flashy zoom mechanics. That might be reducing friction as much as possible. That might be having quality of life. Whatever that might be. It's just, something that we really intend to like continue to double down on to like address player needs as much as possible. What's that going to look like in 1 year? That's not something that we can safely assess right now, because, in 1 year from now, the whole gaming landscape, the ARPG landscape are going to obviously look extremely different from what they do right now. So do we have this mid to long-term development plan, yes, we do. Do we think that's going to be the final state of Torchlight Infinite? Like, do we think there's ever going to be like an official like Torchlight Infinite final build? No, definitely not. We're always going to be, you know, trying to do,
and at least until TLI 2.
What's been working for us so far, which is really address those pain points that aren't met by some of our competitors, and like really doubling out on what makes our voice and identity a little bit more unique in like this ultra competitive space.
We thought that about Lost Ark too. Damn. I feel like one of the questions I would have asked would have been, I mean, they can't answer this. I would have been like, so you guys acquired the Torchlight IP. Are you guys working on Torchlight 2? Maybe that's why I wasn't on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I think as long as you guys like, we've seen this with ARPGs that come and go all the time. It's all about just being consistent.
Yeah,
like,
the cadence is everything, and you guys hit that every time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the mini games are really fun. The consistency has been there, so yeah, I'm happy to hear that answer. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's great closing words. Thank you so much, Andre, for being here, making some time for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on. This was fun. Hope we can do more of these going forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do that. I know it's very stressful for you guys right now, but I hope it's going to be a great league start. And I hope there's no bugs with Chromatic Shot. That's all I'm saying. Otherwise, there might be an angry DM, but it's fine. All right.
Yeah, I liked this podcast. I really felt like Milky just really talked too much. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know why Milky was just really taking up the whole conversation. Like, he could have his own stream probably. He's just a chatterbox, man. He's just a chatterbox. Bro thinks he's God's. I mean, he is, but why is he talking so much, man?
Either way, though, also thank you to my co-host Milky, and yeah, see you guys on release.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much.
Get some claps and chat, some clappy. Wait. So Milky, is it like if you're not a milk carton, you talk less, but if you are a milk carton, you would talk more? Is that what's happened there? So if you brought the milk carton persona. You need the milk carton to have on the head whatever your build is, like Rayhan train. Rest in peace, Rayhan 1 train. That's pretty good. Very interesting information. And I feel like you guys asked a lot better questions than what we saw in the Korean live stream. It was very interesting to know, like, the automation definitely is there. Like, I mean, pretty much you could, guess that if you're going to have a skill that only lasts 3 seconds, that's going to have automation. But it's really nice to have confirmation of that, because if they'd been like, no, you're going to have to press the button, yeah, we'd be looking like a different angle thing. You're playing Rayhan 1 League Start. So one of the things I think a lot of people don't realize is that if you think your League Starter has gotten nerfed, but you've already played that character, when you go to make a character, instead of making your Rayhan to start the season, just go log into your existing Rayhan, respec the tree, and see how the damage is. And if the build is bricked, then you make decisions around it. But it's possible that you log in and it's going to be fine, right? And there's been many times where I've used my standard characters as like a test character, where I'm using it to like find the resources and testing things. Like if I go here, and for some reason it's turned into this, Thea is my test character that I've like put so much stuff into. Calculating build kills all the hype for you in ARPG. Like pre-planning everything. Yeah, I do enjoy kind of like vibing my way through. The only season that I didn't like vibe my way through was Mana Stack Rosa, but even then, like, we kind of figure some stuff out. But yeah, you can see like all of these fucking crazy supports that I have purchased here in standard on this. There's all sorts of weird stuff, and I have like a ton of like weird equipment in here for like different builds and testing different things, like Commander's Gambit, different like slates sometimes I'll throw in here. And just like, I've put her through like a dozen builds basically just to see what the fuck is going on. And yeah, you can do that. And another thing, if you go into standard and you take all of your flame elementium off of your characters and put it in the stash, you can effectively just share your flame elementium on any character, right? You can share it on all of them, so like it's actually in there, and you probably have tons of flame elementium just built up. Hey Don, how bad is it not have a level 6 pet versus a level 1? For what? For what pack spirit? For attacks? For money? Or it kind of just depends. Grok suggested C2 LS and G3 Ignite. So suggested you should farm 10 divs the first day. Yeah, you probably want to get 12. Like the loot pack spirits. I mean, loot pack spirits, you can kind of like tell how much more they're going to give you. But like, there's definitely some mechanics, like I think like Outlaw and Overrealm, that are a lot harder to break the profit, like green line, I guess you could say, if you don't have the pet leveled up. What is triggering there? Oh, that's that. What are the stars on skills? Those are just special supports that get leveled up from the special supports, like kind of system from the canvas. And your Grok was reliable, can be shared on new season characters. Come on, Relic. You'll have your own stash for the season. You will not be able to bring thousands of flame elementium into the next season. Haven't done Gemma 2 Tangle yet. May try that this season. Will Rosa 2 be good this season? I think Rosa 2 is still S tier character. So like if you had seen my tier list video where I talk about like the no bait tier list, the whole idea with this is basically to figure out like what are builds that people play in the beginning and what are builds that are really strong in the end game. But one of the problems that looking at Supreme Showdown clears is that you notice 300, 300, 300, 300. That's because you can only see the top 100 people on these on the ladder. And so if we go and look at the SS21 3-star, people don't really like over 100 here, but Rosa definitely cleared a lot more than everybody else. Let me see how many Rosas cleared that. So like only Gemma 2 in Asia and Rosa 2 in Europe cleared 100. Like the entire, if you go to EU, you go to the Supreme Showdown leaderboard, it will be on Rosa 2. Everyone will be full 3-star SS21. Every single Rosa 2. And there was only like 13 in NA, but you know, NA is way smaller. Let's see how many there are now. Unsullied. So there are 16 now. So it went up by like 3, which is like a little bit less than 30%, but it's still not bad. That's since March. Completely accurate tier list. Not possible. Any are misplaced. We have Gemma 2 and F tier. I think that this is unfair, Marty. Marty shows his distaste for his own favorite character. You ask the question. She should be B. You had a really rough time league starting Rosa 2 first time, so just be aware if you don't think you can secure the mana stack swap resource in a timely manner. I mean, you basically have to play like a very similar build to like Erica 1, with like less power in Profound. Rosa 1's tier. I think Rosa 1's probably fine. I think Rosa 1 might actually be OP for the season mechanic because being able to vacuum enemies to you seems pretty good. Is there any other way to vacuum enemies to you? You have a T2 prep? You're on T2? Sheesh. I'm just thinking, like, what if this is like a PoE ghost mechanic thing where you're like you're like running through the map, right? And you pop open the ghosts here and then you just vacuum them to the next pack of them, and then you kill them, and you have the the special map thing that gives you where they like respawn back in the statues, and so you break all the statues again, vacuum them to the next thing, and then you have even more. And then this would be one of the reasons you would play with 2 players, right? So you would have one vacuumer who's like super tanky, who's just pulling everything, and then the armor stacker just like one hits everything, it all dies, explodes, and then you drag it to the next thing. Oh my gosh, it was so fun. Take from I should make a second character just sit in your own maps. Tactically, yes. Reverse knockback? Yeah, there is reverse knockback. Hammer of Ash Sage with 16 projectiles and 300 AoE sounds fun too, yeah. Follow your leveling build for Rayhan 2. Work great until time mark 6. Falling off hard now. Do you have an early time mark guide for legendary items crafting get to know? Or is any time mark 7... So basically, generally in time arc 7, you want to stop and like get all your gear crafted up to be at least like tier 2 mods for everything. Because tier 2 mods are really quite powerful. But really, like, you should be, for most builds, starting to feel like you're hitting a wall in time arc 6 or 7. And you need to like find your weapon and craft up a tier 2 weapon in time arc 7, like ASAP if you're an attack build. Does player quant work if they sit in the front of the map? Yeah. I think Sage would be okay to play a League Star for a new player. It should probably be fine. Lord 6-7. What do I think? Did you say Rosa 2? I mean, Rayhan 2 is also really good. I'm surprised you have Rosa down here. Yeah, Rayhan 2 is also very powerful. He did lose a bunch of life, but it's still very fine. I don't know if Carino 2 is up that high. Yeah, also, like, this is one of the things that drives me fucking crazy with tier lists, is that just because something's, like, not in the tippity top tier doesn't mean it's bad. Right? This isn't like a like 5-star, this is suitable, 4-star, this is the worst Uber ride I've ever had, right? Like our whole, like our society has basically become like really weird about this, because like if you have an Uber ride, you give somebody a 4-star, like that's really bad. Like that hurts them and like their job, and like giving them a 1 is like really terrible. But like even like the B tier here is still playable, I'd assume. I think Karina 2 was same with Gemma 2 was in the previous season. No shot. No shot. I think Thea 1's basically going to be Thea 1's going to be the new like everybody's starting it type of thing. Any bias for the SS20 boss? SS20 bosses, if you want to get 3 stars, you generally have to be doing 15 trillion damage at like full uptime. And there is one bias with the boss because the boss starts off with a, it's basically it's a triple boss mechanic, and it's actually really, really annoying fight, and I'm so not looking forward to it because there's one part where you kind of have to like RNG into having a good boss spawn. Like, it's gonna be so fucking annoying, man. Milky, you should have asked about the Supreme Showdown boss and why they put this one, because it's so trash. But the fight starts, so you can hit all three of them. So if you're playing a build that is like a spike build where you have 15 trillion damage hitting one boss, but if there's three of them, you're doing like 5 trillion DPS, that's not going to be good. Never mind this one? Really? It was really annoying on wasn't it Rosa 2, like the SS21? I never got the 3-star on it. It was very, very annoying. I was like, why is my damage so bad? Oh. Your fastest campaign run was Moto 1. He's consistently ranked low. I mean, campaign runs don't really mean much, to be honest with you. Again, ow wow wow isn't good at the new boss. Ow wow wow. Tangle Gale / new meta chat. Do a guide to calculate the damage above 5 trillion on the dummy? Yeah, sure. I'll show you real quick. What was I supposed to have in here? Yeah, Marty has a whole filter video right now. Well, it's in the last spot. Bro. Steamroll critical strike. How did I miss that? So, when you're doing damage that's over the cap, it's really like kind of hard at first glance to figure out exactly how much damage you're doing. But it's pretty simple, actually. So you have 3 numbers on here. This is the average DPS in the total time you've been hitting the dummy, the highest DPS that you've hit in the last 5 seconds, or in 5 seconds, and then damage in the last 5 seconds. And so if you want to figure out how much over the damage cap you are, you need to stop and then start hitting the dummy, and you need to hit for like ideally 10 or 20 seconds or like X number of seconds. And then you stop once you get to 10. I stopped a little sooner, and you need something to keep hitting the boss here. So I have like my little minion still hitting, and for every X seconds that this top number stays at 5 trillion is another 5 trillion over the cap. So if this makes it to 30 seconds, that means that would be damage capped. And I stopped a little bit early, so that's why I didn't click all the way over. But you want to test this a few times, and obviously the longer you do damage for, the more accurate this is going to be. But if you have like pure heart or some other stuff, like you can't necessarily do that. And it's pretty simple. Pretty simple. So, see, yeah, 30 seconds. It's like removing reliable damage multipliers to get a number under 5 trillion, then multiplying it out. So the problem is that if I take off like my supports, we're still at damage cap. So AoE, fucking home office next to your stream? Huh? Why don't I get 3 trillions? I don't have the damage battle connector thing in right now. Oh, it's also because the way that the crescent slash works with this. So for every 40% attack speed, the combo finisher hits multiple times. So it's not like doing one big hit, I guess. I don't know, man. You can also tell if you're damage capping because you're just seeing zeros in there. Just flicker things. Morning, what character? Sorry, I saw your message on YouTube, but it's still the same thing. Sage. All my YouTube videos are saying it. I'll put it back on the screen again. So AoE is not good for the next 3 bosses. AoE is fine. Spike skills would be bad. Spike skills would be bad. Where's that Marty video?
Hey guys, Marty here. I wanted to make a video about
Hi, Marty.
My filters that I use in Torchlight. So a lot of people already use my endgame filter, but I've used an early game filter that's customized for my builds every season for I guess about like 3 or 4 seasons now, and I just update it every season to be custom for my character. But I wanted to make a video and share that filter so that I can explain what things you would want to change if you want to edit my filter to use it for a different style of build. So there's a few things I'm going to go over.
Marty, where are your skins for your spirit guardians? What the fuck?
Here, please watch the entire video if you're going to use the early game filter. If all you care about is the late game filter, you can just download it or copy it from the chat, or I'm going to link it in the video description, but I'm also going to have a link in my Discord and new channel in there where people can post feedback if there's legendaries I need to hide, if you think I hid something that you want to see, which generally I hide things that I don't consider worth selling. So, you know, some of the things I hide, you might consider it worth it. But if you do want to give me some feedback, I will try to take it to heart. I just may not necessarily implement some suggestion that people have. But you can do that in my Discord. But you don't need to join my Discord just to get the filters. You can get them from the description of this video. And if you're only caring about the late game filter, I do all the updates to that myself. I gradually filter more and more throughout the season. You cannot get too strict with the filter at the beginning because there are some nuances to how the filters update going into a new season. All filters
slates get fucking super broken
in this game carry over season to season, but new items, new modifiers, these all get added to the filter. So first off, I wanted to start going through the...
So slates very historically, if they make any changes at all to the passive tree, which they always do, they make any changes at all to the passive tree, then the all the slates break because they change the code for stuff.
Early game filter. I apologize if this video is a bit lengthy, but please watch the whole early game filter just so you don't miss something that is important and screw yourself over on the league start if you choose to use it. But you can basically adjust my filter to use it for any build, and then things that you think are relevant, feel free to change those.
Prepping mode, nice, dude.
First and foremost, the most important thing in the early game filter to edit is this gear section. There are a lot of tables here. The ones that are ticked out, they are not relevant. There are things that I guess I could delete, and I might do that at some point. But you will want to delete these. Oh, and before I get into this, in my Discord, I posted pictures that explain how to get the filter and everything if you're not familiar with this. But what I would recommend, just first and foremost, create 2 of the filters. So you do create from a shared code. You'll copy paste the link from the video description and create 2 of them. So one will be my version, which will get updated whenever I make changes to it. And the other one, you should edit it. So click the edit button here, make literally any change. It doesn't matter, although try not to make one that screws you over. You can even do something like just changing the icon. And then use that one as the one that you update for yourself. Because any changes that I make will not get ported into your filter once you update it. So that's a way that you can basically change it to be whatever's good for you and not have any issues with what I'm doing. So anyways, back to the filter. First and foremost, this top rule, you don't have to worry about this. This rule is just showing reap scepters at low levels. This only will show any loot if you're on a character that even gets scepters in the first place, but reaps percentage of the dot, duration of the dot mod. This is one of the best mods in the early game for dot builds. I just put it here because some of my friends play dot builds and they really want to see this at the start of the league. And no matter what, this rule is just nice to have. You won't have to deal with it on other builds. The rest of these at the top here, we can just skip over. They're all just like little things that will show items so we don't miss them. Actually, I'm going to edit this tower sequence icon so that it looks a little bit different from how I've made the gear. So then here's the next thing. We're going down to, these are the energy items. So this is what you're going to want to edit. And unfortunately, you will have to do this for every single item just to make it better for you, because I don't want to see your wands. The way that I do gearing in an early league, and personally I consider this the best way to do it, is I craft all of my rares. I am not worried about selling rares.
So there's an easier way to do this, Marty. You just make a top rule that hides all of the weapon types that you don't want to see. And so this part here can just be showing everything. You don't need to filter because you just like, I just hide everything that's not the weapon type that I want. So instead of like showing specific stuff, although I guess if you want specific types of armor, I mean, you just have a hide thing at the tippity top. Too much room for failure. Never base your rules around hiding.
Okay. I'm not worried about buying rares. I just want the bases with high energy so that I don't have to use energy cores. Then I can sell my energy cores. And I just want bases so that I can craft the mods that I want. And the way that filters have to be structured in this game, we do the high level mods first. So if all you're worried about is early game stuff, for example, like pre-maps, then you would scroll down here to these modifiers at, down here. See where it says level 0 to 55. Anything that's 0 to 55, if you change that, it's campaign only. So if you only want to filter that, you know, shows stuff for campaign, that's all.
Did I say it was filtering thousands?
All you have to do. And basically what these modifiers here are doing.
Oh, it's a I was like, why is it saying like 1,000 things?
Is we're showing
a semicolon.
We're showing items from level 45 to 55 that have some energy, because energy is the most powerful thing you can get early game. Those little percent increased damages, or, you know, a little bit of attributes, a little bit of res, that's much less relevant than getting more links on your skills. Energy is the end all be all until about time mark 7. If you're getting, you know, more auras because you can put more links on for off the beaten track, if you're getting a 6 link on your skill earlier, if you're getting duration, cooldown on your empowers for better uptime, you know, like all these things add up significantly, and they're much better than a few low tier mods. So we get the high energy item, and then as we progress, usually around time mark 3, time mark 5, and time mark 6 or 7, I'll start crafting some of these bases. But before that, I'm just showing bases and equipping whatever's good. You know, maybe if an item drops, like say I got this hammer, it's a higher level hammer, but say it dropped like, okay, I'm out of mats, bad example, but say it dropped with like this mod, then I would just maybe like click one advanced mod here, one advanced mod here, one basic graphics here, one basic graphics here. Like just fill out the mods basically if you get an item that has a few relevant things to you. You're trying to minimize how much you're spending on crafting those early items. But so anyways, my filter, it's set up for Thea 2. And I'm going to be playing Ground Shaker or Hammer of Ash, basically a melee character. So I've set it up for the items that I want to see. Sorry, that was a big tangent there, but it is relevant. I just want to go through everything for you guys so you're not missing out. So what am I showing here? right here, this is only showing the highest, so 120 plus energy on a chest piece. Because if I see like a Ranger's Rag or an old King's Armor, I want to see this item on the ground if it drops with high energy. I don't care what mods are on it. I'm going to then craft that. And if I don't find it, I might buy one on the auction house if it just doesn't drop in time. You know, that kind of.
Because like getting the energy up for these can be really bad.
Line. So 120 plus energy, this only drops at a higher item level. That's why we're not doing any item level filtering here. If you want two-handers, you're going to want to add them into this rule. So say you want staffs. You would want to put First Man Scepter, Centaur Staff. If you're lazy, you can just literally click this checkbox here. It'll add every single staff, and then you don't have to worry about it.
And like that doesn't really matter if you do that, chat, because unlike PoE, you're not dropping like a lot of the lowest tier stuff all that frequently.
Yeah, basically bows, cannons, crossbows, all this stuff. You can just add it that simply. The other thing is I'm only using armor chest. If you want to also see dex and int chests, you could simply click these here. If you want to see all the armor bases instead of I'm only showing the top two, you can do it that way. And then if you want to quickly remove it, just click these checkboxes. It's very simple, very easy. So you'll do that, and you're going to want to do it for every single one of these mods. So this second one, the reason why we have two overlapping ones here, this is for one-handers and items that can only go up to 60 energy. So here I'm showing gloves, boots, and helmets of strength types, and only the highest bases again because it's all I want to see personally.
I need your highest bases.
And I'm showing one-handed maces. So for you, if you don't want to see shields, just again click right here on offhand. You can hide them all. If you want to see all shields, you can just click right here. It'll immediately highlight every single one. It's very quick, very easy to bulk change these. If you want to see all armor types, I'm not going to click it here, but you could do the same on armor, or you could do it on specifically the ones you want. If you do it for armor, make sure you check out of these chest armors, because these can go up to 120 energy, so you're going to be seeing tons of low energy chest armors. Same goes for weapons here. I only show one-handed hammers, but if you want to see swords, if you want to see daggers, if you want to see wands, rods, scepters, just to do the same thing, click this thing right here so that it deselects these hammers, and then click it on wands, click it on rods, click it on whatever base type you want to see, and you'll see it with high energy. Next up, you just go down. It is a bit of a long process, but so for these lower energy ones that we're getting in the lower levels, so see it's levels up to 80.
This is Marty.
But what I'm doing with these is I'm just allowing anything with 2 or more modifiers to show, because you will get a ton of energy items. If you want to see everything with energy, just get the first thing and be done, then you can remove this modifier here simply by clicking this X. If you want to see less, you can change it to be 3 or more modifiers. Items can drop generally with about 3 to 5 modifiers. So basically you'll lower the amount that you're seeing. But this is what I've found works for me. I don't mind seeing a little bit of extra gear. I just don't want to see a lot of extra gear. But so you'll simply go through all of these, edit on every single one of them, go in, select the base types you want. You can use what I have showing as a guideline just if you don't pay attention and you miss what energy breakpoints, because at every breakpoint, chests and two-handers will have their separate one because they can get twice as much energy. But you can basically click on armor, see whether I'm highlighting gloves or chests in that particular one, and then basic.
So something they could change and add for the loot filter, not something that we can do, but it would be really nice if we could set it so that it would be energy percent and not like an actual energy amount. So like show me things that have 90% of the max energy would be such a nice quality of life change. But the problem is that XD doesn't really care about filter making or filter makers all that much and giving us quality of life. Oh yeah, copy paste rules and stuff. I mean, I'd love to be able to take your filter and then make edits of it, and then it still isn't attached to you, because like I'm pretty sure if I download this filter, I can't like turn it into one of my filters ever. This one? Like if I edit this, it will always be a Marty 1943 one. And I'm pretty sure that I can't import my own filter to make a duplicate of it. So even though like I've made my own change, like I don't think I could like push this to recommendation because it's made for another person. So like I can never actually make my own filter based off somebody else's filter, which is annoying.
It off of that. And actually in this one I've messed up. I'm just going to fix that real quick. We don't want to see chests. But yeah, you'll simply follow that through all of these different types of items. And it'll be pretty quick to go through. Like here, we're just showing chests. Same idea. Just click through in all of them. Very quick and easy.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to energy shield early. I kind of assume I won't.
Most important thing. Let me double check here. Okay, so the next thing you might want to do in here. So I show jewelry bases. For me, I've found that in a lot of my runs, I have not looted a necklace, I haven't looted a ring, I haven't looted a belt to craft. You know, sometimes I'm using legendaries of these for my build, so it doesn't matter. But in my experience, they don't drop common enough that I'm upset about just seeing a bunch of them. And this will also make it easier to select, like maybe you want an erosion res ring a little bit more, or a fire res ring.
I like a rule like this on my hardcore Vorax filter, but I only turned it on for Vorax, and it was just be like, there's 20 fucking things on the ground.
This way you don't have to even think about that. You'll just see all jewelry the whole time. And again, this is an early game filter. You know, I'm only really using this until about time mark 7. After that, I'm just buying all the gear I want to craft. So then the third thing, this is for showing rares. So the way I've done this, I've set it up for how I want to see rares. But if you don't care about looting items that you're not going to craft on, because generally speaking, it's not even really a big deal to loot these. I might loot 1, maybe 2 throughout my entire time through mapping. Other than that, I'm almost always just looting the things that I want to craft on. But so you don't have to worry about any of these under 55 ones. So rule 38 onward, you can 38 to 42, you can ignore. What you'll want to do is go into rule 36, 34, like these ones. I think it's 36, 34, 33, 31, 29, and 27. You'll want to go into all of these, every single one of them, and go in here. Change the bases that you're showing, because again, I'm only showing the bases that I care about. And then change the modifiers. So this is going to be a bit of a pain. I'm only showing ones that have mods that I personally want. But you would click through in here and you would select items that if this item has the mod that you want to
Unfortunately, you have since deleted the unused rules. Well, then why don't you just label them? Fun fact, if you look at the actual initial here, look how they have labels on them, like gear with 1 tier 6. Yeah, we can't fucking do that. It's all this dog shit. This video has convinced you to continue to refrain from ever making your own filter. Yeah. Yeah, I'll continue to make mine, I guess. Is this my early game filter? No, this is this one. Drop filters do not get cleared season to season. One of the problems though with drop filters season to season is that you have to be very careful with some of the like end game stuff. So for example here, Divinity Slate, I think I show ones that have like a legendary mod, and very frequently if you go in here like the highlight, there will be like I've clicked every single legendary mod. If I don't go in and redo this at the start of the season, there'll be a whole bunch of stuff in here that is not clicked, and there'll be some stuff down here that will be clicked, because when they change the tree, these are like pointers that are pointing at a specific spot on the tree. They're not actually pointing at a talent, I'm pretty sure. And so it'll now point to like a micro talent instead, because they moved where stuff is, or they added more, and it progresses the like linked list, I guess, of all of the talents. And so this part will get super fucked up every season if you're not careful. So yeah. Every season I get a DM, there's like, hey, I'm farming cube here and T7, and you're hiding legendary mods. Like, god damn it, dude. So yeah. This is making me want to work on my filter.
See it, so you would just show it. Now, alternatively, what you can do, if you don't care about this at all, and you just want to get rid of my rules for showing these rare items, you can come to those same rules and just click this checkbox here. It'll keep the rule, so if you want to edit it in the future and set it up for yours, you can do that. I'm also posting this video more than 24 hours before the season so that people have time to edit and make changes they want to do to it. But if you just don't care, just click these off. You won't see any of those purple rares, and then you'll only see the energy items that you've set up in those top rules. So it'll be very convenient that way. Next section that is very important, legendary gear. I do not hide very many legendaries at the start, and I only hide them in zones that are 65 or higher. So it's not going to hide anything in troves. You do not need to worry about that.
That's actually a really good point. I think this too can also cause issues if you sometimes some of these can point to the wrong thing.
I've clicked through and hidden a few items, mainly ones that come from Trove, that I think are generally never worth anything. Like, I might get them day one, list them for 1 FE, even with high energy, and they rarely sell. Maybe.
All right, I'm curious to see what Marty has hidden here. Let's go look, chat. In before gravel is hidden. No pistols are hidden. All right, so he's hiding Throat Slasher and Eternal Moon. I think that this is pretty decent because this comes out of the trove for Erica 3 anyways. He's hiding Scepter of XCOM. I could see being a Thea 3 and wanting a Scepter of XCOM replacement that has energy. So I would like not necessarily not want that, but it's whatever. Frozen Will, Interlocking Soul. Yeah, this stuff is all campaign bullshit. Surprised Oathkeeper isn't on here, but I guess Oathkeeper does stay a little bit longer. Imploration Dagger. Lightning Oathkeeper can be 5 FE. Never knew. Sun Shooter Longbow. Shadow of Thunderlight's Touch. Good too. I thought this was trash. This could maybe be okay. Will Cursed Flame. Yeah, there's so many 2 swords that are trash. It's funny that Harbinger's Reverse Plumes is a drop from the boss and it's just so bad. I don't think I've ever seen anybody ever use this. Incorrect Arbitration. Sage's Foresight. Yeah, this is like a campaign thing. Varagon's Attack. This thing is terrible if you get it in the campaign. Isn't this one of the drops that like Thea 2 gets in her campaign? And you're just like, bro. I think you also get this on it was Rayhan or something. You drop this and it's just like, this is actually worse DPS than a blue weapon from the same zone. It is so fucking bad. That gear physical damage needs like a 1 in front of the numbers, maybe a 2 to be even okay. Scorching Wave. I love how all of these are trash now. I think Dumb Voice used to actually be very meta way back in the day, like evasion stacking. This made it terrible. Absolutely terrible. Berserk Gloves. I guess I've used some felines before. These are good too. Sinfire. Yeah, a lot of these are just trash. Ooh, let's see what you're hiding on trinkets. Yeah, all of that makes sense. Photophobia, Pentagram, Astrolabe. What belt are you hiding? Desire of Survival, yes. Steel's Lament. Where is it? Yeah, this thing. I feel like Witch Doctor's herb bag has pretty much always been bad, and this season's definitely going to be probably valuable because that restoration effect, even though it gets cut in half, that additional damage when full life, I think is like low key kind of a good belt early on. Like 45% damage just for, you know, not being dead is kind of nice. Clay doll, revered light, so bad. I really wish they would look at the like numbers for what people hide on their loot filter and make that a thing. Wait, what the fuck? Where is the video? I lost the video. Where is it? Oh, it's here.
Maybe they sell once in a blue moon. But if there's specific legendaries that your build needs that can drop in early maps and you want to potentially see them as a drop, then just quickly go through, look at the ones that have the green dash, and just make sure I'm not hiding anything that you care about for your build. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. Because again, I've only hidden ones that I find are extremely cheap. So, you know, maybe it's like a 1FE item if you want to buy it, but you know, it's worth checking if you're going to use this filter. The next section that I want to talk about is hero memories. So the way that I do hero memories, I'm showing all of the higher level memories, even though some of these will not drop at the point where I'm using the filter. It's a little bit of a paranoia.
Check the official Discord.
But the important rule here is this one: hide hero memories. So what this is doing, at item level 67 plus, I start hiding all white origin memories, okay? So the way that I do my memories is once I get the white memory that I want, so say I want Dex. If I find a Dex origin memory, I will just update this thing to be whatever zone level I'm in, so that's just permanently hiding them from then on out. Now, if I were to find the discipline memory I want, like let's say I find an armor discipline memory and I'm satisfied with that, then I'll just click this, confirm. Now we're hiding all white discipline memories. The reason we do it this way is because you want to see your level 75 memory as soon as it drops, no matter what type it is, even if it's a minion attack and cast speed. You want to see memory of progress the moment that it drops. So we don't hide any of those. What you can do later, once you have all the memories you want at white, and this is what I do, once I start getting the memories I want at blue, I do the same thing. So if I have all the memories I want at blue, you simply, this maximum here, you just raise this to 2 and click confirm. And then now it's hiding all blue memories of the types that we're choosing to hide. So it's pretty convenient. You can get a little bit more nuanced with it, like maybe you want a blue of the last memory, the level 75 memory, but you don't want blues of the others. You can create a new rule, follow the same formatting, and just show the blue memory you want to see. But that's how you'll do that. And then if you don't care, this just won't hide any super relevant memories, so you can just see a little bit more memories. It's not a big deal. I just don't like to see them, so I'll take the time to quickly change this rule as soon as I get the memories I want.
Yeah, very frequently my inventory will get filled up with early memories. Early memories. But you just scrap them. I don't think it's all that big of a deal. I think on this filter, we're highlighting stuff that had the mods that we actually wanted. So maybe this time around we do that. Yeah, I think that I just didn't fuck with anything else. Hide hero memory, item level, rarity. It's probably a good roll. Why the soul did I get
The last and most, not most important, but another
ordered.
very important thing, and this applies to both my endgame filter and my early game filter. In the endgame filter, I will change this once I get to that point in the league. But in Divinity Slates, so I touched on this at the start of the season. So the way that we do these Divinity Slate filtering, I show all legendary mods. But for example, next season in Warrior, they're adding a new modifier. Where's Warrior here? So in Warrior, next season, they're adding a new modifier that says 30% life regeneration speed. It's a legendary talent. That doesn't exist in here yet. So when the new season comes out, sometimes the way it gets added is that it just becomes a new one at the bottom of Warrior.
Yeah, a lot of times it gets messed up. I'm gonna grab water real quick. Be right back. 1 second. All right, I got some water. Water.
But what has happened in some seasons is that it replaces the slot where, say, life gain interval was, and it moves everything else down a tier. This is why we can't really hide any of these early on. And so what you're going to want to do at the start, if you're concerned about missing any memories, you just very quickly click into this, double click the legendary on the left here, which will select every single legendary mod that is possible. Do it again for the next rule, double click. Good to go. Do it again here. Double click the medium talents. Good to go. Do it again here. Double click the micro talents. Good to go. And then you'll be hiding them all. Because I hide all blue mods past a certain point. See here, we're hiding all double blue mods past 82. We're hiding all single blue mods past 86.
So he's hiding all double blue in time mark 8 and above. Double blue, and then he's hiding single blue. Made it even more strict. You're supposed to made it 82 for both. Damn. You're supposed to finish the filter, then make the guide, Marty.
6, and we're hiding all double purple mods. Wait, let me.
You're hiding all double purple mods?
Should I be hiding all double purple mods? Probably not. This is supposed to be on show. Good thing I checked. So we're going to change this to showing because I do want to see double purples early. But you could change this to hiding later. This is why we make a video real quick to talk about it.
Yep. You'd be surprised the number of times just talking my way through something has made me realize.
So we're showing all double purples now. I'm happy with that. Or maybe I'll do it in the other way and I'll just add a level requirement. I'm going to do that instead. Filter editing live in progress here. So we're going to hide all item level 82 plus double purples. That'll hide them in time mark 7, because generally in time mark 7, all I care about is one legendary. Sometimes you can get double purples that are like 15 to 30 FE, but it's not worth taking the time to...
I feel like you should probably make a special exception for this for elixir effect. But I have a feeling that 8% elixir effect will probably something that sells.
Sort through
too speculative, true,
them in your inventory to maybe find one that's worth a little bit, especially when you include.
It's also the pre-time mark 7. Oh yeah, I also get bitched at because people want the command mod. So yeah,
the time of price checking. So when it comes to like showing these or hiding these, we're really just showing them so that we can equip ones that we would use ourselves. And then we show all legendaries, so no need to worry about that. But so anyways, that's the most important stuff for the filter. If you want to use the early game filter, just change those categories I talked about and you'll be good. If you have any questions, please ask me in my Discord. I've created a filter feedback channel. You can ask the questions there. In the future, we'll use that channel, like I said, for filtering or showing things that are important. People can ask about filtering and stuff. If they think that I should show something, I'll probably try to explain why I don't. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope that these leveling filters and the endgame filter are beneficial in the season. Oh, and one more thing. In that Discord, I've also included the 2 sound files that I use in my endgame filter. They're not anything crazy. I just have a little tank sound and a little maps drop sound. But I've included those so you can download them and put them into your own filters if you're on the Europe or Asia servers. And yeah, I hope everyone is excited for Lunaria as I am. Have a good night.
Hell yeah, brother. That was Marty. Here's his thing here. You don't care about sounds? Gotta hear that big sounds. Big sounds. It's just
Ladies
a dude
and
in a
gentlemen,
room.
we've got ourselves a special announcement. A huge shout out to Itzadiyar and their wonderful community for joining us in this adventure tonight. Let's give them a warm welcome, folks.
Hello. How was your stream, my dude? How am I supposed to know if they drop something good if I don't hear Maven moaning in your ears? I don't think you would know. I don't think you would know. There's no legendary rods. Short, tired, 4 hours of sleep, then up for more writing and recording. Good night, dude. Thanks for the raid. Hello, everybody. I'm Don the Crowd. We're just getting ready for the season here. I'm stealing some of Marty's ideas for loot filter setup. We start 49 votes versus. Should have decided if the league starts Sage. Ooh. Yeah, at least it's not Moto 1. It could be worse. Moto 1 was on the list? Yeah. Subs hit a 3-way chat, or 3-way tie, so it came down the chat. Oh, I never know what to hide in armor. I think you hide boom gloves still. Well, pretty bold of you to let your chat even be the deciding factor for that. What kind of Sage build are you thinking? Are you going to be joining us and like everybody else and playing Chromatic Shot? Are Wind Chasers ever good? Firebird. How does she scale Firebird? E1 Arrow Ein Harrier. Tortoise Elixir. Life is ES. And you can turn barriers based on life, right? And ES. It's crazy scrolling down the dex chest at the bottom and seeing double rainbow, then Phantasm, then Evil Heart, Trinity, Ralph's Burial. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? I'm gonna pull the Sage's Pet all the way to level 6 immediately so we can know whether or not it really is a 1-point wonder or not. But yeah, it not looking good. I DM'd Andre about it and did not get any response, so I think Siren's Face Guard, even though it's not very good, this was actually really, really good for Vorax. I wonder if it'll be good again. Oh. Yeah, it was absolutely slam dunk day one. Try to hide traceless pain, right? There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it to 6 just to see what the fuck's going on with that. See if it's any good. Also to see if it's easy to stack, because if it's not easy to stack, it also makes it really, really bad. Be right back. I'm grabbing something out of the toasty oven. I've been obsessed with bagels, man. But yeah, it's a dare. Thank you much, man, for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Guys, go give him a follow. Can we get a shout out? Can we get a shout out already? I was kind of like fucking hungry. My brain was just like. It's gonna be weird that we dropping skills next season. We've not been dropping skills for a while. Hmm. Oh. Oh shit. Hmm. What did you guys Vorax at the start of the season? I'm kind of wondering what's going to be a good Vorax for Chromatic Shot day one. +1 spell burst and 24% additional damage. Yeah, it's pretty strong. How quickly did you switch off Tangle? I thought you were Tangle for a while there. I feel like you got the activation medium and you're like, this sucks. Timer gate. Yeah, I might go for an early solid river as well, maybe. I kind of feel like Tangle, though, if it feels good, might be okay. Because then you don't need to, like, do any scaling for spell burst. Which we, might have problems. Tangle sucked. You don't care if they fix the medium. New Chromatic Shot sounds really strong for Tangles. Yeah, I think you, like, need to play it in Tangle. I don't think you can play Spell Burst until you have the support. I mean, in the preview video, it looks pretty solid.
Revival effects are mutually exclusive. They can all coexist.
Where is she? Where did they show off the new hero? Here she is. It took a while to talk about it. Like, here is definitely, I don't know what they're playing as. But it definitely looks like it shoots out and then goes pretty crazy close. I guess that's additional J-Split. I mean, it has to be additional, otherwise why would you use that? The crazy thing is, like, seeing them moving so fast while she's moving so fast. I mean, that one has a pretty big negative. Pretty big fucking negative. New 3 erosion. Max res stack with that. Yeah, additional damage. But you also have to remember you're stacking desecration on yourself. So you don't want to fizz or erosion stack J-Split. That would be fucking suicide. You're multiplying the amount of erosion damage you're taking. Yeah, I still think you're suiciding if you do that, man. It's got, like, unless you're like, if you're keeping it just 3 stacks max, you're not getting any more max desecrations. Let's say you're at max res. Alright, you're taking 10% damage. you're actually taking 15%. So you're taking 50% more damage from just 3 stacks of desecration. And like realistically, if you're like 80 res, you have like 6 desecration, yeah, you're taking a lot more damage. So scaling it all in actually is really bad. Those crazy T3 multis we were calculating before the season are now using them on ourselves. Yeah. Not really, J-Split. It's actually pretty fucking weak comparatively. If anything, I think that's maybe one of the worst ones. I think this one's okay. Where's the right hand one? Pretty sure this doubles the amount of burst you have. This guy gets 100% projectile speed, up to 300% for magnificent, and up to 60% damage for projectile damage. And you know, Gale is a thing. Rosa 2 gets 120% more strength and dex. Think it's gonna be free? Yeah, maybe. Erica just gets damage for free. Every third cast, you generate a phantom that does triple damage. So yeah. Unless you're playing combo skills, then combo skills is a little bit funky there, but yeah. Nothing hits you. Oh, so then you don't need life then. Huh? I'm just sloughing off anybody who's asking mind control related questions to Shady Broker. Wait, what the fuck is this section? What? So I have chests. This was like a bad section here. So I have chest armors that have flat damage. Bruh. So yeah, just leveling stuff to campaign that has good stats. We're hiding helmets. I remember some of this stuff was a little bit too strict previously. But yeah, believing that you are not going to need to have tankiness anymore is a choice. I don't know why I had like priceless gear at the very bottom there. All right, so all hat types. Other than Sage, what's the best starter? Probably Sage. Sage is pretty good. I think also Sage. This character here, what's her name? Oh, that's not in Chinese. Most unbiased recommendations. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good options, man. So the problem is I have no clue what the actual trove stuff is going to be, so it's kind of hard to like know what gear types to highlight for energy. Yeah, you're fifth, angelic. What the fuck, dude? I thought you were nerfed. I thought you were nerfed. Yeah, what the fuck are you farming? Blue orange. I want you to rethink about whether or not that's a nerf. When do I start getting energy? Teleport? You said the Trove, the Lion King get energy too? Doesn't seem like it. But yeah, I mean, it's making it so that the enemies count as closer to you, which is a buff for, well, classes like Erica 3 that want to be as close as possible. Yeah, I mean, everything in here should be the same item level, so. That was 57. Uh-oh. The Alt F4. Unfortunate. I opened the map too many times there. If you open the map sometimes without teleporting, it breaks. So 12 energy here. I feel like I should just write out all the rules to make it easier for myself. What season is this? This is SS11, SS12, 11, right? It's 12? Work in progress SS10? Oh, that's old one. I like when I click this, like I can't tell what the fucking flavor text is either. It is a buff. What are you doing for energy, Marty? So 27 to 39 that has 1 to 2 random affixes that has any stat. These like the baseline things. There's like all the old shit in here. Why did I try to start working on filter right now, man? So the whole 17 hours of the game goes down. You wonder if they adjusted the drop rate for the thing. For the ring? That thing, a thing. Acolyte. I'm pretty sure that we're starting going off. No, not torchlighted building. We're starting off, we're gonna go not energy shield. I'm just gonna go armor life stack. Because, like, we don't really have room to go into Lich anyways. What is that one garbage amulet? So we might potentially try to use Necklace of the Inverse early. Because if you look at Necklace of the Inverse, it's pretty good. Deadpool, I recommend you watch my tier list video. I don't think Erica 3 is a very good starter. Because you get like 50 all stats in corrosion. You could potentially get 2 main skill level for every empty passive skill slot. And so, you know, if you have an empty slot, that's, you know, was it 10% damage per level? It's like 21%. So, no, I think you're thinking Rayhan one. Wow. Yo, why does this song hit so fucking hard, man? I just like imagine they're like, okay, man, we need a theme song for our like kids TV show, and it needs to be like a little bit cool, but you know, it doesn't need to be too cool. And then he's like, gotcha. It's like, what the fuck? Why did you decide to make it slap so hard? The commands don't work in chat. Can I connect Stream Elements bot to Twitch chat or to YouTube chat? Is that a thing I can do? Connect Stream Elements bot to YouTube. On the setting tabs, add community settings, community moderation. One second here. https:// youtube.com/see stream elements. Okay. Okay. Tier list. That did not work. We wow, I just saw chat stats. My top chatter of all time is still Deep Crown Bot, who we haven't used for like 3 years. It's a bot, and one of my mods that hasn't, you know, been in chat for over a year now. Stream Elements bot, Godlike, Celandine, another one of my former mods, Krolin Solo, then me. You make top 50? Only gives me top 15. Magikarp is 14. Lord Jeff is 13. Former mod, Unagi Roll, Karu, me, Krolin, former mod, Selly, Godlike. How high are you? You're the number one human that still watches my stream. Schnar is the number one human. Schnar used to yap a lot though, so I'm not surprised. I don't know how to make add the bot in your channel of your dashboard. Chat bot. See, I don't know how it like knows to connect because I didn't do that. You're not talk because you mostly lurk. Yeah. If you don't talk all that much, I mean, but when you do talk, you talk a decent little chunk. And you're here every day. The number one emote is LOL. The number one Twitch emote is Blankies. The top 7 TV emotes are XDD, and then FE is quite a bit below that. For some reason, I think there's FFZ emotes. Top command is still coins. It's still coins. How long has it been? How long has it been since we've done the chatbot thing? XGD stopped here. God damn it. Glorp not L soon on top. No thought emote. If you want an emote, just let me know what it is. All right, I'll mess with the chatbot later. I can't remember if I was working my way down or working my way up. God damn it, dude. I should do this on stream. I really should not. Tangent resulting in nothing. God damn it. We have what the fuck? I mean, realistically, at this point, any of these would be fine. Oh, what? What? Although we're probably not going to have gloves, right? Yeah, there's also wow. All right, anything that has 16 or more energy. And then this here is 30 more energy for chests. Cat's so good at emoting IRL. Well, the thing is that I don't think the cats really do emote as much as we think they do. We're just really good at putting emotes on them. There's just sometimes where things look like they're giga fucking annoyed. We just find it cute. Are there any good mods on Ring for us? Anthropomorphizing. Yep. No, never lucky. You have to log into the game, make that character. Which character are you interested in? Because it wasn't something that was accurate. If you go to my heroic GG tier list, not tier list, there you go. That should be pretty accurate. Hmm. I'll be back 1 second. Well, I'm glad I kind of decided to start doing this because I would have forgotten and then felt really rushed yet tomorrow. You get up to fart? No, I'd just fart. I needed to fart. Any sniffer? This song kind of hits too hard, man. God, like. Yeah, I wish I could duplicate some of these rules so it'd be a little bit easier to reselect some of the stuff. New Natch boat? If there's not new patch note, I will ban. Holding? We're holding? Is he running? Is he running away? Remember that guy last season who was like, oh yeah, like he very clearly RMT'd. I asked him for proof that like he actually had like, I forget exactly what it was, like show me your build. And he just fucking whoop. Who did it? Was just some chatter. I mean, there was a content creator that also was pretty fucking clear. And he was like, I mean, people like gave me stuff to sell. So that's not how that works. Where a new perfect organ show increase entanglement attachment range. I don't see any changes here, dude. Dear God, bro. What am I looking for here? Is this new? So the main attribute no longer provides additional damage on Magnus the Scar. They actually did cap. Is it in the other patch notes? Barren crystals. For every 10,000 armor, 2 to 3%. Now it's 2 to 3%, capped at 300%. Rip Gemma 1, yeah. Keep the 3% and just cap it. I mean, this is kind of... I mean, how much were you getting before? Yeah, so this also nerfs the like multi-stat stacking. When using Central Skill, gain break energy charge. When using Central Skill, has an interval now. Starting for new patch notes. Frost Mage Lineage. After erosion charge points. The English patch notes updated. All right, so new gloves, Malevolent Hand, which is negative erosion res. You have Ill Omen accumulation, and auto curses, and you can cast one extra curse. These gloves are good. That is actually a really good glove. That is basically ominous for the cost of a glove, as opposed to ominous for the cost of a curse. So this kills multi-stat stacking. Interesting. So used to get like 2 million armor, right? So used to get like 800% from this. You still need an additional curse? Brother, can you not read? It says you can cast one additional curse. It gives you the curse for free with extra effect and +1 curse. Please. Giga Zone at the moment. Giga. So this effectively lost 50% of their damage. I think you can still armor stack as Sage because she gets a lot of other multipliers. The starter new hero ready was on the way. I gotcha. Sorry. Then no, you can't read. You can't read because I was blocking it. Duh. Why can't you just read through it? Here, I'll turn this off so you can actually read. Yeah, so armor stacking is dead. Oh my god! Cleansed Spring is now once again an exclusive drop from Clockwork Ballet President Silver Wing Danseuse. Alright, chat. I need to see these. I need to see some, you know what to do. You know what to do. Rest in peace, Crabrave. Armor Stacker is gone. They nerfed the armor pod too. Sad. I was actually kind of looking forward to playing that. You have had an ad. Armor Stacker's dead. Adjusted the skill description. The skill now inflicts frostbite, numbed, or ignite and deals additional damage to enemies infected by those. Ground Shaker Collapse now once again has an interval. So the buff part of the nerf here was reverted. They for some reason nerfed double thrust. They capped mass effect. It's now capped at 300% multi on the crystal. And the gloves now only drop from the like boss of Clockwork. Swiftness Dew is now capped at 200. Scorpion Dew is now capped to 125. Steadfast Dew is nerfed. Nimble Dew is nerfed. Bruh. Is Hero Wick gonna have updates? I'll probably put my like Sage Guide on there. Probably won't be updating too much stuff too much though. You got nerfed due to me? Oh, I'm sure China had their own sheets, my dude. New champ so OP, they nerfed her even before the launch. Yeah, well, I was projecting getting 500% movement speed from the Swiftness Dew, so yeah. And the number of tangles within 20 meters, not reach the cap, blah, 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 blah. So the range is shorter. Create one additional tangle. So they made activation medium tangle even better. Now gives one additional tangle. Element now records damage over time, reaping damage, space-time turbulence damage, and additional calculated damage. I'm not sure what that means. Stacking threshold against non-elites has been nerfed. And they added ring affixes for it. Added bounces and stuff. I'm not sure what the lethal flash stuff is. Is this nerfs or buffs? Tambino still sucks with the interval. They put it from... So these are new notes, Nevermore. They've added a cap. So you went from having like 800 to like 1,000% multi to 300%. Carino 3 gets nerfed. Gemma 3 gets buffed. Can somebody share the patch notes again in the chat? And just scroll at the bottom. Kind of a buff for there's actually kind of a buff for Theo 1, but also kind of bad. New fortitude on hit from impending doom. This is not the full thing. Maybe, I don't know. True Flame. Immolating World cannot be supported by activation mediums. Whole bunch of Frost Mega stuff. They added Malevolent Hand here. So they also hit the prism as well. So you're getting 25% less. Vorg, you don't need to put it in the chat when I'm like literally about to highlight over it. It was really hate armor stacking? Yeah. I was surprised. This is what I thought from the beginning we were going to get. I guess this is kind of good. They nerfed the legendary medium talent from shields. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. They're like, we're nerfing the amulet. We're putting the gloves in a boss that almost nobody ever sees, and you can't target farm at all. We're nerfing the prism. We're nerfing the elixir. And we're nerfing the legendary mod that you copy 10 of. Like, that's like 150% less armor from shields. Oh, on the plus side, guys, though, the first top-up double bonus has been reset. In case you're wondering. Fixed issue where after corroding the legendary gear Magno Skull, the reduced affliction value per second for every 10 seconds was not -6. Godsmoon hyperlink for Oracle was wrong. Fix the incorrect hyperlink description for damage transfer. 90% of damage transfer cap is the total cap for a single damage instance. Meaning at most, 90% of one hit can be transferred. A single affix can provide at most 60% damage transfer. So... Oh, Ward Scale Cataclysm wasn't working on True Flame, by the way. Looks like we're back to mana stacking, chat. I just got all the drop sounds from Hero Siege. How about that for a drop sound? That's the fucking unholy drop sound? Ain't no way. Oh, this does not make a loud noise. I ran around for a few seconds looking for it. You're like, where is it? So we're doing a video about this. All this stuff I kind of understand. So Mass Effect got nerfed. Did you ever run Clench Spring and Forlorn? Who did what? I'm a little sad that they capped the dues, man. Why cap them? It's so low. All right, let's look at these trades. If this is greater than, how much do they cap the movement speed at? I'm not even gonna fucking calculate this for people. We'll figure it out. Lethal Flash. So they gave him more damage when leveling it up. Apparently he didn't have any damage with leveling. What's Soundless Slam, chat? Oh, it's just not translated correctly. Silhouette magazine, shadow magazine. So you get reload speed from projectile speed? Okay, so it's weightless step, which is the bounce off the ground, now has 2 jumps from it now. Impending Doom has more damage now as well. All right, video time. You get to try armor stacking. You've got 17 hours to do it. You broke though? That's not my fault. Gave your FE away? Not my fault. You didn't give it to me, so. Using the soul self unraised? No, Green 2 was not meta. Hello everyone, Don the Crown here with some supplemental patch notes and yeah, if you're planning on armor stacking, strap in because you're probably not going to be armor stacking this season at all. Let's gonna get right into it. So first off, they added a new legendary piece of gear, Malevolent Hand, and I personally think that this glove is incredible for damage over time enjoyers. You're gonna get negative erosion res. You're also gonna get ill omen accumulation efficiency, which just makes ill omen better. But then what really makes this good is that enemies near you are affected by level 1 ominous curse, so they're getting that ill omen, and you can cast 1 additional curse. So it's basically ill omen for free. This is probably gonna be a really nice legendary early game, maybe even mid game as well. We probably see a lot of people rocking this, as it will just basically help you hit those 3 curses that damage over time you can get now. And then we're gonna have a lot of nerfs from this point on. There are some buffs for sure, but there's a lot of nerfs. So starting off here, Magnus's Scar and Ralph's Journey are attribute stacking pieces, and pretty much they now have huge negative multipliers on attributes that are not their attribute. So Magnus is a strength stacking hat, and now basically deletes your dexterity and intelligence. And Ralph's is a dexterity chest that basically deletes your strength and intelligence. And this is kind of weird because this is targeting like very specific builds that were doing like multi-stat stacking and getting a whole bunch of stuff going with that. So those builds are basically gone. It's like a Gemma 1 thing that was kind of getting big nerfed here. So I'd be very surprised if Gemma 1 is really getting played very much at all next season with these changes. Formation Breaker, a little bit of change here. Just makes it like there's a little bit of an interval for when you get demolish your charges from this. And then the very first of the armor stacker nerfs. So we're at 1. We're going to count them all. Pretty much there's a big change here. So for every 10,000 armor, you get a 2 to 3% damage. And now this caps at 300%. So previously you were getting like over 2 million armor. And you get about 4% there. So like 2 million divided by like 10,000 armor, times that by a 4%, probably getting about 800 here. So maybe even like over 1,000. And so this is getting like a very massive nerf to Forlorn Crystal. For a lot of builds, this probably just kills armor stacking all by itself. Don't really need anything else to nerf armor stacker. But don't worry, there's more. Ice Pulse also got a little bit of additional change here. instead of having +2 charges for your skills, you're only having 1, and you're also getting some additional damage after corrosion here. Rat Herder's Golden Rain. So recently, each time a minion skill was cast is now each time a summon skill is cast. I'm not really sure why this is in here, but there it is. And then we come to kind of the second armor stacker nerf. Clenched Spring is now once again an exclusive drop from Clockwork Ballet President Silverwing Danseuse. If you don't know, when you actually finish the Clockwork mechanic, there's sometimes that you can get a boss. Very, very rarely. Like if you're farming Clockwork for maybe 2 or 3 days, you might get this like once or twice. And now it's an exclusive drop of that boss. So not only has the amulet been nerfed, the glove has basically been put very, very far into the corner where it's going to be very hard for most people to get their hands on it. So that's Armor Stacker nerf number 2. Then next, Tyrant's Iron Fist is now an exclusive drop of the Curation gameplay mode, which is the new thing. Same thing with Silent Avowal, and Iron Nest is now in Lunaria. So this is kind of a nerf for, I mean, a nerf, but this is going to raise the price on this quite a bit for people who are trying to like play Rosa 2 Mana Stacker. And Silent Avowal, I think, is a pretty decent chest, but really like it's a Vorax target type of thing. And yeah. Also, if you don't know who this boss is, the Clockwork Ballet President, and you've ever done Supreme Showdown, she's the Clockwork boss that probably kicks your butt until you have way too much damage. Probably one of my least favorite bosses in the entire game. Just very, very annoying. Next up, Chromatic Shot. I don't think this is actually a nerf. They just adjusted the description. It now inflicts Frostbite, Numbed, or Ignite, and deals additional damage to enemies affected by Frostbite, Numbed, or Ignite. Groundshaker Collapse. They had removed the interval on this, so it kind of seemed like it would be kind of good. Now the interval is back again. So this, like, I think did get kind of nerfed this last season, which does kind of suck. Double Thrust Cutthroat. They removed some of the reaping percentage here. I'm not really sure why, what was going on with that, because I'm pretty sure this was only the reap that the double thrust actually did. But I guess double thrust is OP somehow. Mass Effect also got nerfed as well. Skill link grants up to 60% Empower effect for the supported skill. So like getting a ton of charges apparently for the Empower effect, then maybe multiplying that. Next up, we have a whole bunch of nerfs for Sage and potions in general. So Swiftness Dew is getting capped at 200%, which I think is a little bit low because like going into maps, you could already get it to 129%, which does kind of suck. And you're like giving up a potion slot to have this going. But you know, 200% movement speed button is probably still fine. The Scorpion Stinger Distillate now caps at 125% movement speed, which does suck. And then we have Armor Stacker nerf number 3. Both the armor and evasion potions here are capped at, or not capped, but their baseline has been reduced from 6,000 to 4,500. So it's a pretty big drop there. Pretty much at the tippity top end, you're going to be going from like maybe like nearly 100,000 armor to like 70,000 armor with this. So that is like pretty big for sure. Next up, the activation medium tangle seems to get on a little bit of a buff now, and making it so that when the number of tangles within 10 meters has not reached the cap, you trigger the supported skill and create it in tangle form with like a little bit of an interval here. It also has more tangle attraction distance, and you create one additional tangle. So I think this like gives you additional support back, because a lot of times people were using the support that makes it so it spawns 2. Now I believe it'll just spawn 2 all of the time, which is nice. They updated the wording a little bit on Ill Omen, so stuff like space-time turbulence is going to work. So Yuga 2, I guess a little buff here. They did nerf some of the threshold stacking against non-elites, and they added a new ring and necklace prefix that gives you Omen accumulation efficiency. Or I guess they improved it. They improved it from 21 to 25 to 41 to 50. So I think Ill Omen could potentially be very strong this season. Same thing for the legendary medium talent from 18% to 30%. Then we have some trait adjustments. There's some stuff here for Lethal Flash. I believe they actually added damage for his like base trait getting leveled up. Soundless Slam, which I think is the thing that lets the things bounce off the ground, now also have some baseline bounces, which I think is maybe a little bit unnecessary. Has a little bit more reload speed, and they have a little bit more damage here from direct projectiles. They updated some of the stuff here with space-time ellipses or lapses description, and charge calling, I think, had a little bit of a bug that they fixed. They nerfed some Carino 3, so the each stack of heat up gives you additional 0.6 is now 0.4 attack and cast speed. Flame of Pleasure or Gemma 3, pretty much they made her a little bit better, because previously enemies in the purgatory area were only taking additional fire damage, and now it's just additional damage. Her like hero revival thing was all about making everything do corrosion damage, so it was effectively like leaving you without one of your hero traits because you couldn't get any damage for it. So this is, I think, really, really good. And some of the translations for some of these names are wrong, just because I think these got like fast translated. And then next up here, Theo 1, the cooldown for Divine Realm pretty much has gotten its cooldown cut in half, which is kind of a buff and a nerf, because it's easier to keep your buff up full time, but you're also going to need to be generating your charges that are getting used from this much faster. So that is kind of a problem. They clarified that True Flame Immolation, which I think is from a new memory, can't be supported by activation mediums. There's a whole bunch of stuff here for Iris that I do not necessarily understand some of the stuff here. But you can just kind of like see some of the differences. Looks like, you know, some of these get you some buffs and some other stuff, and while other things are a little bit of a nerf here. So, you know, those are what they are. Bing's Big Bang Pack. I challenge you to say that three times fast. The description has been adjusted. When bombs deal damage, they can additionally generate 3 reserve bombs with a generation chance equal to 33% chance, 33% of bomb critical strike chance. Additionally, negative 20% reserve bomb damage. So yeah, I think that's a little bit of a nerf for that as well. The wording also updated a little bit. They removed +1 twisted space-time quantity cap here on To Myself Another Space-Time. They added Seething Spirit consumes a percentage of current life on Ancestral Hate. And I don't really I'm not super familiar with what all of these do for the most part. They also added a Vorax Organ for that new legendary we talked about. And here comes, what is this, number 4? Are we on 4 armor stacker nerfs? They took the amount of shield you get from the prism here from 2% down to 1.5%. So that's another 25% nerf on survivability here. So really just dropping the elbow on the armor stackers. They did reduce some of the defenses that one of the Deep Space Resonance mods was getting. So that's kind of good. And don't worry, armor stacker, we're not done with you yet. We have nerf number 5, which is the legendary medium talent for defense from shields, which is the one that people would stack like 10 or 11 times. Also gets another 15% nerf. So instead of getting like 400% defense from shields, you're getting 25% defense from shields. So yeah, five nerfs for armor stacker and 1 supplementary patch notes. But don't worry, the first top up bonus in the shop has now been reset, so that's good. And there are other builds that you can play than armor stacker. And realistically, while this does suck, and I was looking forward to playing armor stacker this season, I wasn't looking forward to literally every single person playing armor stacker. And they could have just stopped at Forlorn Crystal nerf, but they really made sure they got it in there. I was a little sad about the elixir nerfs as well. They also had some bug fixes in here as well, which I think is kind of good. If you didn't know, Cataclysm apparently wasn't working on True Flame. But yeah, this has been kind of some painful patch notes. I'm definitely still starting Sage. I think Sage will still be a lot of fun. I've had some ideas about what to do that's not armor stacker, and so I'm kind of excited to check that out and try to like figure stuff out for myself. Probably gonna maybe consider mana stacking on here, but we'll have to see. That's another video I'm going to do too that talks about something that might be a little bit overpowered. Did they adjust this here? Where is it? And I kind of didn't talk about it here, but fix the incorrect hyperlink description for damage transfer. 90% of damage transfer cap is the total cap for a single damage instance, meaning at most 90% of one hit can be transferred. A single affix can provide at most 60% transfer. Yeah, that might come up in a later video. Hopefully this finds you well. I know this might shake up what you were planning to do for the season start, but you know, hang in there, it'll be fine. Worst case scenario, we just find good builds to get to profound. We can figure out what is shaking out in the meta, and we'll take it from there. Like, you know, I didn't do armor stacker last season, and I had a great season anyways. And yeah, we'll see you guys again soon. Later. No, Banful Path. It is a huge nerf because it didn't have an interval at all. So there was a moment there where there was no... Where's the coffin dance? Chat, would it be poor form to make my thumbnail these guys with armor stacker? No Spectre nerfs? There was one Spectre nerf in there. I wonder if I can do this. Oof. Kind of glad armor stacker got nerfed. Didn't think it would get gutted. I mean, everybody expected to get gutted. It's funny, there was one guy in one of my comments like, why even bother playing this season? Everything got nerfed. Maybe he was looking at the previous thing. I asked them to put me as one of the pallbearers, and this is what it gave me. Does it just not know who I am anymore? Like, this is certainly not me. Nice tan. I know, right? The extra hand, too. update this first image so that it's me featured in the second image. Make sure there are only 2 arms and hands, please. Also put a placard. I've never not played Rosa when this armor stacker. I'm kind of lost how to play her endgame. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Go full armor stacker again and commit. Don't be a pussy. The season looking good. I mean, the season's looking good unless you're playing unless you're playing armor stacker. Pretty sure armor stacker is still fine. No. I think armor stacking Sage could maybe still be good. I think armor stacking Sage could still be good. Because armor stacking Sage still has a lot of other multipliers. And you can scale your elixir. Instead of doing like shield scaling, you can do like purple elixir maybe. She okay with the damage loss more than other characters, you think? She doesn't have hero traits? That's kind of true. Yeah, the gloves might be a little more expensive. Apparently this is me now, chat. I mean, Forlorn Crystal, I think, was like free in the past. Crown needs a crown. The lower hand needs a thumb. I'm not gonna spend tokens to regenerate it. Mr. Worldwide. Reservoir Dawn. Perfect thumbnail. not. What if I'm like wearing this? What if I'm just holding it? All right, that actually came out pretty good. This Lunaria logo is off center. Maybe I should put it like here. We're in the clutch spring. Allie's gonna be so upset. Why was she playing the armor stack? I'm sure she'll be fine. What am I playing? Armor stacking Sage. Oh wait, you mean what was I gonna play? Yeah, fuck. Chat, do we even need a second thumbnail? Real talk would probably do mana stack. New patch notes change everything. How's the armor stack grip? People's overreacting like always? Yeah. Why they buff tangles even more? Because this is the song that they hear when they look at tangles. Lisan Al Gaib. You plan on playing Path of Exile? Path of Exile? That's how bad the nerfs are, chat. It's telling me that I should go play Path of Exile. This is how bad they are. I think Erica won or Thea won. Is it just Forlorn nerf? No, there are 5 nerfs. You have found the first. I am not joking. I am not exaggerating. I am being very fucking serious when I say there's 5 nerfs. A fifth building has hit the armor stacker. If you want to know what the changes were, here's the video. You could be the first one to comment on it. Link. I'm the shadow. Did it ran Strength Stacker? I don't think they did. Alright, I've posted it to Reddit chat. Oh, this is a fucking great thumbnail, man. This is a great thumbnail. I mean, do you guys remember the time where, like, 2 hours before Selena came out, they nerfed Selena? And then they nerfed multiple leveling techs in the like 24 hours before the season started. It was like the first thing you were going to do is everybody was going to go mule a Moto 1 and pick up 2 of his minions, and then you could like basically just run through the campaign. I think you also you muled a Moto 1 for the shooting cannon guys, and then you muled a Bing 1 I think it was Bing 1 or a Carino 1 for his movement skill with a reverse like shoot thing, and they nerfed that immediately. And then they The next day, someone, like, while the servers were down, a Chinese player posted a video of him with Bing, and if you got 100% ignite chance with his movement skill, the rocket jump skill, you could basically put an ignite on bosses that would just one-shot them, because it had like 200 base ignite on it for whatever, and they just fucking immediately deleted that. When I'm saying you would like one-shot bosses, I mean the second you got this skill, you would just like, you jump on top of them and you jump a second time and their health will just go whoop. And worst case scenario, you could get a second stack of ignite and you'd apply 2 stacks of ignite and the boss is all whoop. And so you just be going through the whole campaign with like a level 1 cannon. And yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good. All right, should we post our video to get something else nerfed here? Get rid of the fast muling. They did not put that in the patch notes. If it changes the viability, is it viable because it wasn't before? What wasn't viable? Huh? Where is this one over here? Armor second is dead. What the fuck? I know, right? Oh, you've only made it to the second nerf? Oh, that's still the first nerf. Bill's the safest option for a new player. I don't know, man. Something you enjoy. Yeah, Legolas's BM Legolas's Erica 1 build is pretty safe. Yeah, armor stacker. Yeah, I'll play Warlock. I think Warlock's gonna be really strong. The changes to the Paragon tree are looking pretty good. You know, check out Rob's channel for the best Chinese build guide. And yeah. Is there a skill hero similar to Righteous Fire? That's like mind control or the new Theo 1 thing. Yeah, Erica 1's just like, it's like cold fire. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Don the Crown here, and I want to talk about something I think is potentially very, very strong for the upcoming season. Something that you could potentially work into a lot of different builds, but especially Sage could really take advantage of the following setup here. So we have these new module minions that we can get, and there are 2 of them that give you some interesting buffs or debuffs when they use their skill. So this is module Huge Ember Automaton, and you can see all the different modules here. This list does get repeated for some reason. So really this goes from Goblin Priest down here to Punisher, and then it's repeated for some reason. But this guy has 2 abilities. He has Overstrike, which, you know, he does some damage. And the second one here is Searing Crush. And so does some damage, but then gains a buff when casting this skill. Plus 50% additional damage taken by enemies within 10 meters, and then lasts for 5 seconds. You can see the cooldown for this is 10 seconds. So you can keep this up about half of the time. We'll remember that. And then I believe the other one here is the Medium Ember. This one has a skill where gains a buff when casting the skill, negative 25% additional damage dealt by enemies that are close to it. lasts for 5 seconds, also has a 10-second cooldown. Well, I didn't know, but there are actually supports for modularization that are noble supports. And the first one here we're going to talk about is superconductivity. So superconductivity here, what this is going to do is going to lower the cooldown of the minions summoned by this skill by 100%. And so this is not going to make it so you have no cooldown, I don't believe. It should reduce it down to 5 seconds. So those minions can have their 5-second debuff up for 5 seconds and then use the skill immediately after. So this is pretty good. This goes into the 5th skill slot as a noble. Now there's some other stuff you could potentially do. So like Magnificent, for example, makes it so that damage is transferred to the minion. You can also go and do Resonance here, which gives you more damage for minions based on command stuff if you're actually playing like a Moto character. Cluster also gives you additional minion damage for the summoner for every minion summoned by the supported skill. So like some of these minion skills also give you a lot of minions. So this is like another multiplier on a modularization thing. But there's also some interesting additional noble ones here. But really the one that I want to talk about the most here is Sever. So Sever, what this does is it pretty much makes the minion nigh unkillable. So minions summoned by the supported skill are immune to damage, but they do negative 99% additional damage. So they're going to do 1% of their damage, but they're immune to damage. And this can get kind of interesting because you can use the saltpeter mushroom distillate to put damage from yourself onto your minion. And so baseline, this, and it does say here that this isn't affected by elixir skill effects, but then after that text, it says the damage is transferred here. So I believe the part that is not scaled is the explode, and you can still scale the 12% damage taken to a random minion. Now, if you watch my patch notes video, because they literally just dropped an addendum to the patch notes at the very bottom, just scroll all the way down. One of the things here kind of tells us that there is a cap for this. So it says 90% of the damage transfer cap, total instance damage, meaning at most 90% of one hit can be transferred, and a single affix can provide at most 60% damage cap. So with this saltpeter mushroom distillate, you can basically get a 60% DR effect with this, and you can get explode built into this. At the end of the campaign, kind of like maybe going to Traveler 7, I expect to get like around a 4 times multiplier on my elixir effect. And so that would mean that we could get about 48% of the damage we take sent to these modular minions. And like worst case scenario, if you don't have the Sever yet, they're just dying. But you can definitely do some very interesting things here with this. And also, I want you to recall that modules also can have their own buffs and things. If you go and look at like Protocol, for example, you can have like additional attack and cast speed for you and your allies. You get life regen. I believe that there is one here for projectile speed as well. Probably just missing it. There's one for haste protocol here for movement speed and 90% projectile speed. So you can have this be like a little buff bot that's giving you a little bit of buffs and is also acting as a big damage sink for incoming damage for you, thanks to the saltpeter mushroom distillate, especially for Sage, because like eventually you're going to cap out that 60% damage transfer. Maybe it's not actually going to work or capped, and it's actually going up to 90%. Having 90% of your damage going to your minion is pretty nice. Granted, you will need to use Sever, but it doesn't really appear that there are a lot of elixir supports for us to really take advantage of. So yeah, you might as well be hooking up your modularization with that. Let's go check one more thing. I was like, they didn't sneak a one in there. And press it correctly. And yeah, that's pretty much the my thought process here. I didn't really know about these modularization supports. I do think that there's a lot of potential here to have these be like a good little minion that you can summon. I'm pretty sure we can use activation mediums on these because these guys would all have the tag for synthetic troop. So you should be able to use synthetic troops on these. Is it just minion? Yeah, so like you just be able to use activation medium minion, should be able to continuously keep these guys out. And so even if you, you know, don't want to press the buttons to summon them, this will do it for you. Hopefully this video helped you out. You could also potentially use an activation medium maybe to even spam them if they're dying to your saltpeter. Hopefully this video helped you out. Very much looking forward to the new season, despite the like armor stacker apocalypse nerfs. But we'll see you guys again soon. Later. Just finished the video and my god is cooked. Yep. We'll probably delay that video. They nerfed Magi too. This sounds awful like what happened to Steel Skills, the league after you use them. Or they get big nerfed. All right, we have a harder time making a thumbnail for this one, I think. Yeah, I feel like people are gonna be using this a lot for the damage. Like a 50% multiplier is pretty fucking good, right? And then you can get other stuff. Damn, this thumbnail is so fucking good, man. It looks like a boob. It looks like a boob? I don't see it, bro. You need to go touch some grass, man. Mm-mm-mm. Ill Omen gloves dropping from Trove. Probably not, no. People just making shit up, man. Please stop making shit up. So no Balg. Basically what they said in the thing was that, hey, so we realized that strength stacking with right hand 1 was effectively giving it way more damage than it was supposed to, so we fixed the bug where it was getting too much damage, so strength stacking right hand 1 is not going to be good. You're asking why people mentioning Trove? I don't know, man. I think they said, oh man, imagine if it was in the Trove, and someone said, oh, it's in the Trove? It's in the Trove? Oh my gosh, it's in the Trove? I can't believe it's in the Trove. I can't believe it's in the Trove. It was raining out nice so the grass was wet. Oh my god, dude. You rolled around in it, didn't you? What's going on, J-Split? You can call me an idiot. Please be kind to one another in my Twitch chat. Substitute it by the Trove.
The code. The code. The code.
The Trove. Yeah, look what video it's recommending to me. I heard that somebody made a elixir stacking thing. Does anybody have the link to that? Life stacker nerfed, armor stacker nerfed, energy shield is stacker nerfed, mana stackers get ready, last minute patch notes. Mana stacker did get nerfed. They put the gloves in the curation engine. That pin is crazy. But yeah, I mean, I understand, guys, like sometimes you want to, like, things get a little heated in chat, but please be kind to one another. I can bully people. People can bully me. I try not to bully people too much. Is the QA thing you talked about with Milky? Yeah. Is the chest in the shop where you pay like $30 to select appears that one time? It's one time only. One time only, sadly. Although sometimes they might reset it. You can't send another league playing mana stack if you need more builds. You don't need the mana stack. You don't need the armor stack. Go stack, what you call it? Go do fervor stacking. Will everyone be using these OP minions in Lunaria? What's not spelled correctly? Will everyone be using, so spelled correctly, it just was not right. Inglando. Quad elbow stack on the armor? No, it's quint armor stack. It's like Mari metal, yeah. Where's the JoJo kicking scene? It's basically this.
Take that! Take that!
Wait, Arbor Stacker's dead. Except there's two more guys. And this C2 change is double damage. What, from having two more jumps? C2 meta? Change skills jump 2 times for hitting an enemy. It can target the enemy again. But don't you need to have enemies to hit? Wait. This title recommended to me by vidIQ is my title. But like, does it bounce off the ground twice? We'll schedule a reveal for this. And if it's Billy Bait. Billy Bait. I've seen that one in a while. Wasn't there another video we were going to make earlier? So we talked about Hero Memory Revival. We talked about new patch notes changing everything. We talked about OP Minion. I will not make a moto guide, no. Wow, we were balls deep into our loot filter and I just kind of forgot. Resistance penetration. Upon inflicting damage, the attacker has a resistance pen of a certain type. The defender's resistance will be reduced accordingly by the value of the resistance pen when calculating the damage. Resistance penetration does not change the actual value. And resistance penetration takes effect on all forms of damage. This says armor can go negative, but I'm assuming that resistance can also go negative. How can you prep? You can log in right now and go check out the different characters and see what you like and level up something. Also, David, I do have a Moto 2 guide. It's probably not going to get updated for the campaign here on heroic.gg. So many first-time chatters today. I'm sad on this. I can't actually see the first-time chatters. But yeah, this is a Moto 2 campaign thing. It'll probably still be mostly accurate. Let's see what the comments on this already say. Why is my video getting downvotes? Don't downvote me. I'd be first, but someone got told to comment. First, because I got told to comment. Game devs making the meta, not the players. Armor stacking on everything isn't a meta. But I wanted to play armor stacker on literally everything. God told me head hold a jork into my head if I didn't comment. Yeah, it's true. You'll watch my entire video twice. Open up a normal tab and then put it in the incognito tab. You didn't comment. Jesus Christ. I've never felt so threatened by a smile. Oh. Never felt so threatened. Okay, so guys, we haven't done yet. I haven't figured out what my starter is going to be, nor have I figured out what my like top 5 recommended builds would be. Wait, why can't I see strumming? Why can't I see strumming? I think all the animated emotes don't show up here. Farming early starter. Yeah, this is a little bit crazy how they didn't put that into the initial like patch notes. I kind of feel like that is them like intentionally, I don't know, kind of burying the lead perchance. Where they're like, okay, so we are going to nerf this, but we're not going to nerf it today. We don't want to kill the hype for the season start. So instead of killing the hype for the season start, we're just going to stall it out. And then tomorrow, in a couple of days, we'll drop the real nerf notes. Because people are already like giga disparage about the patch notes as it was. And now they can really cry. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't really feel anything. Like, are you guys like how are you guys feeling? Are you guys feeling like really side blasted here? Because I'm just kind of like, well, that happened anyways. I mean, I'm kind of happy that we aren't going to be having a meta where everybody's playing the same thing. Like, I always play something different season to season for the most part, so
I don't think it's funny.
Doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't bother me at all. Yes, all those flask changes basically put a cap on the flasks. I'm just glad that it wasn't like, hey guys, so it's day 2 and we need to nerf this stuff. Energy shield stack angle. I mean, I'm going to do mana stack. We can like just from scaling our first potion get more mana recovery than normal like Rosa can get. So we're like feeling very safe, and then we can also convert all our incoming to mana just from scaling elixir effect, right? Fuck. So like on day 1 we could have like 165 mana every 2 seconds getting recovered, and 32% damage to mana. And then we just need to get more scaling. But like being able to like break through into that breakpoint would be pretty good. We could also do like life and energy shield scaling as well. Yeah, the biggest problem we'll have is actually being consuming mana fast enough. I mean, so you wouldn't be able to have the injury buffer and the mana at the same time. I'm pretty sure injury buffer applies to mana though. I don't know, man. I know it's a little rude, but I'm just like, this is kind of how shit goes, right? It's not vague. It's a nerf. So all you gotta do is at the start of the season, instead of making a new character and starting the campaign, just log in your existing character and respec your passive points and then see how bad it is. That's all you gotta do. All right, I think my filter is basically good here. Ride for war. Without bulwark, what would my energy shield drop to? I don't have bulwark. I have cicada and double rainbow. This might be my most powerful item that's going to be legacy. Is that the right word? Is the word I'm looking for? Depreciated? Yeah, maybe. Should we try doing some more Vorax crafting? Probably not, right? Okay, I'm gonna go set my pets here to be the pets that I want to have at the start of the season, so I don't forget. The pets I like to start with are the Ember pets, if you have them. Ember pets and Chalk. I say this is a little bit unnoticeable too, because you like, depending on how far along you are, you end up killing a lot of bosses very early. I feel like I always have a decent chunk of embers that don't have any flame sand. You could also go and do the Dark Surge. Additional gear drop quantity as an option. Like just 24% more gear in the campaign. How do I do that? Oh, I think I'm gonna do that. More embers, more gear, and more of that. When they putting Dark Surge in the box, man. If Dark Surge was in the box, I would pick that. Okay, there's at least one video that I think I can do right now before, we're like 8.5 hours, but you know, I don't really want to end my stream just yet. So let's talk about Void Chart Planner. Yep, the boxes carry forward. I love this guy. I had asked for this, and then I never gave him feedback about how it would work. Did you jump on the Carino 2 bandwagon? I think Carino 2 might now be the #1 character for the season start for a lot of people. The problem is that might be Chromatic Shot. Marty, are you here? Do I count my work as a 5? No. If I'm doing Sandlord, I want as much Sandlord juice as possible. As much as possible. Poor Kelcera. Kelcera was gonna cook something with the double stat stack. Maximum wage. 07.99%. Yep. FAU be the last. If there's one right hand player, it's Balg. No, it's not in TLIDB. We don't know about the gloves yet. Yeah, so maybe we do mana stacking Sage. The real question is, do we want to do like focus blessing shit? You're crying in the Discord? Yeah. Does he know? Is it not dead? Shield nerfed. New to the game. What's the end game like in this game? Blasting, going very fast. Yeah, maybe we put like 15 points here and get Vorax mobs in every map. Vorax was really strong for Embers last season. When do we unlock Creation? I think the Creation thing is going to be strong. You don't unlock it until time mark 8. It's a good starter build for a free scrub who only got in this game last season. What type of build do you want to play? I don't think the command is going to work there. Kind Tran. Let me see if I can find where this is. There you go. Yes, Slagomancer, really just depends on what you're looking for. What's a good starter? Things like Erica 1, I think, are still really good. I think a lot of people are going to be playing Carino 2. I'll be playing Sage 1. And, you know, you want to follow along with me. There's that. The problem is that a lot of the meta is really shaken up. Iris 2 has been like very strong, but you kind of need pets for that. So, yeah. Ooh, these chests too are going to be really, really strong. All right, I'm going to try to do a YouTube video here, but let me know. Like, I think I'm going to do a dry run first. How do I reset everything? We're going in dry. Ugh. Sounds wrong. Hello everyone, down the crown here. Just want to do a quick video talking about what my plans are for a beginner void chart here. Yeah, dry run, choke, need some water, yeah. And I think Erica 1 and Harrier can be interesting. You felt like you did Gemma 2, and you had some really big pain points being Traveler 7. That's a you thing. That's you probably not getting good gear, like getting up to tier 2s, maybe getting hero memories, buying some slates, maybe buying like legendary or something. Yeah. So, hello everybody, down the crown here. I want to do a quick void chart guide here for what I think is going to be really good for the start of the upcoming Lunaria season. Now, when you first unlock the void chart, pretty much you're going to be getting a ton of points here as you progress through. But unfortunately, you're not going to have access to all of the trees right away. You can kind of look here on the TLIDB and see kind of like when you unlock stuff. Right away, you're going to start off with the compass and commodities. I really don't know why they give you the compass. Wait, the compass is actually tier 7. I'm blind. You're going to start off with the commodities tree. And you're going to unlock legendaries. I really don't know why they give us legendaries or gear very early on. I never take these. I don't think that you should ever put points in them earlier. Maybe I'm wrong there. But really the big breakpoints we're looking for here are God of War on Time Mark 5, which we'll talk about here. And we're also going to unlock Cube in Time Mark 4. And potentially... And we're going to also talk about Black Sail a little bit. So the very first tree that you want to put points into here is the commodities tree. And most importantly, this is going to give you some of the resources here to craft on your own gear. Because you're going to be crafting up gear on, like, you're going to craft up gear at some good breakpoints here. So basically... Basically, once you hit Time Mark 3, you're going to be able to get tier 4 crafts, which is a pretty nice little spot because these are still using fine embers. And so you want to get at least these points here in embers. And I'd like to go at least to here on flame sand. So the first 2 big nodes on both of these. You could also go all the way down to flame sand if you're really struggling on these crafting. And I think that these are just really, really strong options in the very beginning. Then the next thing I'm going to recommend is going over here and get all of the mystery chest nodes. This is going to be quite profitable potentially this season because there are going to be a lot of people playing Chromatic Shot this season. And so normally if you drop a false god's amulet from these chests and it has like strength, dex, and intelligence, it's worthless. This season, that's a triple stat amulet for Chromatic Shot, so it will still sell for money. This is just going to be pretty good. Also, if you're playing Chromatic Shot, you have a good shot of getting something good for yourself. And so I think that these are kind of like the important things to kind of start off with and get them. I really don't recommend Resonance or even getting these Star Shards early on. But, and if you need to respec stuff, you do have additional keys to respec, but you can also get some of these from the quest. For beating each stage of the Nether Realm, like a Time Mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you'll be able to have any respecs if you need them. And then really the rest of this tree here in commodity is kind of not very good to go for early on. You could potentially go for like energy cores, but really the rest of this is just going to add more monsters or stuff that you can't actually take advantage of here. And so the next really big thing for us is going to be God of War. The reason you want to go with God of War is because it makes every single map faster. Really from Time Mark 1 through 7, you're not really going to be making too much money while you're in the map and really just want to kind of get through it as fast as you possibly can. And so we are going to just go and take all of these points here in the top, and this is going to make it so you're guaranteed to have God of War. Now, one quick thing here that I've seen a lot of new players struggle with is the fact that you need to actually complete a round of Chaos Invasion on your, I don't know how to describe it. You need to complete a round of maps in order to update your void chart options. And what I mean by that is like you see these like little cards here on the map. You need to complete a full set of them before the things change over. And so if you're just like running a map that doesn't have the card active on it, you're void chart will never update. And you can always tell which void chart is active in that zone by clicking into the zone and clicking up here. You can see that there's an active and an active next round button. Those kind of tell you which one you're on there. So back over here, we're going to go and get God of War very early on. And then very frequently, I like to splash 5 points into Sandlord just to kind of get it cooking early on. You don't necessarily need to go to the Sandlord base, but start getting some coins, a little bit of extra XP. You know, that is good to go. And then really you're going to continue, like, I would even consider, like, once you get to time mark 5, if you don't have enough points, like, available to go into God of War, is just slam them in on a second pack plan or second void chart plan so that you can get God of War going ASAP. Realistically, you want to get to time mark 7 and then up to time mark 8 as fast as you can. And by going faster with God of War, you're going to do really well. It's going to give you movement speed, gives you area, it gives you more projectiles. It is just a really very solid, good thing to do. Then the things that you can potentially go and pivot into is like cube here, going up here and getting the chance for cube monsters to show up in every map. Generally things like wedges and other stuff is really, really good early game. Cube is a very solid starter that people kind of like miss a little bit, because when you go and you fight cube monsters, you actually get resources for this shop here. And the shop has flame elementium for you to buy. And so you could buy wedges potentially, or you can just buy straight up flame elementium, 10 here for 515. And so like, you might not necessarily be able to buy all of this stuff, but it is very, very good. And there's a refresh button behind my back here. So this shop is something you definitely want to take a peek at if you've been farming cube early on. Another thing I think is going to be popular this season is Black Sale. Going over here and making sure that Black Sale is on. Oh yeah, you can get an eternity out of the shop as well. You could get like a really crazy season start if you did that, right? But Black Sale I kind of don't think is going to be very good until like time mark 8, or maybe time mark 7. And these tend to make your maps take longer, so I can't really recommend that too much. I'm probably going to maybe check out Vorax here in time mark 7 or maybe time mark 8. I think Vorax does have a potential to still like spew flame elementium. I don't really know, like we'll have to find out kind of like how they balanced it in previous seasons. Like Outlaw actually felt like you were getting more flame elementium from the mechanic in the following season. And if we can potentially get an early Vorax item, there's a lot of potential strong things that you can get for your build to like really just make a good Vorax item, especially because it's a lot easier to craft low level advanced affixes on a Vorax piece of gear than it is to like craft it on like a normal piece of gear if you get a lot of parts and stuff for that. And but yeah, that's pretty much like what I recommend there. If you're in time mark 7 and you're really trying to rush for Traveler 7, you can go and take these Star Shard nodes as well. I really generally don't recommend these unless you're like, I can go kill Traveler right now, I'm strong enough. Then you can go and take these points. I mean, realistically, if you're like, I can kill Traveler right now, you have like 100 million DPS, you can just go and buy the keys basically from the marketplace to go and skip ahead. They don't cost all that much. And then from that point, early popular farms, you know, maybe on time mark 7, time mark 8, is going and doing cube. So going up here, do cube. I don't really know if you're going to want to do Cube of Craving all that much early on. If you like doing the gamble, you can just like pretty much take most of the cube page here for sure. You could also potentially go and do Black Sale. I do really think that this season is going to be a very strong Black Sale season where people are going to take these nodes here. And then you want to take this section as well. And I forget what these ones do. Yo, thanks, Scroll of Wisdom. Appreciate my dude. Appreciate that. Which one of the scraps? Okay, so this node over here will basically increase the give you a chance, give you the ability to kind of like get more enhancement stuff, which is like memory scraps and stuff, and threads, which are things that are going to help you just increase the level of your hero memories early on. I really don't fret about hero memories too much at the beginning of the game. I really just kind of like look to get like an orange one and just like juice it up. But that's pretty much that. You can also go over here for the chance to get boss tickets for the like tier 1 boss for the mechanic. But this is probably more of like a time mark 8 type of farm. I'm sure people are gonna be farming this whole thing like crazy and just really blasting Black Sail this season. It'll be very, very popular because of all the hero memory stuff. Another thing that we can potentially do early season is going to Frozen Canvas, going over here and then over here. And what this does is it makes it so that bosses will be guaranteed to drop additional sets of snow paper fragments. And so this just makes it so every single map you clear, you're just building up some snow paper fragments. You can sell these on the marketplace to people that are running the early canvas, trying to get some of the first special supports. I think those are very strong. I do know there's some people that like going and farming Arcana very early on as well. I think Arcana could also be strong, but you're probably going to want a build that is a little bit tanky because Arcana can be relatively rippy. Anything else I should mention here, chat? More cutoffs I wanted to do, Garrett. Oh, this Traveler 7 star talent. So one more thing though, when you get to Traveler 7, so once you kill Traveler 7, you're going to get your very first profound node here. And well, I don't know what this is, but there's going to be a new profound talent here that's going to give you the chance to apparently talk to God. 1 second here. And basically give you the chance to drop those new modularization memories or skills. I think that those will probably sell like hotcakes for some builds as people just like want to check them out at least. Yeah, it is the boss module thing. And there's not really like a lot of other really great options for these early on. You could potentially go and take the confusion cards, will be rarer early, or you can go and take additional drop quantity. I think that overall, like I probably will go modulars just because you end up killing a lot of bosses early on. You're like really just blasting through the maps. And yeah, this is going to give you a lot more juice there. Another thing you could do is like go City of Eterna and go and take like points here, take the points all the way up to here to have these guys drop flames and stuff. And let's talk about a couple more breakpoints for crafting. So in Time Mark 3, you're getting those tier 4 crafts. In Time Mark 5, you unlock the tier 3 crafts. I don't really recommend you craft there at all. You're going to basically go and unlock at Time Mark 7 tier 2, and the crafting costs for tier 3 and tier 2 are equal. So might as well just save your currency for the tier 2. If you're struggling to kill Traveler, you really want to go and make sure that you've leveled up your hero memories. Maybe buy some slates and like upgrade them using wedges to get some more stats. Getting like a 1 legendary mod that's giving you like additional damage or a skill level can really help a lot. And then also getting like all of your gear to be like tier 2 or higher is just very, very impactful for the amount of damage. Now we do have a new Mechanic 2 creation engine in time mark 8. I'm definitely going to be checking this out and probably make a video about this very early on in the season. There's going to be a lot of good stuff here. Probably just go and take all the points for it. And then, go take, pretty much almost maybe everything else for this. Definitely has a lot of potential and looks like it could be pretty cool. But yeah, that's pretty much my plans there for the void tree. I tend to drop the flame sand once we kind of get all of our tier 2 gear. We don't plan on crafting anymore with flame sand. Was in the once I don't need flame sand anymore to craft stuff, I just drop it off here. Embers tend to be something you tend to need. Maybe Vorax will still be a really good way to get these. Maybe the Lunaria season will be a really good way to get those as well. But hopefully this video helped you out. We'll see you guys again soon, and come by the stream. Just ask for a carry on tier 7 travel. Please stop. I fucking hate that. Anytime people are like, bro, can you carry more shit? It's day 1. I'm just like, no, get the fuck out of my stream, bro. It's so annoying. Okay, let's do the actual video. Boop, boop, boop. Let's go into another streamer's chat and ask for carries. He's happy to help on day 0. In-game chat. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like begging for carries, especially on day 1, is weird. 70 million is already good enough for Traveler 7. Yeah, for a lot of people. Like week 1 or 2, just play the game. Traveler 7 is just endurance test. People are like, but I want the node to farm better. Now that armor stacker is gone, Sage looks sick. I mean, she has some potential for sure. Injury buffer looking good, yeah. Hello everyone, Don the Crown here, and today I want to talk about my starter plans for the Void chart, which is pretty much like the Atlas tree if you're coming from Path of Exile for the game. I'm going to be using TLI Compendium's planner for this, not the in-game one, because it's not updated yet with all the new information, but you can access this in the game by going and interacting with the map section here and clicking the little star, and you'll be able to see your whole Void chart. Now note that some of these sections do unlock as you progress through the end game, and so you won't necessarily have access to all of them right away. We can kind of go here and see kind of what the breakpoints are. You're going to start off basically with the commodities and get the legendaries pretty soon. I highly recommend avoiding putting any points here in the gear or legendary talent constellations. I don't think they're very good for you at all. And we're pretty much going to be focusing mostly on commodities. Then once we unlock it at time mark 5, we're going to be getting God of War. I think Cube has potential to be pretty good as well. And there's some other stuff, but let's talk about it real first. So going right into the commodities tree here, I think the important parts that you want to pick up pretty soon are the Ember section and the Flame Sand section. And typically what I'll do is go put like these first 16 points over here, so you can kind of get some of the crafting materials you're going to need. And these things are going to help you like take gear off of the ground and turn it into good usable gear, because for the most part you are not going to be like finding gear on the ground that has the perfect stats for you. And if anything, you should probably be picking up things that have good energy instead of having good stats and crafting those up. like things like this, for example, where it has like 122 energy. Like this would give me a lot more power from supports and having auras than having something that has like a little bit of damage or something. And the important thing to note is that you will basically unlock different tiers of crafting stuff. So if I like go here and I go to craft on something, you can see that crafting mods have tiers to them. And once you unlock tier 4 mods is at level 68, that's about time mark 3. And that's going to give you a good opportunity to start replacing gear. And this is very important because in the path of progression here, and we're going all over the place, I'm pretty sure that there's some spots here for you to go and use those fine embers like this right here. Use 10 fine embers. And this is pretty much like your last opportunity to use these, and you're going to need to do it anyways. So it's a good opportunity to maybe replace a weapon, maybe a ring, maybe just like get some more damage or resistances from this spot once you're in time mark 3. The next real breakpoint is in time mark 5, where you get tier 3 crafts, but the materials you use for this are basically the same amount as what you would use for the tier 2 stuff at time mark 7. So pretty much that time mark, that tier 4 gear is going to carry you from time mark 3, probably all the way up to time mark 7. So you probably want to hold off until that point there. But going back into the tree here, we're going to just probably take these points in sand, and then we're going to go over here and we're going to go and take all of the treasure chests this season. Normally, I think these are maybe a little bit contentious and like maybe sometimes good, sometimes bad. But one of the big things this season is chromatic shot. And chromatic shot scales with all different stats, which makes this very, very good. This only comes from treasure chests. And False God Skin, what it does, it gives you all stats and then 4 stat buffs. And so you could potentially get a one here that has strength per 4 levels, dexterity per 4 levels, and intelligence per 4 levels, and like 3 of these spots here. And normally that would be like 1 FE, not very good, but because chromatic shot scales with all of them, it's going to be really good. And you can actually even get like strength in all 4 slots as well. So these False God skins are just very, very solid. And so I think these points are very good. And then eventually, like, you can continue to put like points into flame sand or something like that. But once you get to time mark 5, I will tend to just switch to a different void chart plan or respec points here so that I can go and put my 15 points into God of War. God of War is a mechanic where at the very start of the map, there'll be a little statue you can interact with, and it kind of acts like a kill streak. As you kill more enemies, you're going to get faster and faster, more AoE, and more projectiles, stuff that like really scales with chromatic shot. And so you're just really going to blast through maps. And you're not really going to make a ton of currency from like time mark 1, making your way up to time mark 7. So getting to time mark 7 faster by like moving faster and clearing quicker is actually a lot of money, and it's very successful. And also you can get some decent loot from the rewards from God of War itself. I think it is very, very solid. And then from that point forward, I think that you can go and put like maybe like 5 points into Sandlord. Sandlord, you kind of like will start building up coins and get some of the stuff in the map. It does slow you down a little bit, which is pretty bad. You could also potentially go and put points into Cube here. I think Cube is relatively good. It adds monsters to the maps to give you a little bit more experience. And also, I think that Cube in general is a little bit underrated early game, because when you're doing Cube interactions, you're going to be earning this currency for this shop here, Blessing from the Gods. When you go here, you can see right away that you can purchase Flame Elementium for him. And this currency here just drops from doing Cube mechanic. Now there is a refresh button back here, so you can spend 50 to refresh. And you can see there's just more Flame Elementium. And yes, sometimes you can even find extremely rare legendary gear in here. Like I know people that have gotten Eternities, like basically the Headhunter belt of the game from here. But this can potentially give you some very good Flame Elementium, or maybe some wedges and stuff to help like get your gear, get your slates going. And slates are generally pretty darn strong early on. And something that we really kind of like need for every build. Now, I know a lot of people are probably going to be recommending that you go and do Black Sail as well. This is kind of the like hero memory mechanic. And I do believe that Black Sail will be a very good farm. but I'm probably going to put off doing this at all until time mark 8. I don't really feel like early on this is a very great farm. It kind of just adds a lot of time to every map. There's like some monsters added to the map, but then you have to do this whole song and dance at the end. But if you decide that you want to do Black Sail, you want to go take these points here, and then you're probably going to go down here and take these points, because this gives you more crafting materials basically. Now, I just want to do a quick aside. If this is your first time playing TLI, or like maybe like you're having some issues with seeing the mechanics that you spec'd on your void chart show up in your maps, it's very important to note that your void chart actually doesn't update for regions until you complete one of the card sets here on the zone. So you can see I'm already 3 out of the 4 way through. My void chart won't change to whatever I spec new points into if I switched everything around until this thing is done, and I can just click the map and run it. So if I'm running maps that don't have the card, I'm not going to be progressing this. If you click the star up here, you can see there's a little active toggle when you're in a zone, and it'll show you what the actual setup is right now. And this will not flip over into the next round until you actually go and change it here and complete the card. So that is very important to know. And then once you kind of like get to Traveler 7, you're like farming up, I think Cube is still very, very fine. I'll probably just keep God of War in the entire time. I tend to go into commodities and drop all of the flame sand nodes once I have my tier 2 gear crafted up, because tier 1 gear doesn't use flame sand anymore. It uses flame elementium, and I want to go use those points for other things. I do know that Arcana is very popular for some people early on. I was pretty much going and taking all of the points outside the center here, and then you can go and take like I believe the survival and other, and maybe even summon kismets here. And then you just take everything else here to make it so that Arcana is on every map. It's a little like board game type of mechanic that has a lot of rippy mobs in the map. So I would really only recommend this if you are very tanky. If you want something that is a little bit safer, you could go and continue to do cube, spec into more points here. Most of the cube tree here is going to be very, very good. You can go and do the eyeballs here by going and specking into Mistville. Kind of gives you some stuff to sell. Also, Frozen Canvas is a very solid starter. You just want to go over here to this node to get sandpaper, snow paper fragments. I say sandpaper. And then this one over here. And pretty much what this does is it makes it so that you force bosses to drop snow paper, which is the resource that you use to actually run the Frozen Canvas. So you'll be able to sell this to other people on the auction house to get some flame elementium to buy the things that you actually want. Things that I would like recommend avoiding pretty early on is Clockwork Ballet. I don't think is very good early. Outlaw and like Time Mark 7, could be very hit or miss depending on your character. Definitely wouldn't touch Overwhelm and Time Mark 7. God of Hunting, you probably don't want to be making the boss too difficult early on. God of Might, you definitely want to avoid. God of Machines. And we maybe want to mess around with Vorax. So Vorax is the mechanic from the previous season. If you take these points here, you're always going to have Vorax on your atlas or on your maps. And Vorax monsters can be extremely rippy, but there is potential that the loot from Vorax is still very high compared to other regions. I know that this gave like a ton of embers on a good Vorax run this past season, so I am pretty hyped to check it out this time around. And yeah, the other new thing that they added is Curation Engine here at Time Mark 8. This won't unlock until Time Mark 8, but there is a lot of unique stuff that you could potentially get from this. Good like elixirs and legendaries as well. And so I could see this being a very good in-map mechanic. This kind of adds more monsters and gives you more value for your maps. And the last thing I want to talk about is the Profound Talent Tree. Pretty much there is going to be not very many good options right when you kill Traveler 7. So we have the rarer confusion cards or more density here. But the other option is this new node here, which doesn't have the proper translation yet, but it looks like, I believe, this. So native bosses basically to the Netherrealm are going to have a 1.6% chance to drop module skills. which are kind of the new boss Pokemon skills. And these could potentially be very impactful if you get one that has a lot of buffs or debuffs or something, and could potentially be something that you could sell. It's kind of like a jackpot style item. And so maybe like putting the point here could be pretty good. But I do know that like getting rare confusion cards can also give you some big jackpots early on. And that's pretty much the plan. I think that you really like, if you're having any trouble with Traveler 7, I do have a Traveler 7 video, but really just like making sure you're getting your gear upgraded to tier 2, getting like your hero memories leveled up, getting some slates in your build, especially ones that give you like any sort of additional damage. Can even just one mod and you have like the other wedges in there being like more life or just increased damage. That can be very, very impactful. Just like really kind of like squeezing everything and getting like maybe it's like cheap legendary or something like that, like might give you some more damage. But yeah, Traveler 7 really shouldn't be all that difficult. Hopefully this video helped you out. If you want to come see me play Sage on the 16th, I'll be streaming from the very beginning. We're doing some giveaways before the stream starts or before the season starts. I'll be blasting and having a lot of fun. So come hang out with me. We'll see you guys again soon. Have a good one. Whoo! Good morning from work. Hello, Carlos. Yeah, I have a loot filter like that. Fuck, I need to do that too. I've got to do that too. Interestingly, I wonder if these armor stacking changes make Sage armor stacker better. You can leverage her for the defense instead of the prism. I mean, the prism wasn't nerfed too much, right? How much armor do you need for the maxed out amulet? Is the Battle Pass giveaway a season specific? I won't give you a code until the servers are down, so yeah. Oh, the funny thing too with it being a cap is like it not being max rolled is also not the end of the world, right? You're not like actually losing anything. You just need more to get to the cap. That's true. So you need 1 million armor. Servers go down 15 hours. Yeah, I mean, we kind of didn't want to wear the prism anyways because we want to use the elixir stacking. Well, I think like full stack now. We're getting like 70,000. So how are we 14xing the elixir? You get quite a bit of armor from that. I don't know, man. I'm kind of thinking mana stacker. But the problem with mana stacker is you also kind of need to go into Arcanist, right? We always play the new character, Vanguard. Always. You kind of need to inverse this over, right? If you're going to be consuming it all. Arcanistry is so bad. You hate it so much. I mean, you go mana, 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 mana. Mana, mana. Mana, 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 mana. Mana, 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 mana. Spell damage, mana. Hey, look, more mana. Mind over mana. Focus blessing. I'm probably gonna be playing Chromatic Shot like everybody else. I don't know, Chaticus. What kind of build do you want to play? Any class you recommend for dot build? You get to. You get to go ask Shady Broker. He actually plays damage over time stuff. I do not tend to do that. Traversa 2 pre-traveler 7, she's still steamrolled everything. Of course. Rosa 2 hero traits that are not mana stacking are still really good. Yeah. Alright, boys and girls, it's been 9 hours. I'm gonna call that a stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I do really appreciate you. I don't know if I can host on other places here. But thank you much for joining me on the Twitch stream, the YouTube stream, and the Kick stream. We somehow got it all to work. Very excited. We'll be live again tomorrow. 9-hour stream. This is even TLI. I'm trying to like save some energy here. I didn't want to even stream 7 hours today. But thank you much, guys, for hanging out. I do appreciate you guys so fucking much. We're going to be live again tomorrow. We're going to, or like later today for me. And then the day after that, we're going to be doing some giveaway stuff for the game. Hopefully we have like more than just one battle pass for you, but I need a little bit more information. But yeah, it'll be fun. I have a cosplay coming in or coming in. I already have it. It'll be very, very fun. If you want to say goodbye to you, say something now in any chat, anywhere. But we're going to go find somebody to raid. Someone to raid. Should we host Poog? She's starting at 5 a.m. for you. Sheesh. Hello. Goodbye. Let's just go host Palsteron. I think we hosted Milky recently, so he's looking at the patch notes, so you can guys go cry about the nerfs here with him. Go spam this raid message, please. I really do appreciate seeing it over there. It always feels really good when I see the raid message. Thanks, guys, for being here. Godlike Yogurt, Lord Jeff, Jepley, Odio Sojo, The Real Too Fresh, Catasarag, Itchy, thanks for being here. Carlos McClinton, thanks for hanging out. Vorg, Lord Jeff, Itchy, Aya, Sakakari, Not Anger, thanks guys for hanging out. Grab that raid message if you're on Twitch. Woody's, The Upside Down Ride, Sky RNG, thanks guys, appreciate you. We'll see you again soon. I'll be back. Don't worry, guys. We'll be back soon. Having fun. Bye.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.